afternoon and welcome to the super of most Super Saturdays here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse in the heart of Riyadh in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. You'll see these beautiful drone shots as we fly over the entrance and head towards that gorgeous grandstand that leads us onto this fantastic amphitheatre of racing. And what a spectacle we have today. It is day 2 of the Princes and Kings Festival, and it is all about the Kings races today. Not 1, not 2, not 3, not 4, not 5, but 6 races, all of a top quality standard, all featuring some of the best horses here in Saudi Arabia, and I for one cannot wait to get stuck into the action. If you thought yesterday was good, today is going to be even better. It could be argued that today is possibly the best racing anywhere in the world. Frost covers all over Europe. Not much happening in the Gulf. It's all happening here in Saudi Arabia, and I'm very fortunate enough to be bringing you all the action, and I'll be joined by Mr. Rory Delaghi, the man on my right, who'll be taking me through all the action today.
Yeah, a absolutely tremendous day's racing. We tend to say we got a good day's racing every time we come here. 12 races, lots of variety, but today is something special. Some very interesting races in the first half of the card, which we'd be very happy with most of the time. But then from race 7 onwards, we have these King's Cups, which are absolutely stunning. We do have an absolute superstar in Talal Al-Khalidiyya running in the Pure Bet Arabian race, who should win easily. But there's some really, really competitive racing aside from that. And these the last few races are really competitive affairs with some top-class horses and top-class jockeys, and 1 or 2 surprise names turning up as well. Yeah, plenty of surprise names on show. Really looking forward to seeing the likes of William Buick, who's got 2 rides for the FMQ stable. Ross Orion, who got his eye in yesterday with a couple of very intriguing rides and interesting rides as well. And then Mikel Barcelona, Rory, very close to having a winner on his first ride back here in Saudi. Yeah, he was on the bottom rated horse in the race, his first ride back, and very nearly took that. But Mohammed Al-Daham, one of the top, or possibly number 2 local jockey, really covered himself in glory with a superb ride to win that race narrowly in a photograph. Yeah, absolutely carried him home aboard Ajwadi in a thriller of a race. Tama Al-Jahani was doing the training there, a very talented trainer in his own right, based from Kuwait, but now based in Saudi. Had a storming day yesterday. He had a tremendous day. When we talk about Tama Al-Jahani all the time, he's a great guy to speak to. He's always happy to explain what's going on generally, and also about his horses and where he's going to go with them, how he prepares them, what the positives and negatives are. And he had a terrific day yesterday. As you said, he had a couple of decent priced winners, 2 of the big cup races yesterday, and no doubt he will be looking for more today, and he's got a couple of really good chances. I was about to say, the apple of his eye, Wait to Excel, runs today as well, which will probably be one of his biggest chances in those big cup races, but he's got chances littered up and down the card. It's a cracking day's racing, and it deserves to be treated with the utmost respect, which is why we've got Hannah Baycroft, paddock extraordinaire, is out there in the field, taking it all in. Hannah, where are you, and what have you found?
Thank you very much, Callum. Hello, everyone. Well, I seem to have positioned myself yet again somewhere very exciting. Look at all these trophies. We have more today. So we have the local Group 1 listed and 2 more local Group 1 trophies right here. But not only this, if you head this way, I'm hoping the camera can come and follow me. We've got 2 trophies over here. So we have the sword as well. So that'll be in race 7 and race 8. It's so exciting. Take a look at these. And I'm delighted to be here on such an exciting day. And of course, just like Callum said, we've got William Buick here as well. So hopefully I will be able to catch up with him. Now you've met me and you've seen the guys in the studio. It's not just us. Oh no, we have Mr. Mark Francis, the voice from above. Mark, it's all yours.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Good afternoon to you, Callum and Rory, and to everybody watching from around the world. Yes, this really is the place to be. 12 cracking races on a Super Saturday programme here in Riyadh. We kick things going with an open race over 1,200 metres for 3-year-old colts and geldings. The field are headed by Aces for Abdullah Al-Khamis, drawn in stall 2. Shaha Camilo Ospina is the 2 horse. 3 is the only grey Sahel for Alex Moreno, winning the big Group 1 last night. 4 is Blayhan for Ricardo Souza Ferreira and trained by Tharma Al-Dahani, who also is responsible for training number 5, Fuge, for that man Mohammed Al-Daham, another jockey with a red-hot day here yesterday. 6 is Gaelic Heart for Azil Al-Sahani. 7 is Hillman, big day for the FMQ stables. Khalid Al-Mamoni rides this 3-year-old. Luis Morales is on board the 8, that is Maroon. The only debutant in the field is for the red stable, Midar, for Ross Orion, who's in town, still 1 as well. Tawafik is the 10 for Rayan Al-Ta'esh, and Wafi is 11, Mohammed Al-Hubal. A cracking day's racing here at the King Abdulaziz racecourse. Can't wait to get going. Let's get back to Rory and Callum.
Thank you very much, Mark. Yes, really looking forward to the entire day, and it starts off with a trickier contest than we'd normally see. We've got a 3-year-old only 1,200 metre contest, a couple of horses here who have shown form, but Mark mentioned nice and early that we do have a debutant here. It will be partnered by Ross Orion. It is number 9, Medar. What do we make of that runner?
Interesting, put in reasonably short, the 4-1 second favourite, but what I thought was interesting about this is the dam didn't show much. I think she only had the 1 run, Irish bred mare, by a day, but this went through the sales as a yearling for a grand total of 1,000 guineas.
Ooh.
So I'm thinking, I mean, it's a very interesting purchase, given that it's 4 nudge studs. So it was a red stable purchase, but 1,000 guineas seems a very cheap price to be exporting one here. But we'll see what it's like. But I thought that was a bit of a negative, that it was so cheap. Again, you'd almost rather they were dirt cheap than they were about 10,000. 10,000 rings more alarm bells than 1,000 for me.
10,000 means 2 people thought about it. 1,000 means they were just trying to get it out of the ring. Great to have you all involved on the YouTube channel as well. Remember, you're watching the Jcsa's English-speaking broadcast. We are live on Thursdays, Fridays and Saturdays, right up until the Saudi Cup and then beyond as we wrap up the season in March. Plenty more racing to get excited about. And Rory, we do feel like we're turning the corner now. Saudi Cup on the horizon.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, see, everyone gets excited about Saudi Cup on the horizon, but I know perfectly well I'm going to be at home when the Saudi Cup comes along, because everyone wants that gig. I'll be sat at home writing notes, no doubt.
Not that you're sour about it at all, though, is it? That's the thing.
But yeah, this is one of the best days of the season. This is my idea of a really big race day, quite frankly.
It is a big race day because we've already got plenty of people in the comments. Greg Duke was with us yesterday. He's saying a great day's racing ahead. He's looking forward to that. And then George Lazaridis. George was with us yesterday. We were hammering in the winners yesterday, George. You should have been there. Great to have you here with us today.
Callum means he was.
Yeah, I mean, when I say we were hammering home the winners, I mean Callum had a great day up the Lajil Tati. What a moment. But we must focus on race number 1 here because the horses are already in the parade ring. Rory, Suail, horse number 3, the horse we've seen plenty of, showed pretty good form but then ran pretty poorly quite recently.
Yeah, I think you can make excuses there. I was only beaten half a length by Mechled in a course and distance open 2 starts ago. Was then down the field in the Saudi Broadcasting Authority's Cup behind Jeddah Beach last time. Jeddah Beach looking like a real coming force. But that was over the 1,600 metres. I would happily say that Suhail's a non-stayer at that trip, and dropping back to 1,200 does give him a chance. And I would have thought he would be in the frame here, because I think there's 1 or 2 in at short prices that I think are a little bit suspect.
Sama Al-Dahani has 2 in a row here, Blayhard and Fuge, 4 and 5. What did you make of those 2 runners going for a trainer in form?
If they weren't Tamers, wouldn't be interested in them at all, to be perfectly honest. Blayhan was second in a course and distance maiden on debut. Failed to stay 1,600 metres after leading next time out, so the return to 1,200 will definitely suit him as well. But he does need to improve to win even a race like this. I thought he was interesting. I thought he was the most interesting of the 2. Fuge, the other one, Mohammed Al-Daham riding, because Mohammed rode a double in these colours yesterday. He rode a treble actually, but 2 in these colours. And this one was second in the course. No, hold on a second. Number 5, isn't it?
Yeah, I've got
his best effort. Best effort wins second in a winners of 1 over course and distance in November. Couldn't build on that last time out. It was a little bit disappointing. I thought you couldn't rule them out simply because of the form of the stable. But as I said, if it wasn't Tamer, I'd have them down as just half chances in this race.
Yeah, you mentioned a couple of short price horses that you had slight concerns about. Were they both Sam Araldahana?
Those are two of them. Obviously, Madar we talked about cost peanuts, so I want to hear what Hannah makes of that one in the parade ring.
Hannah is in the parade ring with Ross Orion.
I am indeed, yes. Well, we're going to find out about his first ride in the race, which of course I know, Rossera, is the debutant. So if you tell us about that, and then you could tell us about your rides today, because you've got 3 in total on the card.
Yeah.
Talk to me about your rides yesterday.
Yeah, I thought I'd win my last ride. I turned in full of running and she just didn't get home. The first lad might have struggled just to adapt to the dirt just of now, but he'd probably come right for them. So it was a good experience.
Well, now you've ridden on the dirt here yesterday, how would you say it rode?
It rode okay. I was fearing the worst, so we'll see. A bit of luck now would be great and make the journey worthwhile, but we'll see.
Well, the bell has just gone, but just quickly, William Buick's here today as well, so we're hoping to get more viewers. We've got William here as well. Obviously great to have you here.
It won't be my fan base bringing the viewers anyways, that's for sure.
All right, well, I'll let you get on. Thank you so much and good luck.
Thanks, cheers.
The Ross Orion fan base is alive and strong, and I'm sure they'll be watching very closely there. Rory, he had a pretty interesting day yesterday.
He did, yeah. Obviously, it was a learning experience for him. He had a very good ride, his second ride. As I said, he thought he was going to win for a long way. He didn't quite get home. The track riding, pretty tough at the moment, and no place for short runners, it has to be said. This colt he rides in the first race, just to touch on that pedigree, by a day, out of a mare called Hyacinth, who showed nothing in one run for Jean-René Auvray a few years ago, but she's from a good family. She's a new approach mare who is a half-sister to Lily Langtry.
Okay.
The Eden O'Brien filly. So she's from a good family. I can see why you'd be interested in sort of picking up mares with this kind of background, but she didn't show an awful lot. The fact she ended up with Jean-René Auvray is in itself a little bit of a clue, but she showed very little on debut, and this is her first foal as far as I can tell.
Well, Hannah, you're in the parade ring. What did you make of number 9, Medar?
Well, Callum, we'll get to Madar in just a moment because we're going to go through some of them as they go out the chute and on to the track. And I just had a look at Shahar, who's definitely on his toes with Camillo on board. Coming now, we've got number 4, Blahane, with Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on board. Gorgeous coat and lovely hind end muscle on this horse. And then number 5 coming up after is Fuge, again a gorgeous coat. Number 6, Gaelic Heart is there also, just having a bit of a look around, and a jig jog. Number 7, Hillman is there also. I mean, these horses look beautiful today, and just coming out now from my view is Ross Orion on the horse in question, Callum, Madar, looking absolutely great. Of course, this is a debutant. Like Ross has said, he didn't know much about the horse either, so we'll see how he gets on. But I have to say, temperament-wise, taking it all in, taking it in his stride. He's actually coping with it very well, considering some of the others are a bit on their toes. But of course, the important thing is to see how they get on as they get up to post. But they're heading out now onto the track. So I'll head back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, let's work our way through some of the horses we've not talked about. Let's start with the 1, Aces. Has had the 4 starts with a winner on debut. Hasn't quite been able to repeat that form.
No, obviously it has a rating of 78 based on the Thai form. Was second in the Thai Sprint Cup prep, and that's where ACs gets that rating from. Disappointing in the Sprint Cup itself, and then had a break. Came back here in the Saudi Broadcasting Authorities Cup and was well beaten. Not the only one well beaten in that race. Sohail, obviously, as we said, was well held there too. Perhaps needs this drop in trip, and you judge as he's more on what he does here. This is an easier task than he's had in his last couple of starts, but there is a slight worry that early Thai form doesn't always translate through the season.
It's a big run for him, because if you can give him an excuse for the last run, he was coming off a break, but this time he's had the run under his belt now. He knows he's now been at Riyadh.
He's down in class and down in trip, so this is the run to judge him on. There's a slight concern that he's, he was ready very early and maybe he's not going to train on, but this at least is a race that he can win on paper.
Shaher is the 2, ridden by Camille Ospina for Abdullah Al Manif, a combination we don't often see getting together.
Yeah, this is my selection, just to get it out there. 4th in the Thai Sprint Cup prep, so was behind AC's that day, but actually ran much better than AC's in the Sprint Cup itself, finishing 3rd to Riyadh Central, and showed that he handled this track when 3rd to Mahali in the Gulf Cup over this track and trip last time. I think that's by far the best form in this race.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. Suhail we've already spoken about, so we'll go straight down to the 6th here, Gaelic Heart, with a little bit jig-joggy going out to the post. 3rd start today. Yeah,
I didn't particularly like Gaelic Heart. He's a bit of an outsider here, unplaced in a couple of starts for Andrew Balding in the UK. He's making his Saudi debut. On pedigree, he's going to want further than this. He raced over a mile in the UK. He's by Massar, so dropping about the 1,200 metres seems it's just a case of getting his eye in here, as far as I can tell.
Absolutely. FMQ have got William Buick riding a couple of their horses later on, but Hillman will go for Carla Dalmamoni in the saddle here.
Yeah, stable's not in bad form at the moment. I had a quick look, and because we've had a talk about we expected when we saw the FMQ stable horses in Thai, this is going to be a really powerful stable, going to get loads of winners, and actually the strike rate is not particularly good, but the stable's in form. Hillman, again, he's a horse who started pretty well. He's placed in maidens in his first 2 starts, but hasn't really progressed and was 20 lengths behind Mahali in the Gulf Cup last time out, and of course has plenty of work to do with Shahir in that form.
Let's go down to Maroon, the 8 US-bred runner here. Has had a few starts.
He's had a few starts and hasn't shown enough really to be interested in. It looks to have plenty on his plate. A rating of 53 is a pretty accurate assessment of what he's done.
Tawafik is the 10. Has been finishing in the money in the last 3 efforts, and that most recent one came in a cup contest.
Yes, again, that was the Gulf Cup, won by Mahali last time out. He finished 5th in that, beaten 10 lengths. So again, he's held by Shahir there, but he's better than Hillman in that form, and does seem to be going the right way. So he's the same price as Hillman. I would be surprised if he doesn't beat Hillman in this contest.
Wafi is the 11, the last one we're going to talk about. This is the horse who's had the 2 career starts.
Both of those have come against Mahali, and he's been beaten 20-odd lengths and more both times. He was behind Mahali when Mahali won his maiden, and then he was in the in an open, not in that Gulf Cup, but in an open that Mahali won. He's beaten 26 lengths into 4th that day. So he showed a bit of ability, but he's clearly held on collateral form lines. Just
looking at the international markets here, Shaher has just moved into 2-to-1 favouritism there, which would suggest that your reading of the race is probably very similar to a lot of people out there. There's a lot of support.
I'd have him slightly shorter than that. Still, I think that. I mean, I'm not suggesting you can absolutely call what's going to happen in the races, but I think on paper, based on what he's done and based on how he's holding his form, he's more of a 6-to-4 shot. Because as I said, he's got a beating of Assis already. Assis doesn't really seem to be going forward. Blehan and Fuji put in short enough because of stable form. They could step forward, but they haven't shown anything like the form that Shahir has so far. I thought Suhail might be the dark one in this field. A blatant non-stayer last time out, and if he hadn't run in that race, he'd be a more obvious one here. I think he's probably a little bit better than a rating of 65 would suggest.
My only concern about Suhail was in that open race on penultimate start, we were here. It's slightly disappointing finishing 2nd in a race it looked like he should have won on paper, didn't get there, then obviously ran in a much tougher race after that and wasn't given a chance. But I'm still tracking my mind back to that defeat, which maybe thought, oh, can I trust him again?
Yeah, I mean, you say he should have won that, but bear in mind, it's not like he had absolutely tons in hand.
It was won by Mekled, who's not a bad performer in his own right.
I think that's all right. In the context of this race, that form is okay.
Yeah, so it'll be interesting to see. Let's go through some selections. Rory, you like Shy here. I am going to take a chance on ACs here, hoping that last run just got his eye back in. It's a bit of a play at a bigger price, but I'm hoping that maybe he could be a horse that could show some of that old Thai form back here, but maybe, like you said, Rory, he could just be a horse that was just very, very early. We'll find out much more today. Hannah, we never got a selection from you, so who do you like in this one?
I have to agree with Rory. Number 2, Shaher looked beautiful in the parade ring. Definitely. Like I said, go around the paddock. I was having a look at Ross Orion's ride. But, of course, being a debutante and looking at the body shape, I do think a little bit of work does definitely need there. But, of course, we'll see more after this first race. So to lock in my selection, number 2, Shaher. Beautiful body, beautiful coat. Mark Francis, it's over to you for our first race of the day.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, runners are loading the stalls for the opening race here of the afternoon. Favourite is Shaher, 13-8 for Camillo Ospina, drawn in stall number 4. Going in there with the pale jacket, Number 2 on the saddlecloth. Of the Farmer Al Dahani pair, I thought Fuge was better value at 15-2 over Blayhan. Ricardo Souza Ferreira going in at 5-1. So I'll take a chance with Fuge here. Mohamed Al Daham looking to continue the good form we saw yesterday. Ricardo Ferreira with the green cap, Mohamed Al Daham with the white cap. As half the field are in, black and white jacket of Gaelic Heart going in for Azil Al Sahani. Fuge will be next, along with Suhail. Alex Moreno with Group 1 success already this weekend. Hillman in the silver jacket for Khalid Al-Mamoni, due into 5. And then we're just waiting on ACs with the black and yellow to step into stall 2. Khalid has just jumped off Hillman. Just working on ACs to go into 2. One of only 3 winners in this contest. Numbers 1, 2, 3 on the race card have all been victorious before. You can see Ross Ryan in the red jacket nearest to us on Midar, the newcomer here. 3 rides today for Rosser. Forward to hearing from his mate Will Buick in the next couple of hours. Will has inherited a couple of rides today in these silks, the silver colours of Faisal Mohammed Al-Khatani, better known as the FMQ stables. Blindfold now being applied. 3 listed races and 2 Group 1s to bring you today. So stick around here on the JCSA English-speaking channel. Great to have you with us on one of the best days racing at this venue in 2025. So I quite like the chances of Fuge here. Mohamed Al Daham, white cap. I thought the second on penultimate start, repeat of that, would see him go close. Of course, the jockey and trainer and colours need no introduction after the heights they hit yesterday. Hillman just taking his time. He is heading in the right direction now into 5. The others are waiting patiently here. But best of luck with all your selections, wherever you are on planet Earth. We're lined up and ready. Stand by for a start. 12 races live in Riyadh. Race 1, open grade, 6 furlongs. And they're off and racing. AC's stumbling out of stall number 2, but maintained the partnership with Abdullah Al-Khamis. But they all got away okay. Showing speed is the pale silks of Shaha, horse with the noseband. Camilo Ospina going straight to the front with the yellow jacket of Maroon on the inside. Then comes the white cap of Food for Mohamed Al Daham. This is the leading trio. Suhail races in 4th place in company with Blayhan, who is wide as they approach the opening turn. Ridden along in 6th position is Hillman, races side by side with Tawafik. Then comes ACs towards the back end of the field. Midar is struggling here on debut. The final 2 include Wafi, and also towards the back is Gaelic Heart. Top of the straight then with 2 furlongs to go, and Fuge is now joining Shaha for the lead. Right in behind those, Maroon, yellow jacket on the inside, Suhail, now produced in the 3 path, taking 3rd position from Blayhan, now back in 4th. Running on well is Hillman. Khalid Al-Mamoni switching towards the inside, trying to pick up his Tawafik. But as we race inside the final furlong, Shaha is clear. Going clear by 3 or 4. An opening race winner here for Camilo Ospina. Big day ahead, Shaha wins the opener. Tight for second, involving Hillman towards the inside of Suhail, and then came Blayhan. Well, terrific start on a big day for Camilo Ospina as Shaha returns to the winner's enclosure for the 2nd time in his career, and pretty straightforward as well. It was always in that leading trio, pushed out on the run to the line, saw off the opposition 1 by 1, and collected the prize in a winning time of 1:14.08. Number 2 on the programme, Shaha. First favourite of the day goes straight in. Wins by, what would you say, 3.5 perhaps to Hillman on the inside. Suhail possibly bobbing at the right time for 3rd ahead of the Al Dahani pair, Fuge and Blayhan. The result to the opener, Shaha number 2 beats number 7 Hillman, Sahel the 3 and Foos the 5, 3rd and 4th. 2, 7, 3 and 5.
Well, we're in a beautiful position here to talk to Eamon. This is the owner of Shaha, always in a good position in the race there, and obviously a great finish with a strong lead.
Yes, yes. Congratulations to the trainer and all the workers with us. The horse is a very good horse. He broke time record in Taif and set back a little bit, and he's now doing well.
Yeah.
Alhamdulillah.
And as he comes in, he looks fantastic. Obviously, we can see him directly in front of us there. So you must be delighted with him. But he looked great in the parade ring as well.
Yeah, he made my day.
Yes.
Thank you very much.
You're very welcome. Well, let's go and have a look at the horse and we'll catch up with Camillo Ospina. What a way to start the day, and such a huge day here for racing at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Horses everywhere. Well, we're going to head now to the winners' enclosure. And just for those of you that don't know, perhaps you're joining us for the first time, the winners' enclosure is all part of the paddock, the parade ring, so it's all together. Come and have a look. Let's go and celebrate with all the others as we kick off today's brilliant day of racing with a win from Camillo Ospina. He's just having an interview there with the other channel, and they're going to have a photo. As you can see, everyone joining round, so now they're going to have a photo moment. Horse looks brilliant. Look at him, pricked ears. Loves the camera, clearly. And actually, I was going to say standing rather well until then, but very well behaved horse indeed. So Camillo's about to take off his saddle. He'll get the congratulations from all connections there. They look delighted. And then we'll wait for him to weigh in, and then we will grab a word with him. I mean, what a way, like I said, to start the day. A huge day for racing. And you come in with a winner. Obviously setting the tone, hopefully, for the rest of the day. But we'll wait for him to grab his hat and his stick. Camillo Ospina, congratulations, kicking off a fantastic day of racing with a winner.
Yeah, no, thank you very much. Thank you to the owner, the Abdullah Moni, the trainer. It's nice horse, I saw the races. He finished second, third behind the good horses today. It's a good race for him, and I feel very good when I go to the start. And thanks God, he brought good. I just spoke in with the leader horse, and he responded very good. The last meter, he has sprinted a little bit, and he can win the race.
Well, I was going to say, you were in a very handy position anyway in the race.
Yeah, I know. He brought very good. In 6 furlong, you can do anything. You have to go early or close to the leader horse, but he's coming comfortable in the second position. And thanks God, when I asked him, he sprinted a little bit. He won the race.
You asked, he responded. Fantastic. Well, Camillo, I've been saying it's a fantastic day of racing today. What are you looking forward to?
No, I just say he got willing, just giving a little bit lucky, and then we'll see the races,
Well, we're very much looking forward to it. Thank you very much, Camillo.
Thank you very much.
That's Camillo Ospina there, a jockey that you should be watching out for today here in Saudi Arabia. He's trying to close the gap to Adel Al-Faradi, who's currently leading the race to be champion jockey.
Yes, it's we don't have Adele wasn't here yesterday. He's not riding again today, so he's missing out on a couple of really big race days. But he's got a so what's the lead, about 14?
It'll be 14 now, I reckon, because
that.
he didn't. Did he have a winner yesterday? I don't think he had a winner yesterday.
No, he certainly didn't have as good a day as he would have liked. Yeah, he's on the board again here, so he'd be keen to showcase his talent on a day like today with a lot more people watching than might normally be the case.
Yes, talking about people watching, George Latherriders in the comments. Again, great to have you back, George. He, like Fuge in that race, ended up finishing 4th, shaped well for a very long way as well. We've
Yeah,
also
chased
got
the
Gukwa Fly 64 saying hello to everyone, and plenty of other people getting involved in the chat too, which is great stuff.
Good stuff indeed. We're just watching the replay now. Fuge went to the front almost straight away, but Maroon from stall 8 in the, sorry, not from stall 8, number 8 Maroon went to the front in the yellow colours and blazed the trail. I think Camila Waspina on Shahir would have been very happy with that, because Maroon was a big outsider. He had 4 runs without showing a huge amount, and if he was going to push on, then Camila would have known that he was liable to weaken, so he could just use that horse to pull him into things. And at this stage, he and Fuge begin to battle it out, but Shahir always going a little bit better than Fuge and Mohammed Al-Daham. And you see the finishers in behind. They're not finishing that quickly at this stage. In the blue colours, in third is Suhail, who plugs on to get past Fuge, but gets picked up for second place in the end by Hillman, who caused trouble going into the stalls, but is the one who finishes best of all on the rail to get second place. That's a better run from Hillman, who'd been disappointing in his last couple of starts.
This is a very comfortable victory for Shahir in the end. You mentioned he probably should have been a little bit shorter in the international market. The market did respond in the end, and he closed up right before the off. But he's done that easily. If you were with him, you were never really in any doubt, perfectly positioned all the way around.
He was, yeah, absolutely. He popped out sort of in a share of the lead, and Camilo's he's a very canny, wily jockey. He knows that he rides the race as it comes. It's nice to get an easy lead here, but if you're not getting an easy lead, if you've got something that's going to show a bit of speed for 3 furlongs to pull you through, all the better, quite frankly. You can set a target then, and he's found for pressure. He had the best form coming into this race, and he's simply run up to that to win this in good style.
Yeah, he certainly has. He's won that in really, really good style. And you watch him, he's going away at the end. He's actually won that with plenty in hand. Next option for him, I imagine he's going to find himself in some much bigger races now. Clearly a horse that they hold in high regard.
Yeah, the issue there is that he's a proper 1200 metre performer. So a lot of the big races later in the season are over longer trips. And 1 or 2 of these horses, who really would be 1200 metre horses, have been tried at a mile already in the hope that they might get that trip, because there's a lot more options for them at that. But yeah, I think Connections will keep him at this. Maybe try him at 1400. And the horses who run over 12 usually try 1400 as well, and you can get away with that. But 1600 is definitely too far. He looks like a sprinter. He races like a sprinter, and this is going to be his best trip, I think.
Yeah, he's a 1200 metre horse who might be able to stretch to a little bit further, but a mile might be too far. Next race is race number 2, and this contest is brought to us by Nova.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له، وحاضرنا واحتفائنا فيه. الشيء قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
Yes, second race of the afternoon is a Fillies Open sponsored by Nova, and once again a big thanks to all our sponsors for their contributions to the programme today. Fillies Open sponsored by Nova, over 6 furlongs, 1200 metres, and a very small field declared. Headed by number 1 Al Walia, 2 wins from 5 starts. Ricardo Souza Ferreira has the same record about horse number 2 Lady Sapphire, the first ride for William Buick here of the afternoon. 3 is a scratch, so 1, 2, 4, which is Al Jumana, Khalid Al Memoni. 5 is Bougie Filly, Mohammed Al Hubail, and Princess Code number 6 gets the inside stall for Luis Morales. The final duo of both maidens, the Solitaire Asil Al Sahani, is followed over the page by Rawabi for Rakan Al Abaid. Number 8 drawn in 8 with an opening mark of just 27. Runners are in the parade ring. It's back to Hannah Baycroft.
All right, well, the first horse we're going to have a look at is horse number 1, who completely caught my eye as she came into the parade ring. This is Al Walia, looking absolutely phenomenal in that coat. The shine is unbelievable. Her hind end looks beautifully muscled, and underneath she's lovely and tucked up as well. Number 2, Lady Sophia is the next horse we're going to look at, and William Buick will take the ride aboard her. She's having a bit of a shake of the head there, but the handlers are keeping hold of her and keeping her in check. Body-wise, she looks lovely and fit, really tucked up and lean underneath, nice and tight. She is a gorgeous, gorgeous looking filly, and I'm excited to see her run. Number 5 is the next horse we're going to look at. Bougie Filly, what a name. Great work for the handlers there. They've done a fantastic job grooming, really nice quarter markings on the hind end. She does look quite fluffy, Bougie Filly. If you joined us yesterday, I was talking about this a lot. The temperatures here in the winter are very cold, so you will see some of these horses get a winter coat. She's looking fuzzy, but nevertheless, this will not stop her running well. She is a bit stiff behind, but of course, they're walking around now and getting nice and warm. The next horse we can look at is horse number 7. Number 7 is La Solitaire, looking beautifully race fit ready. The muscle definition on this filly is beautiful. Her coat looks amazing, and this has to be my paddock pick for this race because she looks fit, she looks well muscled, and her coat is immensely shiny. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, this is a race that only features 7 runners, Rory, but going through it this morning, I couldn't believe I could give chances to maybe 4 or 5 of them.
Yes, I think there's a tight contest. I thought there was a standout in the first race. In this race, I couldn't pick much between 4 of them, and they're quite tightly tied together on form as well, on collateral form lines. None of them, you would say, are unexposed. Samha obviously came out, and she would have been the most interesting, probably would have been the favourite if she'd turned up, but she's a non-runner, and the rest of them, you know, Al-Walia, Lady Sophia, Al-Germana, Princess Code, are all tightly rated. Bougie Filly would have been the best of these on the pick of her form in France. She hasn't quite shown it here yet, but she did show better signs last time out. So you could throw her into the mix as well in terms of the ratings. The bottom pair are difficult to fancy, but certainly there's hardly anything to choose between 4 of them from what I can see.
Let's start with Bougie Filly then and talk about that form in France and what made her so special, because she's had plenty of runs in France. When we talk about exposed, she is quite exposed.
Yeah, she's definitely exposed. She's had 14 career runs. She ran frequently in France. She finished second 6 times, I believe. She was a winner. I think it was about 1,100 metres she won that. She was placed up to 1,300. She's pretty speedy, but she didn't really adapt to dirt in tough enough races here to start with, but she was dropped in class last time out and ran better when finishing 3rd to Lady Sophia in a course and distance open last time out. She's obviously held in that piece of form, but that might just help to get her eye in here in terms of racing, because she hadn't been competitive in 2 previous starts, but we know she's got the ability. The question for me is whether she's a bit over the top now, because as you hear from Hannah, she's gone on her coat. She's got a winter coat now. That doesn't always stop them, but we saw one who was very woolly yesterday, who was coming looking for a hat-trick, who ran below par. So it is always a slight warning sign that a horse who's been very busy might just be ready to have a break, and that might well be the case with Bougie Filly. If she can find her best form, she's got a chance, but I'd be wary of suggesting that she will run to form here.
We've just seen a shot of William Buick there. He rides Lady Sophia in this race. Winner last time out in a bit of a slog it turned out in the end.
Yeah, and she's got pretty solid form. She's got a rating of 75, which actually makes her the top races here. And with William Buick on the plate, I wouldn't be surprised to see her start favourite. But we'll see how that. But I'm not quite as confident about her winning the race as the fact that she might come in for support. Her best form has come at this trip. She's raced over further, but this is definitely her trip for me. She bounced back from a slightly disappointing effort to beat Princess Code by 3/4 of a length, all out last time out. Obviously, she's rated to go very well again, but she doesn't have much in hand of Princess Code, and it kind of depends which of them gets the run of the race. They've got the best 2 draws, drawn in 1 and 2 as well, so you'd expect the pair of them to be closely matched once more.
If you're watching from home and you're interested in getting some race replays for some video form, all the video form is available for free on the Jcsa website. It's also available on YouTube as well, so it's very easy to find the form if you're looking and intrigued to find out more about this contest. The Lady Sophia race beating Princess Code. I thought Princess Code was going to win at one stage.
Well, one thing I should point out with that, this is an open contest, but there will be conditions attached to it. So the number of wins you've had tends to determine what weight you carry. So I reckon there'll be a £1 weight differential, maybe £2 weight differential between Lady Sophia and Princess Code compared to last time out.
Yes.
I'm going to say £1, but given there's only three quarters of a length between them, That should make it even closer on paper. Awalia is another one who's won 2 races. She gets a little bit, so she's carrying 59 kilos, and the others are carrying, her and Lady Sophia, 59 kilos. The others carrying 58. Or you can call that 116 pounds and 118 pounds, given the ratings are in pounds.
The ratings are in pounds, and the weights are in kilos.
Yeah, so I always have to convert pounds and kilos. And for the purposes of this, we are dealing with a kilo being £2 exactly.
Yes. Well, it's actually 2.2, as you keep telling me.
2.213 something, I think. But yeah, it's we do it's a 1 to 2 conversion essentially we're using in terms of the ratings. But yes. We should either have ratings in kilos, which I don't really like because I'm used to ratings, and then weight. So the weight and the ratings should be the same because that's where ratings come from. They're meant to be stones and pounds carried or kilos carried.
I feel like this has really rattled you here.
No, well, it's just, we're discussing this with Hannah earlier on, so we're used to it because that's the way it is. But you either have the UK, we do things pounds, and ratings are in pounds as well. Whereas in France, for example, it's kilos, both in the ratings and in the weights carried. So you really should you shouldn't be mixing and matching. You should be going with one or the other.
It's certainly, we're not getting the best of both worlds, are we, with that situation either. Let's talk about Awalia because she was the winner last time out. That form with the half-length victory she had there, that was ahead of Al Jamana. They reopposed again today.
Yeah.
Al Jamana looked threatening for a long way, but then never was quite able to reel in the gap on that occasion.
Yeah, once again, the half a length between them that day, and there is a slight weight differential here because Awalia, in gaining her second win, now carries that extra kilo. So there will be £2 difference between them. There's only half a length between them there. So theoretically, you could argue that Al Jamana is weighted to turn the table. So Awalia is short enough on the ratings, given she's penalised for that. She was put in about 13 to 8 favourite here. And I thought, as I said, there's very little bit to choose between the 4 that we've mentioned. You could argue that they should all be, no shorter than 2 to 1 and no bigger than 4 to 1. Princess Code is 9 to 2. On that basis, she might appear the value, but it's just a tough pick, to be honest.
Yes, and now we've got 2 more that we've got to focus on, 7 and 8. La Solitaire and Rawabi, nice and quick on both of those.
Yeah, La Solitaire was beaten 13 3/4 lengths by Al Jamana when 2nd of 4 on debut, and by exactly the same margin behind Awalia last time out. And Rawabi's been nearer last than first in all starts, and that rating of 27 tells the story.
Let's get some selection from you, Rory. Who do you like in this one?
I just about come down on Lady Sophia here, but it's tight.
So Rory likes Lady Sophia, I like Al-Walia, horse number 1, and Hannah likes horse number 7. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Any last-minute bits of information for us?
Well, some little last-minute things I jotted down. Number 2, Lady Sophia, which I know is one of your picks. She had to go down to the start early just to be ponied down. I did mention that she was getting a little bit, not too upset, but she was having a shake of the head. So I think that was the sensible thing to do with William Buick on board. But of course, she's in very good hands. So she went down early, so at least she wasn't boiling over. But yeah, I'm sticking with number 7, La Solitaire. Now, I know in the international market, this is a huge prize, but again, this is the one I liked by looking at her body, her coat, and her attitude. So we'll see how she gets on. But completely agree with you, Callum, with Awalia. She looked fantastic also. Again, the sun is shining. You can really see the rich, beautiful coats. Mark Francis, which horse are you going with in race number 2?
I thought Princess Code was worth a shout, really, at 5 to 1. I guess the jockey booking for Lady Sophia makes the filly even more attractive, but when the runners were declared, I did have my eye on Princess Code. Stall 1, Luis Morales, has had a few rides back now, next door to William Buick in the silver colours. So I'll go with Princess Code, 5 to 1. Bit of value as well. Last couple stepping forward into the stalls for this Fillies Open, sponsored by Nova. 1,200 metres once again. La Solitaire, 40 to 1 for Hannah Baycroft. Steps into stall 4. Stand by for a start. 6 furlongs for race number 2, and we're ready. Lady Sophia continuing to rear in stall 2. She's calmed down now. Trying to get her head straight. There we go. Flags raised, and they're off. Lady Sapphire broke alertly from stall 2. So too did Al Walia, the market leader in the red jacket. And Al Walia it is to go and set the fractions. Leads by a length and a half. Princess Code a little bit short of run on the inside of La Solitaire with the white cap. Out wider, the black cap of Bougie Filly is also handy. The striped silks of Rawabi races in company with Al Jimana. And Lady Sapphire, despite a very decent beginning, has now dropped out to be the back marker of 7. Reaching the halfway stage, Al Walia, red jacket, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira on the inside. Shows the way by 2 lengths to Bougie Filly on the outside of La Solitaire. Then races Al Jimana in the very pale silks in 4th position. Princess Code is under the pump in 5th place. The final pair continue to be Rawabi and Lady Sapphire. Racing inside the final furlong and a half, and Al Walia has a scrap on here because La Solitaire is not going away in 2nd position. Running on well is Bougie Filly, deep inside the final 100 metres, and Al Walia is now kicking clear and has put the race to bed. Al Walia the winner. La Solitaire, a decent run at big odds in 2nd place. Tight for 3rd, Bougie Filly ahead of Al Jumana. Well, Al Walia, 2 out of 2 on the day for the market leaders. Wins for the 3rd time in her career. First winner of the day for the Red Stable. Speaking how important it was for Camillo Ospina after the first race. The Red Stable with some very big bullets to fire. Later on in the programme, we'll be delighted here. Al Walia has now won for the 3rd time on start number 6. 50% strike rate in her young career. And wins well. Wins by 2 1/4. Back to La Solitaire at 40-1. Decent shout from Hannah Baycroft in 2nd. Bougie Filly did win the argument for 3rd ahead of Al Jimana and Princess Code. The numbers to race number 2. The Fillies Open, sponsored by Nova. 1 beats 7, 5 and 4.
لو الأرض عطتك جوهرة كيف تحافظ عليها؟ كل شيء له ثمن، والثمن فيما كمن. تاريخنا تقديرنا له، وحاضرنا احتفائنا فيه. الشيء قدره بمحطة ومحله، والنقاء يظهر في المكان اللي يحتويه. نوفا من قلب هذه الأرض.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira is your winning rider as he's guided Al Walia to victory here in this Fillies Open. Rory, 2 favourites on the international market, both coming in on this big Saturday. Everyone at home will be absolutely buzzing.
Yeah, it seems easy if you're just backing the market leaders here. And as we said, this was very tight on form. 2 of these had met each 2 pairs of these had met each other last time around. There'd been very little in it, and there was a marginal turnaround of the weights with both of them. But in the end, Al Walia has beaten the other 3 very easily indeed, and it's a La Solitaire, Hannah's pick, who's almost sprung a surprise. As I said, she was 2nd on debut. She's beaten a long way behind. Was it Al Jumana who beat her on debut? Beaten like 13 lengths first time out. So it looks like she ran quite well on debut, but beaten a long way. Beaten the same distance behind Al Walia last time out, but it's clearly improved. For that run, a cracker, showing good early speed as well. But I would say that the impression I got from Hannah in the parade ring was that the front 2 were the 2 that she really liked. And if she had a negative there, it was Lady Sapphire who ran a stinker.
Well, she was getting very upset in the stalls beforehand, wasn't she? She didn't give William Beard much of a chance, and they weren't hanging around at the start.
No, they weren't. She probably came out the stalls in front of Lady Sapphire, but 5 seconds later she was last, and that's a pretty bad sign in a race like this, and she just didn't seem to want to be at the races today. I'm not sure I'd have taken her antics in the parade ring as a massive negative, but it's, again, the most important thing is when you see them at the stalls and see how they behave there, and she was very. She's the 2nd in these colours to be difficult at the stalls today. Yeah. The first one ran quite well, but Lady Sapphire has run well below her form here.
Great to see Ricardo with a winner here. He does most of his riding in Spain and France. He's attached to the biggest stable in Spain, the Mediterrano stable. They're based in Spain. He's attached with them. He does have some rides in Le Test de Bouche and other provincial French tracks. But certainly the jockey to follow comes here for the winter and has really made a name for himself coming out here.
Yeah, I don't know an awful lot about French racing as much as you would or Mark, who's our commentator today. But I assume that big Spanish stables will go to the south of France for a lot of those races.
Not for the high quality stuff. There's
No.
the big gulf between, but he does go between. Oh, he's already weighing in. So let's speak to Hannah, who will have a word with our winning jockey.
We will indeed. He's been given the all clear. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira joins us now. Good to have you back in the winners' enclosure. Course and distance winner last time out, but no problem for her today.
Yes, not problem. You know, last time with Sylvester Sosa win, like same today. I try go to the lead easy, travel good, and the last 200, he keep going, never stop.
Yeah, I was going to say, you broke perfectly fine, got to the front, which gave you a fantastic advantage.
Yes, she go to the front easy, you know. I don't have push too much for go to the lead, take the rail, breathe good, and last 400. I know this filly, Abdul have a horse that's in good form, and you see, you know, never stop, alhamdulillah.
She looks very well in herself. Now, we've got a fantastic day of racing today. Tell me your thoughts on that. You must be so excited ahead of today.
Yes, today a big day, you know. I think I have option, but this race, too much horses, all want to win, fast race. You need a little bit lucky for the travel, because I think sometimes not to win the best horse, but the best travel. It's difficult race, but I have options. I hope to win some cup.
Well, listen, you've got one on the board already, so I'm sure you'll go into today feeling fantastic anyway. Congratulations and well done.
Thank you so much.
Ricardo Sosa Ferreira here in winning form aboard Al Walia. Rory, I was just saying to you off camera there, was this a career best effort for this horse, or did the other runners running below form behind hamper that?
We've definitely had two of them that have run well below form here, and probably all of the market rivals. Apart from Bougie Philly, who's run well in third, but she was the one we didn't really know what to make of. Lily Sophia, we expected a good run from, and she just, you know, you could tell immediately in the race she wasn't going to run well. And Al Germana, who's, you know, beat the runner-up by 13 3/4 lengths on debut, has finished well behind her this time. So there's definitely a case of some of these running below form, and the fact that the runner-up is rated 43 coming into this means that the handicappers are unlikely to be raising Al Walia an awful lot for this win.
That's a third career win from 6 starts for Al Walia, though she's proving to be relatively precocious in her early career.
She is, and when we're talking about precocity, the one thing that she's doing that a couple of these aren't is taking her form along. She's actually, you know, she's improving with her racing. So she actually had a little bit to find on the figures. She's £5 inferior to Lady Sophia according to the official handicapper, £4 inferior to Bougie Philly, £3 inferior to Princess Code according to the handicapper, and actually giving weight to two of those, which has beaten them easily here. And I imagine her, I don't know, I mean, the handicapper might put her up. I think she deserved to be on 75 or 76 going into this. I think 70 was probably not doing her justice. But in terms of her defeat of the second, what do you do? I mean, do you rate La Solitaire 70?
You say the second run above itself, definitely.
Yeah.
The form has been let down behind. I love this part of the race. When the Solitaire loomed up and looked dangerous, she found more.
She found more when she
hit
was
the line
challenged,
hard,
which is always nice to see. Whereas there are a lot of horses here who win races by showing early speed, and you just wonder what they would find if they were challenged. And when you find a horse that's challenged and finds more, then you know that's one you want to have on your side.
Yeah, keep an eye out on these colours and this jockey and these trainers, because Al Qahtani certainly will have plenty of big runners today. Sayodad will go in these colours in the big sprint as well.
There's a lot of horses.
There's a lot of horses to keep an eye out. Jack Red Cloud.
And indeed, the horse that Sayodad beat last time out is now also running in these colours.
Yes.
And I wonder whether the form might be turned around from that race as well. But yeah, it's not unusual. If the Red Stable like one of their horses and something pushes them close, then it's not unusual for them to pick up the other horse. And indeed, there are lots of training operations and owners over the years who've followed the same rule. If you get a half-decent horse and something pushes it close, and you can get that horse, get that horse.
Yeah, they also seems to be, it's an honour to be able to have this horse run in the Red Stable, having run for you previously. There's a real sense of pride.
Yeah, we've spoken to a couple of people, including...
Look at Mezuna, Tamara Adahani, very much saying that she was a star for him. She moved to the other stable. He was in the winner's enclosure for her to celebrate her last success. Let's have a look and see what's... Let's have a look at Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. He's with Nath, just having a chat with the best beard in racing. Just having a good old chat. Oh, I wonder what they're talking about. I wonder what the conversation is, Rory. Look at them. Absolutely taking it all in there. Lovely to see. great work. And I imagine they're just discussing the way that the track rides or where they're all heading tonight. And they're saying, I like this shawarma place. No, I've heard there's a great shawarma place down the road. No, you've got to try Lebanese food. Nath is saying, you've got to get on the Lebanese train. Absolutely. It's delicious. So good. Nath Al-Anazi, who is this is the sort of day that Nath will thrive in because he loves winning a cup race, doesn't he?
He does, yeah, absolutely. But, you know, we all love winning a cup race, in fairness. But, yeah, Nath thrives for these big occasions, and there's nothing he'd like more than getting himself out in front in a pure better Arabian race.
Yeah,
and
getting rolling.
In fact, you know, just getting a winner in an ordinary race on a night like this will feel like winning a cup race for some of these, you know, for some of these jockeys. So.
Certainly will. I love the little side eye that he just gave to the camera. He knew he was being watched at one point. They just gave a cheeky glance to the camera and he thought,
Nath Al-Anazi always knows where the camera is. Have you seen him go to post?
Yeah.
He's
so
such a
majestic.
poser. Such a poser.
In
the nicest possible way.
Race number 3 is coming up next, and it's brought to us by Lucid.
Yes, third race of the afternoon is a 0 to 90 handicap sponsored by Lucid, who sell electric cars, and if the favourites keep going in, might be able to afford one. On to the runners and riders. The field are headed by number 1, Jcsa for Abdullah Al-Kredis. On start number 30, looking for victory number 4. Monasib, bred in Britain, is number 2, drawn in 2 for double seeking Camilo Ospina. 3, not been a great day so far, as Rory highlighted, for the FMQ stables. They have Judea for Fahed Al-Faredi, who has picked up the ride on Tilal Al-Kaladir in the big Arabian race this afternoon. 4 is out, so on to 5, one of the fillies in here, as it was for Mohamed Al-Yami. Warrior's Head is 6 for Luis Morales, and 7 is the grey mare Tarabot for Mohamed Al-Nasser. Most experienced runners in the field. Al Safar is number 8 for Wigberto Ramos. 9 is Ibn Al Mahib for Farwas Wanas, who had a winner here yesterday. 10 is Get Stuck In. We're doing just that today on the Jcsa English channel. Asil Al Sahani. 11 is Bravado for Tariq Al Mansour. 12 Al Moasses for Asama Al Shirani. And Jasmine with new colours, Abdelaziz Al Fariki. Third race of the afternoon then is a 0 to 90 sponsored by Lucid. It's back to the parade ring and Hannah Baycroft.
Thank you very much, Mark. Well, let's start at the top, shall we? Number 1 is the first horse we're going to look at, Jcsa, who looks very fluffy, dull in the coat, so that wouldn't be too exciting for me indeed. But yeah, this is actually a good example. I go on about shiny coats all the time. Here's an example. You see it's quite matte looking. Yeah, not loads to say about this horse. There's muscle there, but nothing excites me. Number 2, Monasib is the next horse we're going to look at. Longer in the body, this one, but far more muscled, as you can see. Has the cross noseband on. Give it a bit of a shake with the head there, but nothing to worry about at all. Walk-wise, it's actually not walking too bad compared to some of the pelvises I've seen. This is okay. Number 3, Jcsa is the next horse we're going to be looking at, with a very nice shiny coat indeed. Hind end not too bad either. We can hear lots of grinding of the teeth from this filly, but that's okay. That won't stop her racing, but that just goes to show her temperament. You can see the white of her eyes. I was always taught when I was younger, never trust a horse when you see the whites of their eyes, but nevertheless she still looks friendly, so nothing to worry about on that front. Number 6, my paddock selection, and you will see why. Look at this mahogany looking horse. This is Warrior's Head, an absolute picture in the coat. Really big, powerful, muscly engine at the back there. However, here is my negative. The walk at the back is really not great. So you can see the hind that's closest to the camera picking up slightly. So I'd say tighter more on this side. Again, osteopaths and physios can sort this out. Not to say that it's going to run badly, but it's something to keep an eye out on if you are following these horses throughout their career. Nevertheless, it's still going to be my paddock selection, as it doesn't always affect their race, but I love the coat, I love the muscle. It's a yes from me. The final horse we're going to look at is number 9, Ibn Al Molhib. Got the headgear on, the noseband, having a look around. It was between Warrior's Head and this horse for my paddock selection, but the muscle looks great, the horse looks great. That's another one that looks nice. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Let's have a look at one of these in action. Al Safar was last seen finishing third here over course and distance. Rory, the horse in front is Hob Al Watan. Didn't boost the form, but tell me about the second.
Yeah, this is a slightly odd one because I didn't think this was Al Safar's best run, but probably wasn't well placed as this went, as you can see from the end of the race, because Al Safar makes good lit headway to be third. Hob Al Watan won the race, and Hob Al Watan was didn't have a rating, was a newcomer, I think, here, or maybe on second start.
He won 2 of 2, hadn't he?
Yeah, and the horse that was in second was rated 57. Ooh. I think, but that horse has now gone up to 70, and then was third to Givon the other day, so it actually has improved a lot. Bark Al Arab. So I thought he held the form down, but actually, if you look at that race through the lens of the second and his improvements, then it isn't a bad performance. But the previous run from this horse was a solid effort. Yeah, he clearly comes here in reasonably good form. I've kind of upgraded that run. I had it down initially as a bit disappointing, but if you see where he was coming from and sort of look at the form again through how well the runner-up ran next time, then it doesn't look too bad now.
A little bit of collateral form study, we love it. Let's start with the 2, who's the international market leader. This is Monasib. 5th over course and distance last time out, but has a fitness edge, which a lot of these don't have.
Wasn't over course and distance last time out.
Oh, I apologise.
You'll notice a big T on that, won't you, on your screen?
No.
He was running. He's running turf handicaps in 2 of his last 3. He's finished 7th and 5th, but in between that, he was third over this course and distance behind the ultra-reliable Beehive, and that's the piece of form that gives Monasib a very good chance of winning this contest. And he is pretty much the solid one in the race. 1 or 2 sort of dark horses who could improve past it, but Monasib has been running solidly, is fit, has had 3 runs in the last few weeks, and is drawn a stall too, so ticks plenty of the right boxes, is the correct favourite, really.
I absolutely adore the 3-horse Judea, with a superstar last season. Ended up running in some very, very good races, including the equivalent of the 1,000 Guineas here, but hasn't been seen for over 10 months. And is currently in it, second favourite.
Yeah, I would question Superstar a little bit, but yeah, we saw her win by a wide margin on her debut, and again, we were kind of enthralled to these FMQ colours. When they were even shinier, they're much shinier last season. They were like, I think Richard Hawes described them as tinfoil colours at the Saudi Cup, and they've changed slightly this season. But Judea ran really well. Her first 2 starts at Taif were really good. She then struggled to make the same sort of impact here. But I wonder whether the key to her is having her reasonably fresh.
Yeah,
she has. She won first time up.
She looks good, doesn't she?
She
today?
looks fit.
Yeah.
And she's not small either. You know, she's not heavy set, but she's got a bit of scope. I wonder if she's improved since last season. She's the kind of filly who could finish 12th in this race, but she could easily go and win. Just checking there are at least 12 runners going to post. But she could be a surprise package. I say surprise package. She's the one the handicapper would be most nervous about. You know, she could be a 70 filly now, based on the fact she didn't really progress through last season. But she could easily take a step forward again after a break, given the form that she showed early on last season. And she's a dangerous one to dismiss.
Yes, Hannah's pick was Warrior's Head, another really stunning individual that really caught Hannah's eye in the parade ring, but off the track for 5 months as well, so another one coming off an extended break.
But also one who won on debut as well, so one who might. And generally I'm against horses coming off breaks here, because you'll see from this surface that you really need to have fitness on side, and however fit you get on the track, race fitness is something else altogether. But horses who win first time out here are kind of breaking that mould anyway, so Warrior's Head has one fresh. Won over course and distance on debut last term, hasn't had too much racing since, was well held in 2 runs in Taif this season. I'm inclined to say that this is just a horse that doesn't handle Taif, because 2 good runs in Riyadh, first and third. The third on his second start was as good as the debut win, and maybe hasn't trained on, but maybe just doesn't like that deep surface at Taif, which rides differently to this track.
And these owners don't like having winners at Taif. They're not buying these horses or breeding these horses to have winners at Taif, are they? These owners want to have big winners at Riyadh.
No, they don't. They don't. They tend to have very few runners at Taif. This is Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz. So much more likely to have runners at Riyadh. So there's a fair chance you can just ignore the last 2 runs. Obviously, if he runs poorly, you go, oh, maybe it hasn't trained on since last season, which is always an issue. You know, looking at. These are all, well, he's a 4-year-old, but essentially, because of the way the season works here, you're racing your first season 2 to 3, and your second season is 3 to 4. So this is his second season, and of course, a lot of horses who are precocious and win first time out tend to struggle in their second season. He might be in that mould, but again, the signs are Hannah really liked him in the parade ring. Those horses who don't tend to train on, they don't tend to look fantastic when you see them in the paddock. They tend to look like they haven't grown. He's not in that mould. So I tend to be positive about Warrior's Head in terms of him kicking on again. And similarly, Jcsa. So the pair of them are of interest. They're priced accordingly. I mean, they're sort of joint second favourites here, but I can completely understand that. And having said that Monasib is the obvious favourite here, if you don't see these in the paddock and you're pricing them up on what they've done recently, you've got to make Monasib favourite. But both Warrior's Head and Jcsa are the types who are open to improvement, who could step forward and be better than a handicap mark, whereas Monasib is what he is, an 85 horses. That's pretty much the top end of what he does, but he's reliable.
Well, there you bring up Monasib being he is what he is. Now, Bravado finished ahead of him on turf, but with a long way behind him over course and distance on his last start, penultimate effort. So you surely think now back on dirt, Bravado has a lot to find to even get close to Monasib.
Yeah, my view on Bravado is that he's a slightly better horse on turf.
Yeah.
He's put in at around 17-2, 9-1 in this contest. Yes, he beat Monasib, as you said, on turf last time out, but was behind him, finished 10 lengths fifth to Beehive over this course and distance on his penultimate start. So he's 6 3/4 lengths behind Monasib on that occasion. There's not much of a turnaround at the weights here, and I'd expect that form to be confirmed.
Yeah, just getting lots of stuff in the chat as well. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira just getting a little bit of information from Black Type TV, who do wonderful work with racing in Spain. They did mention the Mediterráneo stable, like we said, and he's a 2-time champion jockey in Spain, Ricardo Sosa Ferreira. And Javon Ramasamy is looking for any tips for race 8. We don't give away tips early. We don't give away tips early on this channel. You have to stick with us and wait until race 8 until you get some selections from us. You can see Rory violently trying to get through his notes.
You know what race 8 is?
What is race 8?
It's Tilal Al-Khaladiyah.
Oh, yeah, there you go. Yeah, we got a tip for race 8.
Yeah. Tilal Al-Khaladiyah.
Tilal Al-Khaladiyah by half the track.
Each
there
way.
You go. Yeah, there you go. House, college fund, the works. Put it all on.
Tilal, I believe, was put in at 4-1 on, and is liable to shorten up from that, I think, as well.
Yeah, he's going to be very hard to beat in that. Arguably one of the best dirt-bred Arabian horses in the world. So looking forward to seeing how he gets on. He can also do it on turf too, which makes him very, very exciting. But let's focus on this race, Rory, with a selection here. I can tell you now, I'm going to lean towards the favourite here, Monasib, because I think we know what we've got there.
Yeah, I made him my selection when I wrote my notes up, but we didn't see it in the paddock then. The thing about he is 3 from 43 in his career, which is a slight concern. I think either one of Jcsa or Warrior's Head will improve past him, I think.
Okay.
And I've got to make a decision as to which one it's going to be. You should have gone for Jcsa, you know. You love her.
I do love her, but my concern was first time up.
I'm going to be one first time up last season, that's the thing. I'm going to go for Warrior's Head.
Warrior's Head.
Number
so you were
6.
teaming up with Hannah there, Rory.
Yep.
So Rory and Hannah teaming up with number 6, Warrior's Head. I'm going with number 2, Monasib. Hannah's in the parade ring. Any last-minute notes, Hannah?
Well, firstly, before I give you my selection, I bring important news concerning Adel El Faradi. So I've asked around in the paddock and I have been told he has been suspended, and that will continue on from today till next weekend. So we will not see him until the following weekend. So he is suspended. If I hear anything else, I will let you know. So, my selection for this race, you heard me when I was in the paddock. I was very excited about number 6, Warrior's Head. So, I will be siding with Rory, of course, a course and distance winner and low mileage. And for a 4-year-old, this horse is very nicely filled out. I mentioned the concern with the action behind, but, you know, I say it all the time. It doesn't stop them from winning. But I was really impressed by the muscle and the power that this horse could potentially bring to today's race. So, Mark, it's now over to you for race 3.
Yeah, I think this is the race where the FMQ stables form hopefully turns around. Judaya, the 3-runner here, Farhed Alpha Ready. Big day for Farhed. We keep saying big day for so many jockeys. That's because of the standard of racing that we have here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Some of the big guns from Europe are in town, jockey-wise. William Buick, Ross O'Ryan, etc., Michael Barcelona. Some of the local riders would want a big race success. Race 3 coming up, 0 to 90, sponsored by Lucid. Monasib, the market leader in 2, standby. Lined up, ready, and they're off. Awkward beginning for Al Safar, the blue jacket who has ridden along. The worst beginning was made by Get Stuck In, who has dropped out towards the back of the field. Also ridden cold is As It Was, who tucks in at the back. Meanwhile, towards the inside, Bravado, the blue jacket nearest to us, is one of the early leaders with Al Moassess. They're going mightily quick here. The black jacket in 3rd position as they come down the side of the course is Warrior's Head under Luis Morales. There's a gap then developing of 3 or 4 lengths back to Monasib. Pink jacket on the outside of Jasmine. One horse just going wrong there was Warrior's Head, who has now been pulled up. So top of the lane then, Bravado is the first to see the judge, leads by a length and a half. To in 2nd position, Al Moassess. The rest of the field have yet to make any significant inroads. Pink colours of Moasib is now trying to close with Ibn Al Mahib, Jasmine between the pair, and then Al Safar. Racing inside the final 150, Al Moassess this side of Bravado. These two now going on from Ibn Al Mahib in 3rd place. What a duel to the line. It's Al Moassess who gets on top. Bravado in 2nd, then came Ibn Al Mahib. Some of these never got in touch. Monasib, best of the rest, in 4th position. Well, Al Moassess in the colours of Abdullah Ibrahim Al Kashan, who had 2 runners in the field. Tarabot was the other, who hardly got a mention. Al Moassess, though, got plenty of mentions and went on to win by a narrow margin. On the outside of Bravado, these were the first 2 from Flagpole. Pretty much picking up from off the speed today. If you're handy, if you're prominent, you're usually there come the finish. Ibn Al Mahib in 3rd place ahead of Monasib, who was best of the rest in 4th. Bit of a non-event in the end, 1:13.83 the winner's time. Al Moassess wins by half a length. Bravado in 2nd place. And those 2 were clear of Ibn Al Mahib and Moasib. 12 beat 11, 9 and 2. This 0 to 90 handicap sponsored by Lucid.
Al Moassess is your winner under 3 kilo apprentice Osama Al Shahani, who has been in good form all season since we've come to Riyadh.
It's been a few weeks since he had a winner, but yeah, obviously he had a really good run, didn't he, in November, and was riding with an awful lot of confidence, and that will put his confidence back through the roof again. A nice performance from Al Moassess, who's not the easiest to win with. This is only just his 2nd career win in 16 starts.
Yes, just getting some news through from the race course about Warrior's Head. Unfortunately, Warrior's Head has had to be put to sleep there. Was unable to survive the injury. He occurred on the crown of the bend there. So our thoughts do go out to Prince Sultan bin Michel bin Abdulaziz and the owners there, and Sultan Al Diani as well, the trainer, and everyone involved with that horse. There was a nasty event there on the crown of the turn. Broke quickly, but quickly stopped. In this contest, Rory, there was early speed. That speed sort of fell away quite quickly, and then we were focusing on the long-time leader, Bravado, who had run an absolutely mighty race, and it was Al Moassess sort of chasing him all the way and eventually reeling him in.
Yeah, speed counted here to a large degree. Bravado was always up with the pace. There were plenty of others going forward as well. Monosib showed a bit of early pace, but never really in a winning position. Ended up plugging on for fourth. Judea got out okay and then lost her position, so yeah, the worries about her confirmed there. And you also had Almo was never too far away, and Jasmine, dear old Jasmine, also showed a little bit of speed in the early stages. But Bravado and Almo pulled away from the field as Warriors Head on the outside went amiss. I'm sad to see that, especially with him looking so well pre-race as well. But Almo he's not been the easiest. It has to be said. Recent form figures: 8th, 4th, 8th, and 9th. But he's dropped to a workable mark, and he put his best foot forward today to win. But not the easiest to find on the race card. But well done to Connections. Well done to Osama Al Sharani, who will be on top of the world after that. As I said, lesser known jockeys riding a winner on a day like this will feel really special, even if it's just an ordinary handicap.
Yes, just hearing from Kyle in the chat asking, where is race 3? You've just watched race 3, Kyle, so it's race 4 heading up to you now. So race 3 is in the books, and we now move on to race 4. Osama just weighing in there, Rory. 3 kilo claim. Seems to have had that 3 kilo claim for a while. He can't be having it for much longer.
Well, you see, because we got less racing here in the first place, you'll see that the claimer's riding a few winners, but it takes them a while to
niggle down that road.
to get the winners together. I can tell you exactly how many winners he has, if you
all
like.
Over it is our Rory Delagi.
See if I can dig out those stats.
Yeah, I'm just looking at Bravado, just coming home very well there. Hannah is in the winner's enclosure. Who have you caught up with?
Joining me is Abdullah Hashan, who owns our winner, Al Moassis. Talk to me about this horse. Hasn't shown a great deal in the last 2 runs, but today showed us that can win.
Yeah, thank you for this the first thing. And I know this is horse last thinking 2 or 3 racing is not good. They are problem for the horse. I bring it some doctor for outside, and he know what the problem. Okay. And yeah, he returned come. It's good.
And what was the problem that the horse had?
Some in his feet, little, yeah. And he do some medicine, and will he come back good.
Yeah. Well, I have to tell you that in our studio... It's okay, it's all right. It's okay, that was a nearly miss. This is why horses are dangerous. The guys in the studio absolutely love this horse, so they are delighted to see a winner for you.
Yeah, thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Well, that was a near miss, wasn't it? Remember, the horses at the back can kick. Back to you guys in the studio.
Wow, there, Hannah, that was watching Action TV there. Remember the front end bites and the back end kicks. We're watching the start there. It's all about horse number 10, Get Stuck In, coming out of stall 3. I wonder if we could get that replay from the start again, team, if that's possible. Because it was a really, really great sit from Adel Al-Shahani.
Yeah, it was a very good sit, because essentially Get Stuck In decided he wanted to get rid of his jockey shortly after the start. This wasn't a case of him being a little bit awkward or stumbling. He basically did a bit of a bucking bronco and wanted to race without a rider, but unfortunately he didn't get his wish.
Yeah, superb sit by the jockey there. Early pace set out by Bravado, who ends up holding on for a very long way, but the speed is all there from the front too, but no one else is really able to get involved in this one.
No, it's unusual really, but obviously at the shorter trips sometimes speed will really count. We saw a lot of races yesterday where it was difficult for the front runners to hold on, but the front two have broken away at a fairly early stage, and they've stayed there, and the others have struggled to reel them back in. Neither of them came here in particularly good form, although Bravado ran well on turf last time out, but his dirt form recently has just been fairly moderate, and as you heard, Almo hasn't been at his best of late, but Abdullah's got him right back on track.
He certainly has. It'll be, there's a sit again. Great shot there, just a superb sit from the jockey. Had to do work minor miracles to keep Get Stuck In involved in this contest. The horse that really caught my eye, Ibn Al-Mahib, is the 9, came third with a rating of 77. I don't imagine that will change much. A 0 to 80, I think he'd have a mighty chance.
Yeah, he's run a decent race. I didn't really have my eye on him through the contest, but he's the one who's made ground from off the pace. He maybe only had 2 horses behind him in the early stages, and 2, we know that Get Stuck In tried to almost refused, but basically tried to buck his rider off. And the other one, he didn't go a yard from the stalls, was as it was from the outside stall. He didn't look like he was right from the start either. So Ibn Al-Mahib was well down the field. But he's done some good late work. He's lightly raced compared to some of these as well, and is pretty consistent. So the handicap might drop him a pound or two for that, because he's beaten a fair way by the front two.
If he ends up in a 0 to 75,
so if he drops into 75,
steaming, absolutely
unfortunately
steaming.
here we don't have that rule that if you rate it 77 you can run it.
No,
there's
too many horses.
Someone might want to suggest because he would look a good thing in that kind of company. But worth bearing in mind that the two who come first and second also qualify for that 0 to 75
There he
bracket.
is. There's the man. That is the man right there, Osama Al Shahani. He's an absolute dude. He's like full of confidence.
Do you know how many rides you need to lose your 3 kilo claim here? By the way,
3 kilo claim here. I want to say 50 winners.
Oh, right, he's got a long way to go to lose that. I'm not sure. I mean,
because I want to say it's 100 to lose it perfect to go fully pro. I want to say it's 100.
I think it's less than that. I'm sure it's less than that in the UK. To be perfectly honest, I think it might be less here, 75. So it wouldn't be more here. This is his 15th winner.
Oh, okay. So yeah,
I mean,
all his winners
this is effectively his first season. Yeah. He had a handful of rides. I say a handful of rides last year. A handful of winners last year. Quite a few rides. Just 2 winners from 153 rides. But now this is his 13th win of the current season, and he's going great guns. But he'll have this claim for a little while yet.
Yes, looking forward to seeing what he can do in the future. Osama Al Shahani, a name to keep on the right side of. Race 4 is coming up. It's a local bred handicap for horses rated 0 to 75, and it's brought to us by Al Fakira Clothing.
Don't look at the goat, wear the goat. In football, a legendary player is called GOAT.
I always try to tailor the attacks to me through. In Al Fakira, this luxury fabric is woven from the goat's birth. Winter is coming.
الدف يا بعد هي.
تحضير هذا الجواد قلت لك أنا أعرف.
Yeah, lovely to hear from Alexander Mitrovic and our colleagues at Al Fakira, who sponsored this 4th race of the afternoon, the local bred handicap 0 to 75 on this programme. 1600 metres for the 3-year-olds, headed by number 1 Al Nabag for Fahid Al Faradi, opening mark of 67. 2 is Saudi Act, who remains a maiden from 6 starts, Alex Moreno. 3 is N.A. Zawi for level-seeking Osama Al Shahani. Doesn't need to change the silks here. 1 win from 6. 4 is Robot for Mohammed Al Hubail. 5 is Thra Najad for Ayed Al Tarizi, the first of 5 fillies. Number 6 is Akko Fawa for Abdullah Al Sayidi. Still has Berber LAs to come. 7 drawn in 7 is the first of 3 runners here for the White Stable. That's Mota Kamil. Rayan Al Taesh drawn in stall 7, a better stall position than the other pair. 8 is Tartariz, a maiden from 6 starts, Abdullah Al Farouz. And 9 is Mansura Bala. Camilo Ospina looking for his second winner of the afternoon, who is currently 0 from 1 on this 3-year-old filly. 10 drawn 10 is Lamate Sarja, Tariq Al Mansour. 11 is Al Mitaib Risdan for Azil Al Sahani. 0 from 5 so far about the 11. The same record aboard the 12, Shadow, Mohammed Al Nasser. 13 is Mutarami, the mount of Khalid Al Memoni. 14 is Shakra Al Miyad for Mohammed Al Yami. 15 is Kashush for Salman Al Rashid. And look at this name, number 16, Sahim Al Maktahaba for Abdullah Al Hussein. Number 16, drawn in 11. They are the runners and riders then for the 4th race of the afternoon. It's a domination from the White Stable in the international markets. Mansura Bala 5-2, Mota Kamil 3-1, Tartaris 4-1. Let's go to our paddock expert, Miss Hannah Baycroft.
Thank you very much indeed. Right, let's have a look and see who we have here. Okay, we're going to start with horse number 1 in our race 4. Al Nabuk is the horse you are looking at, looking an absolute picture, a bigger horse here, real tall in frame, but filled out as well and nicely muscled behind. Has the headgear on and the noseband, having a little gentle look around, but definitely nothing to worry about. The next horse we will look at is horse number 3 in the paddock. This is Al Naye Zawi, got the earplugs in there. Very nice looking horse here, gentle. So, as I said, got the earplugs in. Music has started here on course. Muscle-wise, lovely and muscled on the hind end indeed. Perhaps a little bit fuzzy underneath with a winter coat peering through, but nothing to stop this horse from running well. Looks great, actually. The next horse we're going to look at is horse number 4. This is Robot, a face you will definitely not miss. Look at that white face. A bigger individual and yet short coupled. Now they have just stopped because the handler's lost his shoe. But that's okay because the guy behind has picked up his shoes. That's all good. But Robot, having a look at the camera there, you can see the whites of his eyes. But that's normally because he's got a full white face. But he looks nice in the coat as well and nicely muscled behind indeed. Just to note, they're all behaving really well here in the paddock as the music has just started. Now, next in line, we're going to have a look at a white stable horse. We will have a look at horse number 7. 7 on the card. Robot's just having a swing around there with his bum. He's turned to face the other way, but he's still behaving well. Number 7, Motta Camille, is the horse. He is grinding his teeth. He's got the headgear on and a cross noseband, having a bit of a shake there of his head, but nothing to worry about. As I said, the music started. Looks well in his coat, and the hind end is well muscled as well, and you can see his obliques underneath, so he's nice and tucked up. That's a look at some of these in the parade ring. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah, for taking a look at some of those in the parade ring. Yeah, Robot having just a bit of a look around here. Rory, it's a white stable domination of the market. We'll take them in number order rather than price order here. Let's start with Motta Camille, the 7.
Yeah, well held on debut in October when the stable was struggling a little bit. This one trained by Abdullah Abmushawa. Obviously, we don't. They're not all from the same stable. Obviously, with the whites, we talk about the white stable, but different trainers have them. So 2 of these are Abdullah Al-Mushawa, 1 Ahmed Mahmoud. Motta Camille ran his best race, won a length and a half, second to Thushan. Over 1,800 metres last time out in maiden company. Handicap debut now. Is going the right way, like a lot of white stable horses this season, which was not the pattern we saw last year, where they were mostly bolting up in their maidens first time out, and then some of them were winning cup races and some of them were struggling in cup races after that. Very few of them went down the handicap route.
Yeah, just having a look at some of them in the paddock behind us. The 8, who is Tartaris, probably the outside, well, the least fancied of the 3 white stable runners, just getting a little bit worked up in the parade ring. There's plenty of music going on down here in the main grandstand area, so you can understand why some of these less experienced runners would be getting worked up.
Is he getting worked up, or is he dancing along to the music?
Yeah,
he seems to be in rhythm to me.
He seems to be in rhythm. He's clearly he's on the 1s and 2s, that's for sure.
On the 1s and 2s, tremendous stuff. He's had 6 career starts, so he's not open to as much improvement. He's also a little bit of an iffy one in terms of whether you think he wants to get his head in front, because he's been beaten narrowly twice without getting his head in front. He was second to Mawassa, beaten a neck at the start of November, and then later in the month, again in a similar race, a 1,400 metre maiden, he was beaten ahead by Aliat Tawake. So Aliat Tawake a little bit disappointing on Thursday.
Yes,
was it yesterday?
Thursday. Yeah. So Thursday, yeah, you're right.
And then a little bit disappointing over this course and distance last time out behind Amirat Al-Zaman. So he's got a bit to prove now, having had plenty of chances in maidens. Was runner-up on his debut as well. So, you know, there have been chances to win races and they've been flighted.
He seems pretty exposed here, doesn't he? Mansoura Bala is the horse we're going to have a look at in action. This is finishing 4th on debut. Suddenly finds himself in a 0 to 75 handicap. I'm not sure how that works, considering he's only had the 1 run.
I think Hannah can have a word with the handicapper. This was a really eye-catching run to me. He had to sort of work a little bit to get into a challenging position, but got into a position on the bend. Looked like it was going to play a big part in the finish, and then just fades in the last 150 metres as if the race was needed, and finishes 4th, but still clear of the others. And I thought this was an eye-catching run behind Ibn Al-Arib. And you can tell the way he's gone through this race, either he doesn't quite stay or he needed the run. And given the way the stable's runners have been shaping recently, including some very good ones, I think he just needed the run. He shouldn't be in a handicap off the back of that. He certainly wouldn't qualify for a handicap in the UK off just 1 run. If you win a race in the UK, it depends what grade you're in, but in the old days, if you won a race, you could get into a handicap off 1 win. Now we get a much more developed sort of novice programme.
Yeah,
and it's the same sort of thing here. You've got winners of 1, winners of 2, winners of 3.
We have a developed novice programme here for them to
So
take
it's
part
rather
in.
odd for a horse who's had 1 run to go into a handicap. I'd quite like to hear what the rules are regarding that. It's very unusual. I've not seen a horse with that profile in a handicap before.
And he comes into this handicap off a mark of 59. Like, where have you got the mark of 59 from? That's the thing that gets me.
59 seems reasonable enough based on what he's done, but no handicapper would hand out that kind of official rating based on a run like that. Whereas he's clearly off for his life in the race. It's not like they're looking for a lenient handicap mark. I don't think the plan would have been to run him in a handicap in the first place. So there's no suggestion that that's the way he's been run. But he clearly, to me, he was clearly not 100% fit, and you can't be handicapping a horse who's not shown their true form because of a lack of fitness. But he gets in around 59, and it could be very lenient.
Farhad in the chat is asking how long this contest is. They're running over a mile in this one, so 1,600 metres, Farhad. That's how long they're going for in this race. Just a little bit of breaking news from the stewards. Louis Morales, who was on that horse who unfortunately went wrong, he's been cleared, so the medical team have checked him. Obviously did not finish. It looked like it was just simply him pulling the horse up as quick as he could, but the medical team...
I'm guessing if he had to be cleared, but the medical team, the horse went down.
Yeah. He's just been checked up anyway, and he has been all cleared by the medical team, which is good to see. So Big Race Louis will certainly be able to get back in the saddle for the rest of the card. Thank you very much for the stewards giving us that information. Mansoura Bala, Tatris, Mokhtar Kamil, we've covered them all. Who else do you want to talk about here, Rory, that are players?
Don't give me a who else do you want to talk about question.
I can give you some players if you want some players, because I know what you like, and we've got to make sure that we stick to the plan. Al Nap, horse number 1, is the next one we'll talk about.
Yeah, disappointing last time out, Al Nabak, but had finished second to Al Mansour in a course and distance open in his previous start, and we saw Ya Mansour win a group race yesterday. A Group 1, in actual fact. So that form has been franked. Obviously, you're going to be slightly concerned about the fact that Al Nabak ran disappointingly in what was not even a harder race behind Horo Al Mohammedia last time out. That horse won very easily, by the way, in that contest, but he was beaten 32 lengths. Just didn't give his running at all. If he bounces back to the form they showed on his penultimate start, he'd have a huge chance here of his weight of 62 kilos. Corresponds to a rating of 67. That could be lenient, but of course, you do have to find excuses for the run last time out, and none are obviously forthcoming.
Another one who will need excuses for the run last time, although that was in Cup Company, was Saudi Act, who was well beaten in Cup Company last time out, but before that was a very consistent type.
Yeah, he'd been running really solid races. Saudi Act. He's still a maiden after 6 runs. The race he was in last time, the race won by Taj Bladi, we saw a lot of horses coming for that yesterday. He put a line through that. He was only just beaten on his previous start. A
very quick line on Robot, Rory. Very, very quick. We've got to do some selections.
Yeah, he's got plenty of speed, Robot. He faded on his second start and then won a maiden in quite good style 2 starts ago, but didn't back that up on his most recent outing. I wonder whether he might just be better over a little bit shorter, but he might just be working up fitness as well. He's not without a chance here, and he's well drawn and stalled too.
Plenty of people watching the action here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Rory, who do you like in this one?
Mansoura Bala. He's the one who's open to loads of improvement, and I think 59 might end up being a daft mark for him.
I'm going to throw an absolute spanner in the works here. Sharka Al Mayaid, horse number 14, around 50 to 1 on the international market. That's going to be my play. I saw his huge eye catcher last time out and seems to be working out what racing is. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Well, my paper selection has been completely thrown out the window. I was originally wanting to side with Saudi Act. However, looking at Saudi Act in the parade ring, the slope down to his dock, his body just wasn't for me. Nevertheless, that doesn't mean he's not going to run well, but it just put me off completely. I did think Robot looked very fantastic, but that is not my selection. I'm siding with Rory, number 9, Mansoura Bala. The jig jogging did not put me off, and looking at her, circling before they load, she looks calm now. I liked her attitude. I liked how she just wanted to get on with the job. Of course, putting that with Camillo Ospio on board, all of these are positives for me. She looked great, and I'm sure she's going to run a cracker. I can see why she is the favourite in the international market. So I'm siding with Camillo, and I'm going to hope that he has another winner today in our race 4. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, runners are down at the start for this local bred horse handicap. Final checks being made here by the starting team. And I've now seen all 16 horses, which is good news. Anyway, I agree with Rory that I think the White Stable have a very decent hand here. He's siding with Mansoura Bala. I'm going to go against Rory, though, with Mota Camille, Rayan Altair. I think he's better drawn than the market leader, and is still open to plenty of improvement off a very lenient opening mark of 60. Say lenient. Mansoura Bala is in here off 59, and she really could absolutely career away with this. Mansoura Bala 15-8, short enough. Mota Camille 7-2. I think it's just a little bit more value than the market leader. Tartaris Abdullah Al Farouz, who I'm sure had a great night celebrating after Edat's success here 24 hours ago. Al Nabat, the top horse, 15-2, and the rest are all double-digit prices. Final chance for the play then in the fourth race of the afternoon. This handicap 0-75, sponsored by Al Fakira. 1,600 meters we're up to for race number 4. Still the big races to come here on the Jcsa. Robot just getting a little bit warm in stall 2. Mohammed Al Hubel has calmed him down. Now being backed out is Robot. So we'll be led around. Jockey has come off the horse. Another one getting worked up is Shadow in stall 6. Robot has been led away for the moment. Mohammed Al Hubel is not on the course. Now about to remount. It looks as though they're going to give this 3-year-old another go. Very different face, Robot. Huge white splash. Going back into 2. 100,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund here, and they're off. Racing away over a mile, and Robot, who played up beforehand, got an excellent beginning. So too did Mota Camille, who breezes into the lead. Saudi Act on the inside, not too far away with Ene Zawi. Trying to tack across is the pink cap of Thra Najad, likewise Tartaris red cap. Also in that cluster is Akko Farwar, extreme left of Mansoura Bala, as they tackle the first couple of furlongs. Nearest to the running rail, Mota Camille has got the perfect racing position, leading and on the inside rail. To in second, Al Nabak with the blue headgear. Pink cap in third position of Thra Najad as they begin to take the left-handed turn at the far end of the racecourse. Pushed along for a few strides is Tartaris, who races just in advance of Mansoura Bala, and then comes Robot with the white face on the inside. Saudi Act closest to the running rail in mid-division with Shadow. Then comes Ene Zawi, who's being followed into the race by Al-Mitaib Rizdand. Also in mid-division is Kashus, who races side-by-side with Lameed Sarja, as this leader is going further and further clear. Mota Camille, Rayan Altair has spread-eagled the field now, opening up by 6 or 7 lengths. Now being tackled in second by Robot, who looks rather awkward. Followed in third by Saudi Act, picking up his Shadow, moving into a share of third, followed by Mutarami. The rest have got no answers on Mota Camille, who continues to thunder on inside the final 200. Mota Camille getting a little bit tired, but still with a healthy advantage over Saudi Act in second, Shadow in third. Mota Camille simply too good. Saudi Act home in second, followed home by Shadow, Mutanami, and then came Sahim Al-Maktahaba. The winner of the fourth race of the afternoon is number 7, Mota Camille, who has turned this handicap into a procession. Once again, another race this afternoon where the leader/leaders did not come back to the rest of the field, and Mota Camille has done this all his own way. 1:42.58 is the winning time. He is absolutely dotted up. Can you tell I've had the winner? Motakamil has won, number 7 on the programme, wins by 4.5. Saudi acts the winless run, goes on, finishing second again. Home in third was Shadow. Up on the inside was Mutarami, ahead of Sahim Al-Makdahabar and Lamate Sarja. The winner of race number 4 is Motakamil, this 0 to 75 handicap, sponsored by Al Fakira.
Don't look at the goat, wear the goat. In football, a legendary player is called GOAT.
I always try to tailor the attacks to Mitro. In Al Fakira, this luxury fabric is woven from the goat's birth.
Winter is coming.
Edaf, ya bad hai.
Motakamil is your winner here in very decisive fashion under Rayan Al Taresh, who has made his intentions very clear from the beginning and just wound this up, and at one point with about 15 lengths clear.
He's won this in good style. Motakamil, coming from stall 7, got into a good position. Unlike our favourite, who's ended up finishing last of all.
Hannah has got some winning connections.
Indeed, yes, I've got Talal here, manager of the White Stable. You said this would be a big weekend. Delighted to have you here. Talk to me about the horse, because it's been progressive in its last 3 starts. Finally broke its maiden.
Yeah, thanks God, he ran today very well. And last weekend he came second, and we need to run him because we need a good rate for the big races, inshallah. I hope, inshallah, he got a good rate to King Abdulaziz Cup, inshallah, after 3 weeks, inshallah.
Yeah. Well, he stayed on very strong. Once the advantage on that bend, he really pulled forward, didn't he?
Yes, that's right, and hopefully, inshallah, he'll improve because Mutakamil has got pedigree from his dam. I hope, inshallah, he got a good rate to qualify him in the future, inshallah, in the big races.
Brilliant. Thank you very much. I'll let you go and celebrate. Thank you again.
Thank you. I appreciate you.
Yes, Motakamil is your winner there. Talal Al-Sharaim will be very, very happy with that success. That's the first winner of the day for the White Stable. They had 3 in this race, and only one of them really managed to get involved.
Yes, but was always. I mean, we said that Charteris wasn't the easiest to fancy from a win point, but I thought it'd be competitive though. I mean, my issue with Charteris is just, it's twice been beaten narrowly in maidens, and you just wonder whether it really wants it. And it's had 6 starts, so I didn't see any improvement from that. Motakamil stepped forward with each start. His 4th 2 starts to go behind Ayla Malik looks a reasonable piece of form now. Majid Al-Laneo, who was 3rd that day, just a neck in front of him, was a good second here on Thursday. So that form has already been working out. And yeah, you can see, you don't need to be a genius to go, you're unplaced in the maiden first time out, 4th in the maiden, second time, 2nd in the maiden. You're working up to something, and Motakamil was our 2nd favourite when the market opened in this race. Mansour Abala was the real dark horse, and Camilo Espina had chosen that one. But if Camilo had chosen Motakamil, you'd expect this to be an even shorter price than it was. As I said, Mansour Abala was the one that you couldn't weigh up very easily, but that's ended up being eased right off at the back of the field. Showed a bit of speed, but got wound up at the gate again. Was causing a little bit of trouble going into the stalls. Showed speed from a very wide draw. We didn't really get a chance to talk about the draw and how it might work out in a race like this, but if you get caught out wide, it can be really difficult unless you've got the speed to get right past the runners or tuck in. But if you end up being stuck wide on the bend and you're not travelling well, you lose a lot of ground and a lot of momentum.
Yes, Sareem Nasir in the chat has said it's becoming a bit of a trend with these leaders running away from the field, so they're going to need to try and find a way to close this gap, because this leader was just given far, far too much rope. Look at Robot. Jumped out well and ended up being one of the best finishers in the race. Trying to close
yeah,
that
he's on that, and in most of his races done the same thing. He shows early speed, loses his pitch, and then runs on. Although I think, again, this trip is probably a maximum for him, because although he made good ground to look like he was going to finish second, he faded again late in the day.
Yes, just hearing word that we have got some extra viewers coming from Jebel Ali. Welcome along to the JCSA's racing coverage, as Jebel Ali has been abandoned now. No frost covers here in Saudi Arabia, no issues here in Riyadh. Rory and I will continue to give you the best racing this afternoon anywhere in the world.
Well, we're getting there by default, aren't we? But even if that wasn't the case,
We'd still be there, yeah.
The action we were due to have in the UK today was pretty moderate stuff by definition, because it tends to be weather affected this time of the year, whereas this is one of the best cards all year at Riyadh, and we're going to have some fun with it, aren't we?
Certainly are. You're seeing Robot here now, just moving into second. Saudi Act is just in behind. He sort of plugged on, but again, you've got to take that result with a pinch of salt, I think.
What, Saudi
Act. He's plugged on past horses that have really made their effort before him.
Yeah, but we know what Saudi Act is anyway, because he's already been placed several times, so he's running up to that sort of form. Robot's just a hard one to get your head around, because he seems to show speed twice in a race, which is unusual.
That was it. He run in snatches. You don't see it.
I think he might be a sprinter, but the fact that he shows speed, then loses his pitch after a furlong or two, sort of counts against him in shorter races. But I said before the race, I think he might prove best up to 1,400 metres. He looked a danger at this point, but then runs out of steam again. If he can just find a way to run his race the right way round, he's running it backwards at the moment, then he might be all right. Plenty of disappointments further back in the field. Again, as you see, a lot of horses getting caught wide, and it's difficult to maintain your momentum when that's the case. But the winner was probably thrown in. A mark of 60 was very, very fair indeed in what he'd shown. With the form that he's shown here, his mark back home would have been higher. The handicapper tends to take no risks, whereas the handicapper here tends to be very literal with the form and quite generous at times. And this horse, going the right way, was given a rating of 60, which could have been a fair bit higher. And clearly he's going to do better than this in time. And Connections will hope that he turns into a horse who's good enough to win open races, or even be able to run in a cup race later on in the season.
The handicapper will be taking a big, big sigh of relief, going, oh, thank goodness Mansour Bala didn't win that. Oh, thank goodness. Lovely to see some prize giving going on here. Talal Ben Sharaim in the middle there, the tall gentleman in the middle. The young man holding the trophy up in there all the time as well, which is lovely to see too. Rayan Al Taresh, your winning jockey as well. Plenty of prizes to be given out on a very big day here. Looking forward to even more good action to happen in the race. Rory, we're going to move on to race number 5. It's an open contest. For me, it's one of the really interesting races on the card as we start to build up, because there's plenty of horses here that have sort of found themselves at this level rather than have been working up. They're sort of coming back down.
Yes, it's a bit of a mix of them, but a lot of horses rated mid-80s and higher, so it's a very, very competitive-looking open. Al Musmak, the one who sort of stands out on the race, 111 his rating is huge for a race of this nature, almost suspiciously high, you would say.
Yeah, great form in the UK. Can he translate it to Saudi Arabia? This race is race number 5, and it's brought to you by SNB, Saudi National Bank.
Fifth race of the afternoon is a open contest sponsored by Saudi National Bank. 1,800 metres ahead of the field here, 9 furlongs in total, and the card are headed by number 1 Ibn Haban for Abdullah Al Credis. 2 is Mota Farid for Ayed Al Tarizi, and 3 is Man of the Night for Ricardo Sousa Ferreira. 4 is Tabaretta, draw next door in 17 for North Abadiani, and a runner here for Jimmy Jerkins. 5 Al Wali, stall 20, big no-no, Farwas Wanas. All the 3s for forgivable, 3 wins from 33, Abdullah Al Saidi, number 6 drawn in 6 as well. 7 is Al Musmak, rated 111. The 11-4 favourite here carries 60 kilos with Mohammed Al Daham. Mashur is 8 for Camilo Ospina, the grey. 9 Majestic Fighter, stall 1, Abdullah Al Farouz. 10, Maybury Salomon Al Rashid. 11, New Pursuit for Alex Moreno. And 12 is Red Kite, Abdullah Allah. 13, well drawn, is Taladiga for Fahed Al Faraghi. 14 is out. 15, Al Merkab is the mount of Abdullah Al Rashed. 16, Time Najada Sama Al Shirani. 17, Karam Al Anaya for Double Seeking Rayan Al Taesh. 18 is Rich Harry for Naif Al Anazi. 19 is No Man for Sultan Al Mamoni. 2 over the page. 20 is Birkin for Khalid Al Mamoni, a maiden, the only one in the field. And 21, the reserve gets in, Rosie's return, Mohammed Al Hubail. They are the numbers and names then ahead of the 5th race of the afternoon. This open contest sponsored by SNB. It's back to our paddock reporter, Hannah Baker.
Thank you, Mark. Number 1, Ibn Hadban, is the first horse we're going to look at. Looks rather large, carrying some extra condition here. Very hard to see all the details of his muscle. Has the Dexter ring bit in also. Number 4 is the next horse we're going to look at, Tabaretta. A slight dullness in the coat, nevertheless the hind looks nicely muscled indeed. Has the cross noseband on also. In my opinion, that cross noseband looks too tight. Number 7 is the next horse we're going to look at, one that's definitely on his toes, but it's the first run here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So we'll see how he gets on, but successful elsewhere, of course, in the UK. He looks magnificent in his coat. He's definitely on his toes. It's a very new place to be, of course. He's having a good look around, but he looks the best in this parade ring. Body looks great, muscle looks great, and the coat looks phenomenal too. We've just got to see if he can hold it together. And then the last horse is number 17, who is having a bit of a jig jog. Karam Al-Anaya is the final horse we're going to look at. Again, the music has started here, so some of them are very much on their toes. This horse has got the noseband as well, but in his body he looks lovely. Gorgeous coat and shine. Next, after number 7, Al Muskmak, he looks the best. So we'll see how he gets on. He is having a bit of a rear there, but the handlers, you've got 2 on him there, so they're keeping a good hold of him. But I will keep you updated if he does lose his mind, but they seem to have got him under control. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Rory, let's rattle through some of these main contenders. Ibn Hadban, the top one, a winner, 3 starts to go.
Yeah, beat Izdajar in an open race over 1,800 metres, so this course and distance suits him pretty well. Backed that up with a good second to the smart Hina Baha next time out. Did run a bit of a stinker behind Pride of Priory on his latest start in a 0-90 handicap over 2,000 metres. No obvious reason for that, but on previous form, you give him half a chance. I'd be inclined to put a line through that latest one.
Yeah, dropping back to 1,800 metres should suit. Mutafared is the 2.
Yeah, another one who's been running pretty well. He's 5 from 25 lifetime, Mutafared. Good run, 2 starts back, went 3rd to the thrown-in Western City, who we'll see in our Group 1 at the end of the night. That Western City was given a handicap mark of 60, or 61 perhaps, and absolutely bolted up in that handicap, and then he was 6th to Al Abjar last time.
Hannah, you're in the parade ring. Who have you caught up with?
I am indeed. I've got Mohammed Al Khalifi here, and we are going to talk about his horse, who we have just seen, Karam Al-Anaya, takes on the older horses today for the first time. He's having a bit of a jig jog. Do you think he is going to hold it together?
Yeah, I hope. He ran with the older horses before 2 months. He ran good. He finished 5th. That was the first race this season. Again, this horse didn't go to the Taif. He spent the summer here in Riyadh. And today we need to, because the rate, maybe we get some rate for the good races later. I hope we do something today, inshallah.
Yeah. But besides the jig jogging, he does look very well in his coat and muscle-wise as well. So there are some very good points to this horse indeed.
He's like this. He's always like this, yes.
Well, thank you so much for that. Keep an eye on him. I certainly like him. So best of luck.
Welcome, yeah. Thank you.
Very much, Hannah. Yeah, great to hear from connections of the 17, Karam Al-Anaya. We'll get to that horse in a bit. We're going to keep going with Man of the Night, the 3.
Ex-Richard Hannon horse, a Man of the Night, did very well last season. He's taken a while to find his feet this time around. He was almost tailed off in his first couple of starts at Taif. But he's gradually found his feet. He was 4th to Akfik in the European Union Cup, 2 starts to go over 1,600 metres, and then proved his effectiveness over the 2,000 with a very respectable third to Scotland Yard in the Said Al Majid Cup last time out. This trip suits him well. He's be better at this trip than the 2000, I think, and he should be competitive here for Tamer Al Dahani and Ricardo Sousa Ferreira.
Yeah, no disgrace getting absolutely pummeled by Scotland Yard, is there?
No, certainly in the context of this race.
Tabaretta is the 4 Jimmy Jerkins runner. Great to have Jimmy having a runner here, and I imagine we've got some of the Jerkins fan club in the chat as well.
Yeah, generally a very consistent performer, Tabaretta. He's got a good strike rate through his career here. He was a winner beating Karachi in November over 2,000 metres. Ran a cracker to be second to par in numbers, who we'll see later on tonight as well in his next start. But disappointing, I would say, last time, although in a strong race. That was in the Jockey Club Cup behind Waktuk. That's another form line we'll be seeing plenty of later in the night. So you could probably forgive him that, because most of those in front of him that day were higher rated horses, and Tabaretta should bounce back. Are you entirely happy with the Jimmy Jerkins form at the moment?
I don't want to say anything.
He had a winner last week.
And that was a bit of an off-the-mat moment.
He's a very, very good trainer. I wouldn't want to cast any aspersions there at all. Just that 1 or 2 of his recent runners maybe a little bit under par. But actually, when it's only a week since his last winner, he's doing okay.
And the other issue was, I think he's having some issues with jockeys as well. I don't think he was happy with the ride some of his horses were getting when I was down reporting on the sidelines.
Yeah, I mean, he's been very patient with his jockeys. I don't think that Nawaf Al Muriani is in the top 10 of jockeys here. No, he's not. He hasn't. I got the impression not always right into instructions. So that would be a little bit off-putting. I'd have a few jockeys in front of Nawaf. In this race.
The 6th is Forgivable. That was a winner last time out. Well worth keeping an eye on this one.
Yeah, that was a bit out of the blue, Forgivable's win. That was on Boxing Day, the one day we missed, beating Senwan. I suppose he'd shown signs of a revival at his previous start, went 5th to Pride of Priory. And maybe just running his way into form. He's a reasonably big price here. He's a horse who'd be as good on turf as he is on the dirt, but the last 2 runs suggest that he might be capable of picking up a little bit of prize money, but this is definitely a tougher race than the one he was in last week.
Let's talk about the real talking horse of this race, Al Musmak. At one point, a really highly regarded horse in the UK, dual-listed winner as well.
Yeah, he was very, very good horse on his day, Al Musmak. We haven't seen him since he finished a 4-length 6th in the Thoroughbred Stakes at Goodwood in August. He was a winner of his previous start, and he gets a rating of 111 by the official handicap. That'll be an international rating. And if he runs to that, he goes very, very close, but he's unproven on the dirt. And this is probably the right sort of trip for him here. I wouldn't be too concerned about that. My worry is that he's in this race rather than in a cup race, suggesting he's not quite ready. Yeah. You know, Tamer Al Dahani isn't the kind of trainer to run his horses in lesser races if he can win bigger races. So the fact that Al Musmak is here just suggests that maybe he's working towards a different target. And it'd be interesting to hear from him after the race, or indeed before the race, about what he thinks his plans should be for Al Musmak.
Some of the horses that beat him, Rosali and Ghostwriter, Economics, JRB, the proper horses that he finished behind as well. So Mashur is the 8 here. This is the horse who was the winner 5 starts ago. Back in the last season, I should say, actually.
Yeah, exactly. Mashur's not the easiest to fancy on recent form. Was well behind Scotland Yard last time out. He's slightly out of his pay grade in that race, but others hold him on that line of form. And prior to that, he was beaten a long way behind Sadden in an open race, so hasn't really gone on from a good start in Taif. He was runner-up on his seasonal reappearance, but not built on it since.
Majestic Fighter is the 9.
Majestic Fighter is another one coming off a layoff. We haven't seen him since he disappointed behind Wait to Excel in February in a pretty warm contest over the 2,000 metres. Prior to that, he beat Bottle Rocket Man in a 2,000 metre open. We haven't seen Bottle Rocket Man in quite a while, have we? One of our old favourites. Prior to that, he'd won twice last season, was also a good second to Loving Feeling, but the chances are he's going to need this return after quite 11 months off the track.
The 10 is Maybury. Let's actually, before we talk about the 10 Maybury, Hannah is in the parade ring. Who have you wrangled now, Hannah?
Well, I've got Tamer Al Dahani here, and we're just going to have a quick chat to him about his horse in the race, because if anybody can get a horse ready first time, it's you. What is the plans with this horse? I mean, he looks wonderful in his coat and body.
Yeah, he's a good horse. He came from Roger Farian. He got high rated, The way for him, I hope he progress same as work. If he progress same as work, I don't need to run him again. I hope, he will run this day and he will go #1 rating to the big race, Saudi Arabia big race, World Cup, because I'm looking forward for this horse to go to the World Cup. But I hope he progress because first run, Europe horse, you have to be, excuse them because the horse coming from another weather, another feed, But the horse now, he's in a good form. When he came to me from Roger Ferrin, he was okay, but a little weak because he changed the weather for 1 month and he's step by step coming back. Now this month he galloped with me 2 times, 3 times, but he's okay in the gallop. I hope he progress good in the race. The gallop is not like the race. The horse is high rated. I hope he do a good, race and good winning to go to the World Cup. But if he did do it, that means we don't have a luck with him this year. We'll try it next year for him because he's a good horse.
He looks great. Well, just a quick word on yesterday. You did absolutely fantastic. We wanted to catch up with you at the end, but tell me, how was it for you? It was brilliant and we very much enjoyed your success.
As a trainer, thank you very much indeed about your talk. As a trainer, if you work from the first day for your stable and you have the horses since they are 2 years old, 3 years old, 4 years old, they should be good if you are a good trainer. You know them very well. This is the key for my horses. I spend all my time with my horses, train them, love them in the stable, all the time they know me when I came. That means there is some sugar or chocolate in my hand. They love me too much, and they're training too good, I'm happy for my filly yesterday. She progressed too good. I'm happy about my horse, Ajudi. He ran a good race, We tried to pull him back 2 races before. We want him to stay, but no chance. We return back to the same machine, go front and do it. And he do it perfect, He's a trust horse. We hope today for the other stables, for my stable and Prince Faisal stable, I have good horses. I hope they do the same as their brother yesterday do.
Brilliant. Thank you so much for that. You are a real horse person. I love it. They become your family, don't they, the horses?
Yeah. I spend all my time with my horses and they know me very well. I train them good, I'm working for myself. Only my groom and me. Nothing in the stable. You can welcome anytime. In the work, in the afternoon, in the morning, all the studio. Come to the stable and take a camera and see. Only me and my horses and my groom. Nobody allowed to be inside, I love my horses. I do like to do some like American style. I'm Europe style. I do like to inject the joint. I do like to do anything. No, I love the horse to be all the time fresh and sound. Natural horse, do the best all the time for you.
Yeah. Amazing. Thank you so much. Well, I can't wait to come. I am so excited to see your horses. Thank you very much and have a good race on this one. I'm very much looking forward to seeing how he gets on.
Thank you. Say hi for everybody in the studio. Thank you.
Thank you so much. He is absolutely wonderful, isn't he? A real horse person. And like I said, horses become part of the family. He's a bit of me, a typical horse person. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. That was absolutely superb. Great questions, great answers, and that was really an invite for us to come down and see how the magic happens, wasn't it there, Rory?
Well, it's going to happen, isn't it? But yeah, listen, my concern, as I said beforehand, was, why is he running in this race when, he's capable of running in bigger races than this? But he sounded pretty confident at the time that the horse is ready to go. He's working well, and I'm going to have to go with him now.
You're going with Al Musmak. Guys in the chat, listen carefully. I really like New Pursuit in this one. So that's Al Musmak for Rory, New Pursuit for me. Mark Francis, it's all yours.
Thank you, Callum. Yes, Al Musmak for me. I can't go against this horse. It's got a ridiculous rating. And clearly, Farmer is eyeing up some of the big prizes come the spring. Al Musmak ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham here. As the runners are going forward, Al Musmak has the white cap, the green cap on Ricardo Ferreira's head. Green on Man of the Night, white on Al Musmak. 4 left to go forward, including No Man into 12. And the favourite, Al Musmak. 11-4 into 9-4, Al Musmak. Tabaretta 9-2, 13-2, bar those. Maybury and the favourite, Al Musmak to complete the line for the 5th race of the afternoon. This open contest sponsored by Saudi National Bank. 1,800 meters. They're ready. They're off. Racing with 9 furlongs ahead of them. Al Wali from stall 20 was the slowest to get to stride. Also restrained is Karam Alanea from stall 19. Next door is towards the back end of the field. Showing good early dash is Rich Harry with the black and white silks being challenged out wide by Al Musmak, who has got to the leading trio without wasting too much energy, it seems. Mushma with the grey horse with the brown cap out to the left-hand side is also up with the speed. The silver colours of Burkhan is also handy with up on the inside. The white cap of Majestic Fighter as they go through the back straight. It is the silver colours of Burkhan with the noseband who is leading with up on the inside Rich Harry, and further out to find Al Musmak, who is just extending the arms of Mohammed Al Daham. Next in line, Motafared on the wide outside is being joined by Man of the Night and Mashur. Also there is Rosie's Return, who is ridden along, and towards the inside we have Majestic Fighter. Also in that cluster, the green silks of Red Kite is trying to carve a way through the field. There's a gap of 3 or 4 then developing to the next wave of runners who are headed by Forgivable, and then comes Al Murkab. The rest are all playing catch-up on Al Musmak, who has easily extended into a 10-length lead. Look at this one go. Now opening clear of the red jacket of Tabaretta, who has taken second. Of Man of the Night in third. Then comes Red Kite Mashur, and down the outside is Motafared. Racing inside the final furlong. Oh my word, we're seeing a good performance here on Saudi debut for number 7, Al Musmak, who is going clear. Wins easily under Mohammed Al Daham. The form continues. Tabaretta in second. Up for third was Motafared. And then came Man of the Night and New Pursuit. Well, we've seen a good one there, haven't we? Al Musmak of an opening mark of 1-1-1. He'll be going up for this, and some of the big targets await Team Al Dahani and Team Sheikh Abdullah Al Malik Al Sabah. Al Musmak has absolutely destroyed them. What a performance this is. 1:53.85 for the Clock Gurus. What a taking display from Al Musmak. Wins well. Al Musmak the winner.
Well, the form continues, doesn't it? And here we are with the Magic Man. You really got that horse going for today, didn't you? I mean, you were excited about it, we were excited about it, and he showed us what he can do.
Yeah, he's a good horse. I hope he progress more good because he's unfit. I run him, with only 2 gallop, and I think after this race he will progress. He will be the champion horse for Saudi Arabia. I think.
Now, can you just clarify for me where you do want this horse to go? I know you said the World Cup. Is that in Dubai? If you could just clarify for us.
No, the World Cup here. I think he's going to the big cup here in Saudi Arabia, inshallah, I think. Because he's rated 111. Before he go, the last race for him, he was damaged, He was lost because he don't like the ground. That's what Roger Farian tell. And he bring all his muscle front and back, and he was lamening. I spent more than 1 month to bring him back, only physical, by hand, massage, and he come back step by step. I hope he progress too good. I think the next race for him, he will be a wonderful horse, and he will be number 1 rating and number 1 Saudi Arabia horse.
Yeah, and just to confirm what you said, he was lame, and you basically nursed him back together.
Muscle pain, You know what I mean by muscle pain? Because he ran in a bad ground in England. That's why he bring his muscle back, But we do the best with him, and we bring his muscle. You see the body for him. He's very good now. He's coming back. He's a trust horse. He should win the 2,000 guineas in England, but he have a bad luck with him, because the horse he's not fit to run in the 2,000 guineas. But inshallah, I thank God he come back safe, and we'll see you in the big race, Saudi Arabia, inshallah. If he got a good rated.
Brilliant. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, here he comes. What a horse this is. We were all so excited about him, and now we get a chance to see him coming in. As he said, Roger Varian trained, but listen, he's come here and done the business, and if you're coming here to the Saudi Cup, you're going to see this horse in action. It won't be missed. I'm sure you guys in the studio have plenty to say on this performance, so it's back to you. Alrighty then, well, we are here in the winner's enclosure. We are just going to have a photo opportunity. What a horse this is, Al Masmak. And as I said, for those of you watching, you might not have been here before, but if there's any reason to come along and see what the action is all about, the racing here is absolutely fantastic. And hopefully you can get a glimpse of that today, of all the action we have going on here at King Abdulaziz Racetrack. So in a moment, we will have a word with Mohammed Al Daham. Of course, he had a brilliant day yesterday and the success continues. So now he's unsaddled his horse. He's going to come over and weigh in and we will have a word with him. I mean, he's had a fantastic 2 days, but a fantastic 2 days of racing. Of course, still plenty more to come. And Mohammed Al Daham continues his success. And we'll just wait for him to weigh in. And he's got the all clear. So we will just have a word with him. Mohammed, congratulations. What a ride and what a horse that was. We spoke to Thamma before the race and he was very excited about this horse, but you must be delighted. You are having a right old time, aren't you?
First, alhamdulillah, and thanks the owner, the trainer, nice horse. He tell me the owner and the trainer, this horse, mashallah, very good. Come good rate. And today, mashallah, first time he run here, mashallah, I come very good. I hope, inshallah, go more for the good race.
Now, as I said, you had a great day yesterday as well. Just talk to me about Ajwadi. A fantastic ride that was indeed.
Yeah, Ajwadi, mashallah, is a nice horse. I ride him last year. When he 2 years, I win 1 cup, good race, and I ride him Derby for the big race for Saudi Cup. I ride and I finish 4, but after that the horse he ran with me in Taif and here he win 1 time, and after that some problem for this horse. I think maybe sick a little bit, and he come back before this race, and yesterday he come very good form, and mashallah he's good race with horse King stable.
It really showed what a fantastic jockey you are. Mikel Barcelona was obviously next to you. He came over here to ride, but like I said, it just goes to show how great you are.
Yeah, as Michael Barcelona, you know this jockey. More time he ride with me before with King Stable, and I mean I see all the time when I come young here. I see the good jockey, and he teach me for what he do, and I try to do same, and I listen for the race and tactic, and alhamdulillah, I won yesterday.
Yeah, well, we are so delighted for you. Congratulations.
Thank you. Welcome.
Yeah, wonderful to hear from Mohammed Al Daham here. He went for home early on this winner, Al Masmak, and never really looked in danger because the horse found another gear.
No, I thought Man of the Night, the stable companion, might actually throw down a challenge at one stage, but he hasn't been able to see it out quite as strongly as looked likely at one stage. We knew that Tabaretta would run on. Tabaretta pretty much always stalls, just slightly disappointing last time, but head to one side in the closing stages there, and he tends to be placed a lot more often than he wins. But yeah, no surprise that Mohammed was pushing this horse all the way out to the line, because it's all about the ratings, Callum. He needs to get as high a rating as possible for that Saudi Cup, because there will be an elimination factor based on official ratings, and Thamma talked about this a lot, about wanting his horses to have those ratings, so he knows what races to aim for. He knows he's going to get in the good races he wants to for his horses.
And the Saudi Cup, if held over course and distance, obviously a huge step up from this, but this was the perfect sort of start for him, wasn't it? First run in Saudi Arabia, starts with a bang.
Yeah, that's a really good start. Obviously, you know, he was rated to win this race. But listen, if you're watching this at home and you thought, well, you know, he's miles better than these, there's no big deal that he's won this. It doesn't mean he's going to win a Saudi Cup. Well, avail yourself of the 11-4 before the race. Then that looks tremendous value now. But yeah, a rating in them sort of, you know, around 115. He's not going to go up to that for this, I wouldn't have thought, because he was clear in the ratings anyway. But he's shown that he is fully effective on this surface. There are no mugs in behind him. You know, a lot of horses who are capable of winning races in the 90s. Tabaretta is rated 99, and he's won this by a good margin from Tabaretta. So he is running to his turf mark on his first dirt start. So I think we can say, based on this, that he is as good already on this surface as he was on turf, and you get the impression from Thamma that he's probably going to be an easier horse to train on this surface, and he seems to have got him exactly where he wants physically as well. and I'm very much looking forward to us all taking a trip down to see how Tamar works his magic there, because he's been phenomenally successful. Did you get the winning margin here? It was certainly a very healthy.
4 1/4 lengths was the winning margin there. A couple of horses that ran in behind. Red Kite for the Naif Al-Mandil team ran a big race for a long way and then just got a bit tired. You see in the green with the black epaulets there. There was also a pretty good run in behind from Mutafar Red, who steady bounced into form as well. Plenty to break down from that performance, but a very, very good performance from our winner, and a horse we can look forward to in the Saudi Cup. But Rory, we can't nestle onto that race for too long because we have to move on to race number 6. It's a 0 to 80 handicap. It's for the 3-year-olds only, and it's a wide open contest. Mr. Mark Francis.
Yeah, let's rattle through these. As you can see, the runners are in the parade ring already. 10 furlongs for this handicap, 0 to 80. Jcsa, number 1, draw 1. Rayan Altair. She's the only winner in the field. The rest are all maidens, including the gate, number 2, Farhed Al Faradi. White Stable have the 3 horse here, Kara, Camilla Waspina. 4 is the only grey, Naha, Mohammed Al Dubai. 5 is Tarahib, Tariq Al Mansour, and 6 is Al Shabar for Osama Al Sharani. We go without the 7, so on to 8. Mustahab America is now the mount of Mohammed Al Nasser. 9 is Interlac for Abdulaziz Al Faradi, and 10 is Aru for Salman Al Rashid, the only filly in the field. 11 is Rizq Allah for Abdullah Al Sayyidi. 12 Spiadi Abdullah Al Khamis. 13 is Najim Al Watiz for Ali Al Mati. They are the runners and riders then. 12 in total. Let's go back to the studio. Rejoin Rory and Callum.
Yeah, looking forward to this one, Rory. It's a corker of a contest. They're in the parade ring behind me. The 1 horse is Jcsa. Just a little bit jig-joggy just behind me in our wonderful parade ring viewing position, but is the horse with the win under the belt. So you've got to give this horse some respect.
You do, and I'll touch on this shortly, but we'll deal with Jcsa first, who was well ahead of the gate when forced to Jeddah Beach in the Saudi Broadcast Authority's Cup last time out. Over the 1,600 metres here, looking well in the pictures that we have in front of us. Looked that day as if he would stay a little bit further. This is up to 2,000 metres, which very few of these horses will have had a chance to see. And this is him in action.
He's coming 4th on this day. This wasn't a bad effort at all. He was beating the gate on this occasion, who you can just see in the yellow and black colours towards the far side of the track. Both of them sort of plugging on past beaten horses. But he hits the line quite hard on this occasion and is stepping up to 2,000 metres. This is the first opportunity for these 2-year-olds, or now 3-year-olds, to run over the 2,000 metre track.
Yeah, and that can be a big deal for some of them, because there are a lot of horses who've been looking exposed, running over 7 furlongs and a mile, who clearly want to trip, and this horse does, based on the way he's finished there. The winner was very impressive, but that's a strong cup race, and Jcsa, having not been able to go the pace early on, has stayed on very strongly. Was disappointing on his previous start in the Ministry of National Guard Cup, but it started off pretty promisingly here in Taif, being beaten narrowly in a 1,600 metre open. But it looks like 2,000 metres will bring out the best of him. Looks a good opportunity for him here.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Well, after looking at number 1, Jcsa, who reared up, we're going to go straight on to number 2, so you can see this one, The Gate. A really nice shaped horse, this one. Lovely in the neck, across the top line and to the back. Nicely muscled, looks very good in the coat. Nice attitude as well. Looking around, taking it all in, but a very nice horse. Number 3 is behind Kara, and Camilla Waspina takes the ride for the White Stable again. A nice looking horse, lovely shape on the neck, a gorgeous shine in the coat, very alert, this horse. I like the attitude of this one also. It's got less muscle, less definition of muscle, let's say, on the hind end as the one in front, but he's a bigger type, chunkier sort. Next up, number 8, we're going to have a look at Mustahab America. Nice big ears on this horse. You know what they say about big ears? We love horses with big ears. Well, I do indeed. Has the headgear on and the noseband. Nice shine on this horse. Not as muscled on the top part of his bum, but you can see a very defined fitness line. They have come to a little standstill in the parade ring. but there's been no problems. He's standing quite tall, actually, quite a larger head carriage on this colt. Indeed, quite a deep girth as well. Got a skinnier neck. I might perhaps like to see a little bit more muscle, but on the hind end wise, it looks quite nice. The final horse we are going to look at on my list is number 11, Rezk Allah. A beautiful shine on this coat. This has to be the shiniest one in the parade ring. Now, we just have had one of the outriders jig jog past, so this is why he's getting a little bit upset. He's almost half passing. However, with the jig jog, you can really see his obliques underneath and a really nice, well-muscled behind as well, which is what we like to see. So besides from the jig jogging, he looks very, very well, but he's not losing it. He's holding it together, and the handler has got him well secured there. So that's a little look in the parade ring. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, a few of these getting a little bit worked up, but nothing to really put the heebie-jeebies in you. We've talked about Thea. Let's talk about the horse he beat, The Gate. That's number 2.
Yes, The Gate was midfield in that contest that we saw. He was a winner on debut, but was subsequently disqualified, and he's been beaten 10 lengths and more in 3 starts since, which is on paper a little bit disappointing, but he has suggested there's a little bit better there. Twice behind Alwaji before finishing 6th of 18 in that cup contest, won by Jeddah Beach a couple of weeks ago, the Saudi Broadcasting Authority's Cup. And he plugged on quite well, so he may well benefit from a step up and trip, but not that easy to see him beating the top one, who was ahead of him last time in that contest. You'd have thought he should confirm the form, but it's a different trip, and however they shape in one race, you don't really find out about until you race them. Yeah.
Let's move down to Cara. White stable runner here, Camille Spina on board, will obviously be supported because of connections. What did you make of this one's chances?
He does need to improve, Cara, but we have seen a couple in the white stable improve for step up and trip recently, having looked reasonably exposed. This was a horse by an interesting star, Cara Caro, who's creating a few headlines. I saw an ad for him when I opened a page this morning.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, he's a son of Uncle Mo, isn't he, Cara Caro? And he seems to be getting a little bit of traction at start. So this horse Cara was runner up twice in maidens in Tavern Open, actually first time out, and then a maiden. Disappointed over 1,600 metres here behind Mahalhal in October, but that was a time when a lot of the white stable runners were struggling, and we found out there was a virus in the yard. So you can probably forgive that, and he might have still been recovering from that when behind Tom's 2 here last time out. So he looked well in the parade ring. He might well benefit from this longer trip, and the fact that the stables runners are now really beginning to find their feet again. It's been a slow season for them, but they're getting winners now.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Who have you caught up with?
I have caught up with Saad Abdulwahed, assistant trainer, looking very smart today on this special day. Love the time. Oh, thank you very much. Well, compliments aside, we best talk about your horse. I did see him having a bit of a rear there. He was getting a little bit upset, but he seems to have settled down.
Last race, we put the blinkers on. He didn't like it so much. From the gates he wanted to go, so he didn't like it so much. Today we took off the blinkers, and we hope he gets back to the same as he was going before.
Okay, so perhaps because the blinkers have come off, he can sort of see his surroundings a bit better, and that's perhaps why he's a little bit jig-joggy in the parade ring.
Yeah, he's always like that. Last time when we put the blinkers on, he was like, he didn't know what's going on. And when they opened the gate, he just wanted to go. He didn't know that it's a race, it's a bit different for him. Today, he's back to the mood.
Yeah. Okay, because like I said, when he was having a jig jog, but he still looks very good body-wise and in the coat also.
Yeah, he looks very good. Hopefully today he can do much better than the last time. Last time it was so disappointing. This time, hopefully he's back to his form.
Thank you very much.
No problem, thank you.
Yeah, thank you very much, Saad. Yeah, his brother Hisham Abdulwahed is the trainer of Saya, and his father Abdulwahed had a winner on Thursday, had a winner on Friday, I should say. I think it was Friday. He had a winner yesterday. So they'll be very over the moon, hopefully, for more family success. There is Cara in shot there under Camille Ospina. I was about to say, I think the headgear's come off him compared to his last start. Nahar is the 4, probably one we can ease on by pretty quickly.
Yeah, might as well.
Tarahib, this is going to be my selection here. I love this horse. I thought he ran a mighty race last time out, beating Cara.
Yes, which obviously gives him chances in this contest. He's essentially going forward in recent starts. Third in a maiden, 5 lengths behind Suhail. 3 starts ago for 1,400 metres, and has probably improved a little bit when 4th or 14 behind Thomas too, and a pretty strong, pretty competitive open anyway, over 1,600 metres last time out. He's by Bobby's kit, and you'd like to think that he will improve for a step up beyond 1,600 metres, although it comes early enough in his career. But he's one you have to bear in mind. Tariq Al Mansour on board.
Yes, let's go down to horse number 6, which is Al Shaba. What do we make of this one? He's got plenty of experience.
Got plenty of experience and not running particularly well at the moment. Was tailed off behind Hor Al Mohammedia last time out, and that was just a winners of 1. Ran in a similar contest a few weeks prior to that, and again was beaten over 20 lengths into 8th. Just seems to have lost his way at present. Was placed in his first couple of starts in Taif. Just doesn't seem to have carried that form forward.
Yeah, seeing plenty of action in the chat. Mohinder Singh, who's had a bit of a tough day so far. He wants a tip for this race, Rory. I've already put my selection forward. Tarahib would be the way I'd go. But I think Mohinder, I should say, would like a pretty solid selection. It's been a tough day.
Well, I think Jcsa is very solid. Again, you know, I think when you get a handicap that's as lopsided as this, where the top rated is 73 and the third one in is rated 63, you'd hope the class will tell. And Jcsa's overall form gives it a chance, a big chance rather, I should say. And it's very interesting that the blinkers have come off. They didn't really go forward in the blinkers from the stalls last time, which is why he got into a bad position. But he finished off very strongly, and with the blinkers off today from a good stall, he really should be putting things to rights. A lot of these are out of the weights as well. You see, it's a big field, but everything from number 8, Mostahab America down, is out of the handicap. So their chances, I'm not saying they've got no chance.
Can I give a nice word to number 9, Interlac? I thought he ran a very good race last time, shaped like he wanted to step up and trip, and the 9 is certainly, he would be a sort of an each-way contender for me.
He was ahead of Najm Al-Watiz, well ahead of him last time out, but in fairness, Najm Al-Watiz
doesn't really mean much, does it?
It doesn't say an awful lot, but did seem to build on earlier efforts. And again, it wouldn't be surprising to see a horse with those kind of form figures if they've needed a trip. You know, if they're basically slow when they need 2,000 metres, they're going to be well beaten over 6 and 7 furlongs if they've been brought along with longer trips in mind. So it wouldn't massively surprise me to see a horse with these kind of form figures actually run above their rating. And yes, Interlac is at least coming here off what looks like a career best effort, but the handicap, well, that's not the handicap has given him a very good chance off 43, but he's not really racing off 43 here. That's the problem, because 54 kilos is the bottom rate. He's racing off 57, so a stone out of the weights.
Yeah, he's going to find things a little bit tougher on this occasion. Plenty of chat in the comments as well. Nice to hear Jimmy Ho going, Musmak is a dirt horse? That's a surprise for everybody. But clearly a horse that's thriving on this easier going.
Yeah, it's worth pointing out that a lot of these English turf horses, they come over here and you go, well, that's not going to handle dirt. The dirt surface here is not like any dirt surface you'll see in the United States, for example. And if you speak to jockeys, we did actually yesterday speak to 1 or 2 jockeys about the surface. It's just a lot kinder. It gives you a little bit more back from the surface, and it rides a bit more like turf than if you're at the Breeders' Cup at Del Mar, for example.
Mishrif has been a real flag bearer for bringing European horses over here. He won a Saudi Cup. He had plenty of success in this country, and the whole thing that John and Sadie Gosden said from the beginning was that the surface is so much kinder and it gives the Europeans a chance. There's a few other comments in here as well. We're getting there's a few other people giving selections here. Lots of love for the 3, Cara, some love for the 1, Saya, that you like as well, Rory, and the Gate getting a little bit of love as well. So the top of the handicap looking very, very positive in the group chat at the moment. So I like horse number 5, Tarahib. Rory, who do you like in
I'm on
this one?
Saya, number 1.
You're on the 1, Saya. Mark Francis, who do you like here?
Yeah, I like Saya as well, team. Right at the top of a mark of 73. Of course, it's a handicap, so they're weighted on their abilities. But as Rory very well pointed out, that half of these are out of the weights. So they've got to run more than what they're carrying to match their rating. Say our 2 to 1, I think will be too good. Cara, he's a hard horse to get on the right side of, it seems. 2 seconds to start with, but I didn't think he had the most amount of ability to be a horse that's owned by the White Stable. The Gate, disqualified on debut subsequently, so effectively remains a maiden, but does know how to win clearly. Nahar 9-2. They're virtually in race card order in the international markets, but I thought Jcsa, who is the last one to load and a long way behind the stalls, would simply be too good here. So we're just waiting on Jcsa for the Al Farah stable off a mark of 73. You can see Rayan Al Taesh, if you squint your eyes, is not aboard Jcsa at the moment. Floodlights firmly on now as we tackle the second half of the program. Races 7 through to 12 are absolute belters. Do not miss those here. And the thoughts, of course, more importantly, from Callum and Rory and Hannah, as we build up to our 5 feature contests, all named after previous and current kings of Saudi Arabia. The Crown Kings Cups after the Prince Cups yesterday. 3 listed races and 2 Group 1s. Looks as though they're going without Jcsa here, who's a late scratch, and they're off. They go without Jcsa. Too sure why, but they're away and racing over 2,000 meters, and going straight to the front is Rezk Allah. This race now wide open. It's a 0-80 handicap for 3-year-olds. In second position is Tarahib Tariq Al Mansour on the inside of Kara, who is handy. Just rather awkward for a few strides was Arub. Just gave a bump to the yellow sleeves of Mustaheb America. Wider out to find this spotted silks of Al Shabar, and back towards the inner to find the Gate and also the grey Nahar. 1 or 2 of these very, very struggling towards the back of the field is the stars on the sleeve of Najim Al-Watiz. Also towards the back is Spiyadi as they go through the back straight. Up ahead, it is the blue cap of Rezk Allah for Abdullah Al-Saidi, the horse having a good old glance at the camera, who is currently 2 or 3 lengths clear now of Tarahib with the yellow sleeves. In third position, Kara under Camilo Ospina. Now getting a shake of the reins is the spotted colours of Al Shabar, who races on the outside of Nahar, and back towards the inside rail is the black and yellow colours of the Gate. 4 or 5 lengths back then to the struggling Mustaheb America. The other 3 or 4 are totally out of view as they come down the side of the course and prepare to tackle the final 3.5 furlongs. And going clear is the 43 rated Rezk Allah for Abdullah Al Saidi. Has he got anything left here? Tarahib now starting to bridge the gap between first and second. Running on is the Gate on the inside of Kara, who is flat to the boards. Then comes Nahar down the middle of the track. Yellow jacket of Spiyadi moving into 6th position, and then Al Shabar, the leader, is starting to get tired but is still clear by 5. The leader is Rezk Allah. Tarahib now is starting to close, 3 lengths behind the leader. Make it 2 lengths. Tarahib is coming. Rezk Allah needs the line but is tired, and Tarahib is getting on terms and goes by. Tarahib for Tariq Al Mansour are the winners. Home in second, a game run from Rezk Allah in defeat. They were followed home by the Gate and Kara and Nahar. Tarahib wins. Callum Helliwell new. Continues the red-hot form for handsome Helliwell. Tarahib got the better of Rezk Allah in the closing stages. And off a mark of 43, Rezk Allah has run so gamely in defeat, but clearly did too much too soon with Tarahib closing on the run to the line. Of course, the complexion to this race completely thrown aside when Jcsa did not load up into the stalls. That's a big rule for. Tarahib, though, went on to run in the waist and win it. Wins in a time of 2:10.78, 3 parts of a length ahead of Rezk Allah in second position. The numbers that matter, 5 beat 11 in this 0-80 handicap. The Gate was best of the rest, number 2. Back in third place. 5, 11 and 2 with Kara of the 3 home in 4, Nahar and Spiyadi. Tarahib the winner to race 6.
Tariq Al-Mansour, the 1 kilo apprentice claimer, has got Tarahib up in the shadows of the post, Rory. It looked for a long time that the long-time leader, the 11, Rezk Allah, was going to hold on, but he was walking through treacle in the end there.
Well, so our in-running expert was telling us during the race, but...
wins, beaten.
He was running. I mean, if he was running off his correct mark, he probably would have won the son of Caravaggio. But again, he was running this as if it was a mile contest, and he got away from them. He was up against, stayers essentially in second and third, and he was able to steal a lead, but he didn't have the requisite stamina to see it out. It looked like he was far enough clear that he was, even if he got tired, he would hold on. And that's probably true on turf. If you get that far clear on turf, you can get a bit tired. Not on this surface.
Yes,
even if it is a kinder dirt surface than most. When your petrol runs out here, then it runs out very quickly, I'm afraid.
Look at the difference in styles of jockey, though. Tariq Al-Mansour, still an apprentice. I thought he showed supreme calmness when travelling around that bend, because the leader had kicked again. And there was a long, long way to close. But once he gets his horse rolling down the straight, he just knows it's a matter of time before he reels him in. The runner-up is bouncing
the one
up and
thing
down
he
on the
doesn't
spot.
want to do, and you see he's sort of steering him away, when horses who are in front like this get tired, they will roll around. And what you need to do is you need to make sure that you don't challenge too close to that horse, because the last thing you want is for it to roll into you and give you a bump as you're coming past, because that will take your momentum as well. But he's managed to just about avoid that. We see the start of the race again, 1 or 2 slowly into stride. Was that Nigel Malwitz, the outsider, who was slowly away. A couple of these have really struggled in the contest, but as I said, a few of these were well out of the weights as well.
I think that was Intellect that was actually the slowest away there. Abdulaziz Al-Faradion in those purple colours. They look blue in the race card, purple on course. That's why we got slightly confused. I thought Intellect with the horse in front for a long way.
I don't have colours for Nigel Malwitz on my race card, and I thought it didn't match anybody else. But at this stage, our runner-up has poached a small lead and is going to set his stall out in front. He's not going ridiculously fast, but you've got to bear in mind these are 3-year-olds, and they've only just turned 3, running over 2,000 metres, which takes a lot of getting here. So the way this race is run is very important in terms of the final position. But the interesting thing is, when a horse does this, it does ask a question of those chasing it as well. You can't just sit there on the bridle 25 lengths behind. You've got to at least be within hailing distance, and sometimes just asking horses to be competitive gets them to crack, and a few of these have cracked already, even though the leader is going to come back to them. I thought Cara was on and off the bridle, looked to be travelling okay, looked beaten at this stage, then rallied to come alongside the winner about 2 furlongs out, and then weakened again to finish fourth.
Not moved, have he? I mean, he's just sitting there.
Yeah, but he is asking the horse to go forward.
Yeah.
He's just not bouncing around in the saddle like a lunatic. He's just squeezing away, asking the horse to come forward, knowing there's a long way to go yet. And the one thing you never want to do when you need to make up ground is panic and ask your horse for everything in one go, because even if you make that ground very quickly, your mount is going to weaken in the closing stages as well. So you've got to be gradual about it.
He commits to going down the outside as well, doesn't he? He doesn't have any sense of going, I'm going to try and take him down the rail. He's going to give him.
And he also makes sure that he moves. He moved a little bit wider before he got there, and he needed to, because his horse is hung in as the other one is hung out, and they've come quite close together in the end anyway.
Hannah is in the winner's enclosure.
I am indeed. I am joined by assistant trainer Nifat Solman. We're going to talk about the winning horse. You're excited about this horse, aren't you? I mean, the step up in trip has definitely helped.
Yeah, he's a very good horse. We ran him 6 times before that race, and he was need a long distance. That trainer Fahad, he was sending him to sprint sometimes, but we galloped for him last time, and we find he need a long distance, and we enter him in this race. He was a very good horse, easy to train him, very easy horse and good. And he came from UK, and when we entering him, we told the jockey just try to stay second in the first 1,000 meters, and then try to come step by step, and then you can come and doing good. And yes, he won.
Yeah, well, there was a lot in the horse's favour as well. It was a good draw, and also when the leader began to tire, he could really take advantage.
Yeah, the plan was for horse, in the first 1,000 meters, he stay second, and this jockey here riding him Tariq Al Mansour, he galloped for him sometimes here, and Taif here riding him, so he know his horse very well, and he always staying with the horse in the gallop when he training him, so he know his horse very well.
Yeah, that's always important. Well, thank you very much for that, and well done.
It's my pleasure. Thank you.
Yeah, it didn't cost much at all in November 2022. Sold for 1,000 guineas. This Tarahib, when he went through the ring, that was at, what sale would that have been at? It was a cheeky sale. It was one of the autumn horse in training and yearling sales. So often not the highest quality you see, but clearly a bargain can be found. And Tarahib has gone and landed our 6th contest on the card. Mark Francis, we will rattle on through to our next. It's race number 7, and it's all yours.
Thank you ever so much, Mr. Helliwell. Yes, this is the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup, sprinting over 1,200 metres here. The field are headed by number 1, Al Sharif for Selman Al Rashid, filling it up. 2 is Al Wahid for Azil Al Sahani. Now listen up, everybody. Number 3, Fighter, in the colours of the red stable, is ridden by Camilo Ospina. Divided loyalties here. 4 is Hut Al Karain for Rayan Al Taesh. 5 is Inhemir Farwas Wanas. And 6 is Mostahish for Mohammed Al Dahab. 7, recently a 3-year-old, now 4-year-old, is Nasser Al-Muhammadiyah, Fahid Al-Faradi. 8 is a scratch. 9 is Rustam Basha for Alex Moreno, drawn in stall 2, next door to Sayadad. Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, Sayadad looking for this hat-trick. 11 is Alts on to Windspree, and a call-up for William Buick, his 2nd ride of the afternoon. 13 is Yartasay Norwith Al-Farouz, and my selection, 15-2, Merber Alays, Abdullah Al-Saidi. What a price that is. 15 is Najmat Al-Shaib for Abdullah Al-Farouz, and the field are completed by number 16, Kabu Sayar for Ayed Al-Tarizi. Let's go back to the studio. Gents, Merber Alays, 15-2. What am I missing?
Against anything yet, Mark. That's what you're missing. But no, I think you're absolutely right with your Merber Alays choice there. 50-2 with far too big a price. Rory, surely.
Well, we'll see. You'll have to ask me what I like as we get into this.
I'm not allowed to ask you what you like. I've got to give you a horse's name and number. You know how this works.
No, you never say what else do you like.
On your shortlist, you've mentioned the 9, 10, the 12, and the 14.
Yes.
Let's start with the 9.
The 9 is Rustam Basha, who runs in the colours of the red stable now, having finished a close 2nd to Sodad last time out. I do like Rustam Basha. Drawn wide when a creditable 3rd to Fighter in the Jockey Club Cup over course and distance last month, and had just been beaten by Sodad prior to that. Progressed well with his racing last season. I think we're seeing the same pattern again. I think he's running himself into form. He's drawn and sold to Alex Moreno on board. We need Alex winners, don't we?
Well, yeah, he had the group winner yesterday, didn't he? He had the win in the Group 1.
The confidence will be there for Alex, and I thought Rustam Basha had a decent chance. Obviously, strictly speaking, is held by Sodad, who might as well just move straight on to him.
Yeah, let's go. Number 10, Sodad, please.
Was a wide margin winner, 2 starts back, right back to his best, his 20th or his 19th career win that was, and then followed up by beating Rustam Basha on his most recent start. Only a neck between them, and the pair of them are well drawn.
Let's see Sayodad in action here. This is the defeat to Rustam Basha, the defeat of Rustam Basha.
Yeah, we see Rustam Basha in the white colours with the black stripe, black hoop rather, running in different colours now.
Worth mentioning that he is trained by Hashim Abdul Wahed, Rustam Basha. He's kept training this horse. They've not moved the yard.
And he was running in the colours that Saya was due to carry in our previous race, but now has been acquired by the Red Stable. This is a really good performance. He made Sodad work hard. I still think there's more improvement in Rustam Basha as well.
He was first time up this day as well, wasn't he? Am I right?
He was, and then he was 3rd in the Jockey Club Cup last time out, but he wasn't particularly well drawn. That wasn't the strongest cup race you'll ever see, but I think he's better than the bare form he showed that day, and I expect him to show that here.
He's another interesting horse. He likes the turf as well. He's a performer on turf, which will help him, I think, when they find other options for him, should he not be able to quite cut it out on dirt. Let's move on to the horse that Mark Francis is screaming for us to talk about, Merber Alays, the 14 here.
Yeah, she's won her last 5. And showed she wasn't just a type specialist when beating Nasser Al-Mohammadi in a course and distance open last time out. she hasn't, she's been beating up slightly lesser horses so far. This is her big test. This proves whether she is the real deal or not. And I put her on my shortlist, but I did make her fourth of my 4 selections because I think she does have a little bit to prove at this level. She may well be up to it. She's on an absolutely brilliant run at the moment, but this is the acid test.
The third of your selection was Winsbury, who'll be partnered by William Buick in the FMQ colours. He'll be hoping for more luck than he had last time. Oh, we've got him. Hannah is with William Buick right now.
Look who I have found. William Buick is here. The Bella's gone, so a quick word with you. What brings you to the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia?
Horse racing.
Yeah.
No, I got asked to come, and yeah, some hopefully we can get some luck this evening. I'm looking forward to it. Always nice to come back to Saudi Arabia. Racing here is super competitive, and obviously it's not long until the big Saudi Cup meeting, so it's nice to get a feel of the place before that.
Yeah. Now I know you have ridden here before, but have you ridden on the dirt?
Yes, a few times. I used to come here quite a lot in the past, and I won the Saudi Sprint a few years ago, so I'm quite familiar with the track.
Yeah. Now, of course, you had a race earlier on in the day. Now, tell me about this race, this horse in this race.
Yeah, he looks a solid horse. He likes the trip, likes the track, and fingers crossed.
Thank you. Best of luck. I know you have to go. Well, isn't that great to catch up with him? That horse has been runner-up the last 3 times, so maybe with William and Buick on board, he can have a winner.
Yeah, thank you, Hannah. Yeah, William Buick, credit to him there, because the bell had already gone, and many other jockeys would have taken that excuse as an opportunity to run away, but took the time to talk to Hannah there. Obviously, Rory, he's one of the world best.
He is, yeah. He's an exceptionally good jockey, William Buick. You see him doing it week in, week out. He's got an interesting one here in Windchime as well. He's a horse who we expected a lot of last year, and he disappointed a little bit. He didn't go on from some flashy early performances. But I think Connections have found out that he is essentially a 1,200-metre horse. They thought he was going to be a miler.
They thought he was going to be another Commissioner King, didn't they?
Yeah,
that was
exactly.
the plan early on.
Exactly. And he had the looks for it, but he's now found his niche at this 1,200-metre trip. That's number 13, looking very woolly indeed.
Jcsa, good Lord. I mean, please, somebody clip that horse.
Yeah, but it's getting very cold, so, they don't necessarily want to...
Buy a rug! I can't believe that. I thought he had feathers on his leg at one point there. He'll go and win now, Jcsa. He goes for Nawaf Al Farouz, who'll be looking for redemption after having a little bit of an unfortunate ride in the purebred Arabian race yesterday, Rory, where he was well fancied and just ended up coming second.
Yes, hopefully, as you said, a bit of a turn of fortune coming shortly. But yeah, we've mentioned the 4 that I particularly like in this race. Windchime is the biggest price of those 4, I think, or he certainly was this morning. I wonder whether the fact that the fact that he's now been united with William Buick. He wasn't booked to ride this horse in the first place. We only got that news that William was riding here this morning. Before racing started. So Winsbury was put in a double-figure price. I thought he would prove very popular at that. And if you're looking for an each-way selection, I think he's a very good one. He's the kind of horse, I've wondered about his resolution once or twice. He just seems to be still a little bit gawky, but actually he's knuckled down quite well in his last few starts. He's certainly a lot more reliable than he was last year, and I think he's just needed to grow up.
Yeah, for me, he went through that stage where it all went a bit haywire. Just after winning on debut, kind of lost his way completely. And then I remember him finishing 6th in that's 2024, wasn't it? The beginning of the season, but TIFE season. And thinking, oh no, he spat the dummy out again. But the last 3 runs have been promising, to say the least, and in better company.
He's been stepping up. And he found himself back in reasonably ordinary company this season. They're building up. But he ran very well to be second. He was actually in front of my selection in that Jockey Club Cup over 1,200 metres last time out. I personally think that Rustam Basha will turn that form around, but it shows that Winsbury is finally going in the right direction. He was running in high. He was in a not a 70 handicap early in the season when winning at TIFE, which, Connections never would have thought he would have been rated like that. And since then, he hasn't won since, but he's been second in 4 of his 5 starts. And things are just beginning to go the right way with him. He's got about a stone to find to win this race in theory, but I think he's probably a little bit better than his mark now that things have clicked with him.
And for those who are joining us maybe for the first time here watching racing in Saudi Arabia, those FMQ colours, the really silvery colours with the black designs on the body, well worth noting that they have horses running in America. You might remember a horse called Saudi Crown who ran a stormer in the Saudi Cup last year to finish, I think, in the top 5 after trying to make every yard of the running. He then disappointed in a Breeders' Cup this season, but bounced back with a good winning group company last time out. So they have some really good horses.
Yeah, Commissioner King was a Saudi Derby winner a couple of seasons.
Yeah, he was the one that was really meant to go on to bigger and better things. I remember he was with us when he won in Taif, and then it all went wrong. Had a couple of niggles and some injuries, and
he rather fell in at Taif, didn't he? We thought he was going to run away and win by about 20 lengths. He ended up winning reasonably narrowly in the end.
Did he beat National Gallery that day as well?
I think he may well have.
Yeah, so the form did link up, and it turned out to be one of the strongest races they had in the Taif season. Let's talk about some of the other ones we've not mentioned. Let's start with the one and just work our way through. Al Sharid is the one horse.
Yeah, let's move on straight away from Al Sharid. I think he's got plenty on his plate here on the ratings.
Al Wahif is the 2.
Won twice at 1,600 metres last season, off since March, and he's liable to find 1,200 metres too sharp on his return.
The 3 is Fighter.
Yeah, Fighter, he beat 2 of these. He beats Winspree and Rustem Basha into second and third, winning the Jockey Club Cup over course and distance last time out. That's probably a career best effort. I think he needs a little bit more. But Camilo Espina, an unusual jockey booking for the Red Stable.
Very
Normally
unusual.
rides stable jockey for the White Stable. These are the main rivals. I thought everything went his way last time out. He needs to prove that he can back that up.
Does it bring up the question with Ross Orion? We'd expected to have been on this one, and they've gone the direction of Camille. Is that because they're confident? Is that would that suggest a little bit more of like they just want someone who's been around the block before?
I don't think so.
Or am I overthinking?
No, I think you're overthinking that. But again, I don't know why. I mean, it's very unusual for Camilo to come in for a ride for the yards. It'd be interesting to speak to someone and find out what the logic was. But it tends to be the main man who makes those decisions.
Yeah, Hoot Al Karain is a course and distance winner here, but that was a while ago.
Yeah, not in particularly good form at the moment. Second to Makrut over course and distance in November, and that would give him sort of place claims here. Only 7th behind Fighter in the Jockey Club Cup last time out. Is held by several of these on that run.
Inhamir has been very lightly raced of recent times.
An interesting outsider here, Inhamir, I thought. Can go well fresh, so his absence since August is no concern, and his claims on his second to first line in this race last year. So it looks like he's been laid out for this, and he'd be the one potential fly on the ointment.
He's been fancied here. He was 92 in the morning on the international market, so there's clearly some support there.
Yeah.
Let's go for some selections. You're with Rustem Basha, aren't you, Rory?
I am indeed, yeah.
I am with Sayodad, the absolute man, the myth, the legend is Sayodad, a proper dude. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
I really like the 5 horse in Humra. So it's good to hear your thoughts there, Rory, on that horse. The grey, I thought he looked really, well, he was definitely ready to rock and roll, that's for sure. But of course, like you said, returns after a break. But body-wise, he just looked very fit, very muscly, and good to get the job done today. So that is my selection locked in at number 5. In Hum, and hopefully I can get a winner on the board. Mark Francis, is over to you for race number 7.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, good luck with Inhamir, the 5 for Faros Wanas. I've already given it away, who I like. Merba Alays, the filly here, one of 3 fillies or mares in the lineup. She's got to compete against the elders and the boys once again, but I think she can continue her upward trajectory. There is Fighter. Red jacket on Camilo Ospina. You do not see that often. Let's run through the market. Favourite is Rustem Basha for Alex Moreno at 6-4. 5-1 Sayodad looking for the 3-timer. Inhamir 6-1. Al Wahif, who's won 3 of his last 4 races. He's an 8-1 chance with Fighter and Merba Alays. Winspree at 12-1, but all the money for Rustem Basha here. The Red Stable with 3 chances. They've got the favourites, the very well-backed Rustem Basha, who now goes 5-4. Very, very well punted. Rustem Basha will emerge from stall number 2. Merba Alays going in without the rider. Abdullah Al Sayedi about to get on board this star filly. The big rising grade, but I think she's up to it. Yartazay going forward. And they're all set then. The 7th race of the afternoon, the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup, sprinting over 6 furlongs. Ready, set, they're off. They all come out on terms as they gallop away through the first of 6 furlongs here. Jcsa is well to the fore with the grey Inhemir. White cap nearest to us of Rustam Basha got away well, and so too did Merber Alays, the red and blue jacket in 4th position. Back against the inside is Sayedad with the black cap. Further out to find Nasser Al Mohammedia in mid-division. Silver colours of Wind Spree is trying to carve a way through. It's a little bit messy in mid-division. Just in behind that trouble is Al Wahib with the green jacket. Out wider to find Hoot Al Karain and Fighter. Towards the back of the field we have Najmat Al Shaib and Kabu Saya, who are both outpaced. Running the home turn then with 2 furlongs left to travel. And Rustam Basha is the first one to see the judge, challenged by Inhemir, who in turn is tackled by Sayedad, who is screaming for racing room. Merber Alays has dropped away. Nasser Al Mohammedia and Fighter are trying to close from out of the pack as they tackle the final furlong. And Sayedad now has hit the front for the first time. Takes out Rustam Basha, who has no answers in 2nd place. A hat-trick scorer is Sayedad, who wins the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup. Very close for the placings involving Inhemir. Also there was Rustam Basha, and the rest were still coming across the line. Once again, Callum Helliwell knew he knows the deal when it comes to this horse. Sayedad, 3 wins over course and distance now. This horse is absolutely thriving. 21 wins in the career for Sayedad, number 10, who has routed them in the end. 1:13.44, the winning time. Sayedad has won for the Red Stable, and Ricardo Souza Ferreira, the trainer Abdullah Al-Qatani, Prince Faisal bin Khaled with the colours. They've had the first 2 home as well, as Rustam Basha held on for 2nd by a neck. Inhemir in 3rd. Then came Fighter. It's a 1-2-4 for the Red Stable. Al Wahib was next across the line with Najma Al Shaib and Al Sharif. Well, Sayedad is the top sprinter in town today. He lands the Imam Mohammed bin Saud Cup for the Red Stable and Ricardo Souza Ferreira.
Shoot for the king, you better not miss. And they shot for Sayedad in dirt sprinting territory, and they couldn't beat him again. He is an absolute star here in Saudi Arabia. Win number 21, if I remember Mark Francis's call correctly, and a very, very good performance. But it wasn't easy for him, Rory. There was some bumping and barging all the way around. I imagine the stewards might have a little look at this.
Yeah, he's not in any trouble.
No, he won't be in any trouble, I don't think.
Yeah, we'll see that again. He didn't come into the bend particularly well. They came out of it strongly. This was a little bit of a bumping match between and Inhemir.
He's run a big race after a gap. You were right,
but he was put in quite short. He was put in at 9-2 this morning, drifted a little bit, but it looked like he was laid out for this. Was runner-up in the race last year, and on the ratings, of course, he was rated 100 in Inhemir. We just haven't seen him for a while. You tend not to focus on horses who are coming here from Taif at this stage of the year, but he would be a little bit unusual in that regard, in that he's a horse who's probably best fresh, and that's why they've brought him here after a considerable break.
I was literally about to say, shout out Black Type TV, who will be watching this and enjoying every moment of Ricardo Sousa Ferreira's success, or I should say Ricardo Sosa's success. And they immediately jumped in the comments ahead of me. So great work from Black Type TV, who do amazing work on racing in Southern Europe, especially in Spain. So congratulations to everyone involved there. This man at the double, he's just so good here. I spoke to his manager this afternoon. Myself and Hannah caught up with the manager this afternoon, and he was talking about the opportunity and how his English has improved through doing it, all thanks to his partner, who's been very keen to make sure his English is getting better and better with each passing week. So it's been superb.
Yeah, he wasn't that keen to do interviews when we were here first. He was apologetic about it,
Yeah.
so my English no good. But actually, when you get him talking, he's very good. And he doesn't just say the usual platitudes either. He tends to talk you through a race, talks about the positives and negatives about what has happened, and gives you a bit of insight as to what's going on, which is what you want when you interview a jockey.
Yeah, it certainly is, and he is in fine form right now. He rides mainly for Samar Al-Dahani, but also he's just weighing in now. So yeah, Hannah will be with him shortly.
I will indeed. Just waiting, and he's got the all clear, and you're back in the winners' enclosure with plenty of people around. Yes, hopefully we can grab you for a moment. Well done, congratulations. 3 wins now in a row for this horse.
Yes, a nice horse. You know, this horse in Saudi Arabia, I think the best in this distance. I go behind the pace, not have too much space, but good, nice horse, champion.
It's a 9-year-old, but he's still got plenty left in him, right?
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Bye. Oh, well, he's got to go because it's all rush today. It's a huge day here, but we are so delighted to catch up with him. What a jockey he is. Back to you guys in the studio.
Well done, Hannah. Yeah, great work there. They're gonna start wrestling these jockeys away from you all the way through the rest of the day, we think. But Rory, here's where the bumping happens. Inamir's trying to close the gap. He's done nothing wrong there, Inamir. He's just trying not to open that door.
Yeah, I mean, I think there's a chance that one of the two jockeys might get a small ban for careless riding, but Ricardo Sousa Ferreira was travelling better, and he was entitled to try to ease his way out. Yeah, you got the impression that Fawaz Wanas on Inamir wanted to close the door, but wasn't going well enough to do it.
Yeah.
To be perfectly honest.
We'll get a good shot with this drone shot all the way through here, because we'll
the
see
right
he
horse
broke
has won.
from 1.
Now, the first and second have come out of stalls 1 and 2, and they've also got speed, so they were set up really nicely for this race. Inamir is the grey who's gone forward as well, so he's led in the early stages. Rustam Bash has then gone up from that good drawn stall to take control going into the bend, and our winner Sodad is on the rail with the black cap in 3rd place at the moment. He's just a little bit unbalanced coming into the bend, and Ricardo just has to work on him to keep him. He's in a good position, but he's not particularly well balanced at the moment, so Ricardo just needs to make sure that he's running into the bridle and that he doesn't lose ground on the leader. He knows the horses he wants to follow through in this race. He knows the first and second at this stage are his main dangers on form. And then it's just a case of whether he can get a clear path. You see Inamir comes right into his path. I was hoping they'd bump all the way up the straight, to be perfectly honest, because I know that
it's like getting an elephant through a keyhole.
Rustam Basha really needed the line, but unfortunately, from my point of view, when Sodak got out, he was always going to win at this stage, because the second has given his all from an early stage. It didn't save anything for the finish, but has been game and holding on for 2nd place, despite being pretty tired at that stage. But Sodak has been a legend here, as you said. Not many horses win 21 races, but you've got to bear in mind that the races that he's running in, from high-end handicaps to open races to cup contests, there are no gimmies. So winning 21 times here. Listen, it may well have been possible 10 years ago or 15 years ago in Saudi Arabia with less competitive racing, but it is, as William Buick said, super competitive here now, and Sodad deserves to have a race named after him.
Yeah, Fighter ran a big race on the outside as well.
He did, yeah.
Spina sort of had to come right around the houses to win, but he got there. Winspree under William Buick just got very tired late on. And Merba Alaid is another one worth a mention. Just run off her feet, I thought, quite early on, and then we just sort of left a little bit as they turned into the straight.
Yeah, bear in mind that she's been winning at Taif, where you probably need to stay a little bit better. I think if anyone's in trouble there, it's probably Fawaz Wanas for me. I mean, if you're being really mean, you say, oh, he's made a gap for himself by leaning out. But the gap was there, and the jockey on a weakening horse has tried to close it. I think in that scenario, from a race riding point of view and from an enjoyment of the race point of view, you want the horses going best to get out. You know, we do want the rules to be followed, but you know, when a jockey is basically is beaten already and is just trying to stop someone getting out, that's not an ideal end to the race. You want the good horses to fight out the finish.
Which probably upgrades this performance of this winner, Sayodad, who again seems very evergreen in the career, looking really, really successful. Rory, I was really taken by that performance. That horse now, can we say that the top of the tree of the locally trained dirt sprinters? I'm trying to find horses to beat him. That's the problem.
I don't know. I mean, obviously, 100 is pretty much his ceiling, maybe at 102, 103.
Yeah, he dropped down a little bit, didn't he?
And obviously, the best horses we have here over a mile and over the 1,800 metres tend to be rated in, 110 to 115. But yeah, we don't. Sprinters are not as sexy here as they are at home, and people always want to have horses who are capable of winning races at 1,800 metres. That is the distance of the Saudi Cup. So if you're buying a horse or breeding a horse and you're going to dream for the future, just as it is at home when people want to have a Derby winner, the Saudi Cup is the race that people want to win. And races like the Custodian of the Two Holy Mosques, which was arguably the big race before the Saudi Cup was invented, again over the 1,800 metre trip. So that's the kind of horse you're trying to produce. Sprinters are great, but they kind of come second in line.
Yeah, and then stayers as well offer a lot more options for people as well. Rory, what time is it? It's Talal Al Khaladiya time, baby. It's Talal Al Khaladiya time. Let's go and have a look at prize giving, though, before we get to Talal Al Khaladiya time. I've been told I'm getting too excited. Let's have a look at some prize giving and see the connections of Sayodad get their prize here ahead of, after their horse's victory in the sprint. There is Prince Bandar, His Royal Highness, the chairman of the Jockey Club, just leading the celebrations here with plenty of other people that were involved with the horse. Again, Prince Bandar will be very happy with the standard of racing we've had over these 2 days. Has been, for me, it's the best we've seen so far.
Yeah, as should be expected, given the quality of the races and the category of races that we've had. It's a little bit of a shame that our next race doesn't have the runners that it was slated to have originally, but I think there was an issue with that in that a bunch of horses were declared an error. So there was never meant to be 15 runners in the next. It looks like we've had, it's a bit of a decimation of the field, if you like, but the horses that are meant to be running largely are, and it should be a joy to watch a high-class horse like Talal Al Khaladiya in action.
Yeah, it will be exciting to see him in action. Looking forward to this contest. Talal Al Khaladiya time it is. Hannah Baycroft, where on earth have you found yourself now?
Who wants to go for a drive where you got no worries? Because look at what I have here. So one of our sponsors earlier on was Lucid, and this is what Lucid is. So this is an electric car. It's a US electric car, but it's manufactured here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. So this is fantastic to see. People can come along and have a look. Should we have a look? Come on over. Let's see. Can I open it? We'll see. Oh, I can open it. That'd be frightening if the alarm went off, wouldn't it? Oh, look at this. Now, I wonder if I could have this. Could I drive home with this? I mean, this is fantastic. Absolutely gorgeous interior. Of course, I'm perfectly here as a passenger. I do need a driver quite clearly, but it's gorgeous. We've got lovely, I think this is like a velvety kind of feel, nice wooden look here. I mean, if you want luxury, this has to be the car for you. And I might just end up staying here for the rest of the race card, if you don't mind. What a car this is, eh, Mark Francis? What do you make of this?
Got my eye on one of those, that's for sure. But let's move on, though, to race number 8. Get a smile on that face, Delagi. It is listed Imam Turki bin Abdullah Sword time. Talal Al Khaladiya time. He's not on that graphic. He's on the second page. But here are the rivals he will face. 1,600 metres in total. Afar Racing Stable have Durgam Afar. Alex Moreno, 9 wins in the career of Durgam Afar, rated 116. Al Khaladiya Stables have 3 in the race. They have Hafadik Allah Al Khaladiya for Tariq Al Mansour, just the 1 win to date. 4, 5 and 6 are non-runners, so on to 7, which is owned for Mohammed Al Daham. 8, 9 and 10 also out, so on to 11, which is Shibil Gudar for Abdullah Al Rashid. 12 is Saema for Ricardo Souza Ferreira, who chases a hat-trick this afternoon. 13 is Sawati Khalid Al Khaladiya, the call-up given to Abdulaziz Al Faradi. And here he is, the monster, Tilal Al-Khaladiya, rated 129, looking for career victory number 13. Surely he's unstoppable. Fahed Al-Faredi on top, the 1-4 favourite. Let's go back to the studio. Rory Delagi and Callum Helliwell.
Oh, Mark Francis, couldn't have said it better myself, Rory. It's Tilal Al-Khaladiya time, and how excited are you to see it, arguably?
Not as excited as you.
I'm not going to lie.
I don't mean that, and that I'm not really excited about this race. I mean you're getting it carried away.
Let's go and see it in action. Let's see the aeroplane that is Tilal Al-Khaladiya. Here he goes, just cruising on the snaff, Mr. Delagi.
Let's see. Yeah, he's been a good yardstick here, and Al Harith in second, who tends to finish strongly in his races. Pretty imperious here. This is back at Taif, but all surfaces come alike to him. He's at least as effective on this quicker surface here in Riyadh, and he's effective on turf here as well. And he's effective outside of Saudi Arabia. So he's a horse who has it all. He's got a very high rating here. Bear in mind that the ratings you have for purebred Arabians are on the same scale as thoroughbreds, but they're not comparable. So we're not suggesting that he'd beat Frankel, for example. And in fact, he's not quite rated as highly as Frankel, but he does have.
I think he would.
He does have a Group 1 style rating, 129. His rating is, and although you got horses in here rated 114, like Sir Aymer, Durgam Asma rated 116. Owen rated 114 as well. He is fundamentally different class to those rivals.
It's worth mentioning his career. A lot of people at home watching maybe the Jcsa channel for the first time. Firstly, what a time to come along and enjoy it. The key thing to mention here is that this horse has been beaten before. He was beaten in the Obeya Classic by a French horse. That was back in 2022, Hadi de Carrere. That horse beaten by a nose. But he then returned in the 2023 Obeya Classic and absolutely romped in. 6.5 lengths winner on that occasion. He then went to Meydan to run in the Dubai Kilea Classic, one of the big purebred Arabian races over there, and beat Afsan Al-Khaladiya in pretty determined fashion, winning by 6.5 lengths on that day as well. So clearly a really talented individual, and certainly a horse I'm really looking forward to seeing again, especially after seeing that warm-up in Taif. I saw him have a racecourse gallop here a couple of months ago now. With Afsan Al-Khaladiya. They passed the line together. The trainer was absolutely overjoyed. He said, couldn't have gone better if we tried. They've just run against each other and enjoyed themselves.
Yeah, he's something special. I mean, Asfan Al-Khaladiya has only been beaten once in his career, and that was by this.
He's been beaten twice now.
Sorry, twice now.
Yeah, he went to where did he go? I wouldn't say the UAE, but it wasn't the UAE, was it, where he went and
Qatar?
Could have been Qatar.
Anyway,
he was beaten in his last start.
But he's been a massive money spinner, and Tilal Al-Khaladiya proved too good for him. Obviously, Asfan's a little bit younger as well, so he may get close to that standard. But Tilal Al-Khaladiya is the outstanding performer, and this is the strongest stable, the Al-Khaladiya stable. Naif Mutlaq, who trains as well, and he's impossible to see past. The question is, most people who are looking at this and maybe looking for better, probably thinking about a forecast. And the question there is who do you like to come second? Now, it's quite an interesting contest, because you can look at the different characteristics of his main rivals. I'd have thought that, it's a choice of three, really. Durgam Asba, number 2, Own, number 7, and Sir Aymer, number 12. I think that in terms of talent, I think that goes Durgam Asba first, Sir Aymer second, Own third.
Interesting. I would have gone Own second for Aymer third.
I think in terms of Sir Aymer has got loads of talent. He just doesn't always want to show it.
Yeah,
which is the thing.
There he is in shot here. Here's the horse they've all got to beat. Hannah, you're in the parade ring. How does he look? Tilal Al-Khaladiya.
Callum, he looks absolutely fantastic, minus the teeth grinding. But yeah, he looks brilliant. You can see he's on his toes there, almost half passing. So, I mean, he's successful in racing, but there's always dressage for him. He looks wonderful. Of course, it's so hard to look away from this horse on his paper form. And now you've seen him, I'm sure you can't look away from him. Looking at him, great muscle behind, underneath as well. There's not a lot really else I can say. He looks fantastic. But the atmosphere here, there is music playing still. So You know, some of the others are a little bit on their toes. He is the one that is on the toes the most and having a good look around. But listen, the handlers have got hold of him there, keeping him under control, giving him a little tap on the bit just to let him know to keep calm. He's got a race coming ahead, but he looks fantastic, and I can actually see some dapples on the top of his bum, which is always a fantastic sign. But he looks great. I'll leave you with that view of him, and I will let you know if anything further happens with him. Back to you guys in the studio.
Here. Yeah, very busy in the parade ring here. Just got a couple of horses getting stuck behind each other. We're looking at the 13 there in shot, who is Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir. Probably going to find things tough here, Rory.
Yes, I thought Suwaiti Khalid Al Kaladir might be on pacemaking duties. Best at shorter trips. Won a 1200 metre open 2 starts ago, well beaten last time out. But given the speed, I thought Suwaiti Al Kaladir might just be asked to go forward and set the pace. He's getting a little bit too much on his toes.
Well noticed that Farhad Al Faradi is on board. Adele would usually have this ride. Abdullah Al-Lawfi tends to ride Afsan Al Kaladir, but obviously no Adele today. So Farhad gets the ride. I think Farhad's partnered him before. If I look back at my notes, I'm pretty sure Farhad has been on this horse at one stage before. Oh no, it's been Adele. No, so I don't know whether he's actually had that ride before. So it'll be interesting to see how he gets on here. Big pressure ride for Farhad.
Yeah, I'm going to say I don't think Farhad will particularly feel the pressure, but the question is whether he's full of beans at the moment. He does need to calm down before he gets to the start, though. So hopefully he's just getting that out of his system.
See how he goes down here. We'll just be in shot if he makes his way down to post.
I suspect he just wants to get out of the parade ring, and once he does, he's like, yeah, now I'm racing, I'm happy. Whereas sometimes you see that with horses, they get a little bit up, on their toes in the parade ring, and as they get to the post, they get worse because they're not looking forward to racing and they're nervous. With him, I think because he's such a supreme athlete and such a brilliant racehorse, he just wants to get on with it, and that's why he's behaving the way he is. But we'll see. As he goes down, the cameraman seems to have had a
that's
bit
Mr. Rez in charge of that camera.
Oh, Mr. Rez.
Yeah, Mr. Rez. You need to have a word with Mr. Rez there because he slipped and fallen.
Liverpool aren't playing at the moment, are they?
No, they're playing later on tonight.
Sometimes he can get distracted by Mohamed Salah.
He's a big Mohamed Salah fan. Durgam Akbar, we did see that horse just making his way down to the start. What do you make of him? He's a real interesting runner because, for me, I was very anti-Durgam Akbar. I thought he found his limit and he was just running stinkers. He did run a couple of stinkers and then bounced right back to form when beating very little last time.
Well, that's the thing. Yeah, I'm not sure he necessarily ran massively different. He was about 20 lengths behind Sir Aymer, 19 and a quarter to be precise, in the Jockey Club Cup here earlier in the season. That was his reappearance. And things didn't go quite right for him. I can't remember what Lucas said. We spoke to him before he ran last time and said, what's gone wrong and what are you doing?
They took headgear off him, I'm pretty sure.
Yeah, because he was getting... Yes, I think you're right with that. And he looked a lot happier last time out. But, of course, he was in a race that he could have won standing on his head. He's not the most straightforward character, and he hasn't been easy to train. He's very good on his day. When he won going back here last season, the Al Diriyah Cup, the Obeya qualifier, he's come from way off the pace deliberately. He's basically been asked to close late into the pace to win that cozily. He didn't get a chance to pull off the same tactics in the Obeya Classic itself. He unseated. We didn't see exactly what happened there. He unseated Alex Moreno in the race, and then he disappointed at Meydan. Back to his best, as we said, and he is the second best horse in this race, but I just worry with his patchy record at the moment. I've been
You've been defending him. You've defended him next to me.
You've basically been slandering him for this last couple of starts, and now that he's won an egg and spoon race, you're all for him again. So we've switched.
Yeah, no, I have my suspicions about it, but I do think even back to his best, he's going to find it
certainly would have given a bit of confidence because that was knocked, a non-completion and a couple of reasonably heavy defeats. He's not, even at his best, he's not good enough to beat the favourite if Talal Al-Kaladir runs to form. But we're talking about what's going to pick up second. For me, I think Sir Aymer is the ideal horse for this because he's a monkey.
Yeah, you mentioned the pacemaker angle for the Naif Mutlaq runners, but it's Sir Aymer. He want to stretch them, won't he? That's the only way he can win, isn't it? He likes to go off. He likes to stretch them early. In his win last time out, He went and kicked early in the Jockey Club Cup, if I remember correctly.
That was the only time he's ever travelled in a race in his life, in my view. He went ridiculously sweet. He didn't go to the front straight away there, but he travelled sweetly just off the pace, and then he's ended up winning that quite nicely. He beat Al Hareth again, the horse we saw finishing second to Talal Al Khaldia last time out. But generally speaking, Surreymer does nothing and then runs on at the end of the race when it's all done and picks up the pieces. So I think he will look after himself. He doesn't do more than he has to, and I think he's the kind of horse that, if anything tries to match strides with Talal, they'll be beaten. Own might make an effort like that. There will be a pacemaker, I think, for the favourite. But I think the horse who will never look like winning but will run on at the second is probably Surreymer.
Yeah, exciting stuff. The chat is all kicking off here. Plenty of viewers here on the Jcsa English-speaking channel. Osama is well and truly on the Talal Al Khaldia train. Welcome aboard, Osama. Welcome aboard. We're going to have a good fun on this one. But Abdul thinks there's going to be an upset. He's saying big upset at the ready. Ali Ahmed has already said this is where he's going to really show his talent here. He's on the Talal Al Khaldia train as well. Plenty of other people getting involved too. And great to see so many in the chat to see one of the most exciting purebred Arabian horses on the show. But Rory, we have been here for an entire season now in Riyadh, and we have seen some short price favourites turned over.
Yeah, some dubious short price favourites. It has to be. So as Jcsa after but we haven't seen a really good race where a really strong favourite has been beaten. We've seen races where we saw a really highly rated purebred Arabian in a bad maiden get turned over at a 4-1 on. And as those suspicious ones, the horse who should be winning by half the track, well, you can't go against this. It's got by far the best form. It's never won a race, but it should win this easily, and then it doesn't win. But when we get really good races, and particularly when we're looking at these highly rated purebred Arabians, the ones who win on a regular basis, they always tend to win at short odds, and you're probably actually getting value back in Talal at 4-1 on every time he runs. Similarly with Asfan, you're backing him at 2-5, 1-3. Just look at his record and work out what you'll be getting.
Exactly.
More than you get in the bank, as a general rule.
Absolutely. We're just seeing a couple of them going through shot here. Rory, who do you like here? I think it's very simple. We're all on the same trainer here, aren't we?
Talal Al Khaldia. I'm having Surreymer to finish second. Is that what we're going to judge this race on the forecast?
Yeah, I'm going to have Own to finish second in this one. So yeah, I'll have the Own runner-up.
You've been banging on about Durga Mathma for the last 10
No.
minutes.
Like I said, I've got doubts about Durga Mathma. I just thought he returned back to some level of form when beating Trees last time out, and he looked spectacular.
I said Trees. You're just backtracking now.
In the parade ring. He looked absolutely spectacular in the parade ring. And Hannah, who do you like in this one? Do you want to come into the studio as well while you're at it?
Well, it is really a no-brainer, isn't it? Talal Al Khaldia looked absolutely flawless in the paddock, and I'm sure he's going to work up an absolute dream. He looks great, but as we are going for the seconds as well, I'm going to take number 3, Haftka Ala Al Khaldia, to place second. I liked him in the parade ring, and as I've said over the weekends, as I've got to know these purebred Arabian style, they all come in different shapes and sizes, and actually some of the stockier ones have really surprised me, and he was one of the stockier ones that I've seen. So I'm going to go with Talal Al Khaldia to finish first, and second, number 3, Haftka Ala Al Khaldia. And we'll see what happens. But I'm very much looking forward to finally, in person, seeing Talal Al Khaldia perform. Very excited and very grateful to be down here in the winners' enclosure, welcoming in the winners, and particularly, hopefully, him. Right, Mark Francis, it's over to you to call this race number 8.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, really excited for this listed contest, the first of 3 listed races on the programme. Runners circling down at the 1600-metre start for the listed Imam Turki bin Abdullah Sword. 900,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund. Let's remind you of the runners and riders and their price. Talal Al Khaldia at the top. Fahed Al Faridi, 1-5 favourite. Durgam Athbar, second choice, 11-2 for Alex Moreno. Saema Ricardo Sosa Ferreira, 7-1. Own Mohammed Al Daham, 11-1. 33-1 for Hafadik Ala Al Khaldia, who is ridden by Tariq Al Mansour. Sawati Khalid Al Khaldia, Abdulaziz Al Faridi. And Shibal Gudar is the 100-1 outsider for Abdullah Al Rashid. Did go 2-9 Talal Al Khaldia, but will go off the 1-5 favourite. Stepping in is Durgam Athbar. Red cap for Tilal Al-Khaladir. Sawati Khalid Al-Khaladir to complete the line. Stand by for a start. Ready, they're off. Racing away for the listed Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword over 1,600 meters, and tacking across to the front is the white cap of Sawati Khalid Al-Khaladir. It's going to give a lead to the rest of the field, with the blue and yellow in mid-division. Own might possibly be second, ahead of Dergum Athbar out wider. Not as wide as Tilal Al-Khaladir, who has settled handsomely into fourth position. Back towards the inside, we have Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir. And at the back of the field is Shibil Gudar. The only one yet to be mentioned is Sa'ema, who is to the extreme left of shot. Running through the first 3.5 furlongs. And up on the inside, Sawati Khalid Al-Khaladir setting sensible fractions. Between horses is Dergum Athbar. Now Tilal Al-Khaladir has an eye on the stablemate running into second. Sa'ema now challenging on the outside of the black cap of Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir. Own looked beaten at an early stage, now trying to rally last but one. And the back marker is Shibil Gudar. Time to turn up the volume. Time to fight for the sword. Tilal Al-Khaladir has taken over and breezes into the lead. Sawati Khalid Al-Khaladir now second and looking held. Sa'ema trying to run on in third, and then came Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir. The other trio all well beaten behind Tilal Al-Khaladir, who is an absolute brute. He's utterly brilliant, and he batters them once again in the listed Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword. Turki Al-Khaladir is far too good. Tilal too good. Sa'ema home in second. Then came Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir and Sa'ema. Well, he's just an absolute freak. It's Tilal Al-Khaladir, confirming the name. Tilal Al-Khaladir has run away with this listed prize. Flawless, faultless freak. Tilal Al-Khaladir romps home at a time of 1:48.65. He is simply just in a different league. And look at this stage. Fahid Al-Faredi already knew the job was done. Sa'ema 8.5 lengths behind the winner, and the others simply had no chance. Tilal Al-Khaladir wins by 8.5 to Sa'ema in second. Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir home in third, and Dergum Athbar was home in fourth. Tilal Al-Khaladir, in a different parish to the remainder, wins the Imam Turki bin Abdullah sword by 8.5. Sa'ema second, Hafadik Ala Al-Khaladir in third, and Dergum Athbar home in fourth position. Tilal, too good.
Wow. Luke in the chat says, what a monster. Iro Jamo says, that was impressive. Ali Ahmed says, I am a fan of Al-Khaladir for the longest time. This horse is fire. And Rory, I don't think you or I could add any extra superlatives to this performance, because that was just so easy.
Yes, as we said before, he was entitled to be. Put in a 1-4 this morning. He's gone off a 1-5. Unsurprising to see that he was supported in the market. He is just the best there is here, and it's worth pointing out that the tradition of purebred Arabian racing is very, very strong in Saudi Arabia. They care a lot about these horses, and this race has as much prestige as some of those Group 1s we'll be seeing later in the day. And Talal Al-Khalidiyah rated 129 coming into this, fully justified that rating by beating horses rated 114 by 8.5 lengths.
Farhad Al-Faredi was simply having the time of his life in the saddle as well, wasn't he? He's breathed up, he's gone clear, he's given the horse all the cuddles, pointing to the horse saying, I've never sat on anything like this before.
Well, I'd say deflecting praise from himself, always think that when a jockey points at the horse, it's like, it's all about the horse, he's the one who's doing it. And obviously he's inherited this right because his brother is serving a suspension at the moment, and it's not often you get the opportunity to ride a listed winner in a race of this nature. 900,000 Riyal, the prize money for this race, the joint richest race of the night. Some of those big races later on worth a little bit less, 800,000 Riyal. So it just shows you exactly where this comes in the pecking order in Saudi Arabian racing, that the purebred Arabians are really special here.
Yeah, certainly a very, very impressive winner for a very special horse, and we'll get to see the smile from Farhad here. It's $1 million smile, best teeth in the game. As you can see, you're almost blinded by them. If Naif Al-Anazi has the best beard in the game, Farhad has the best smile. You had the second as well, Rory, with Sir Aymer, who wasn't too much of a cheeky monkey. He had a bit of a think about getting into
yeah.
second.
I mean, he should have been able to cruise past in a second. You see his head's a bit to one side as he's being asked for his effort. He's not good enough to win this race, but he was good enough to finish a few lengths closer. And I was saying, in terms of raw talent, he's the second best horse, arguably the second best horse in this race, but he doesn't always put his best foot forward. He very rarely does. I've seen him race sweetly once. I've seen him run a lot of good races, but he doesn't tend to race sweetly. He tends to make hard work of it and then sort of run on late in the day. If you had the forecast, I paid £3.20 it, by the way.
There you go.
That's a 9-4 winner for you.
Oh, boom, boom, boom. Ravindra Rao is just asking for the full result. Can you give Ravindra the 1, 2, 3, please?
Number 14, our winner at Talal Al-Khalidiyah, 1-5 favourite. Second was Sir Aymer at 7-1. We wouldn't get paid out on third if you're betting each way, but third was number 3, Hafadak Ala Al-Khalidiyah, who I believe was around a 25-1, so maybe slightly bigger than SP.
Well mentioned by Hannah, who liked that horse in the parade ring.
Yeah, well done,
big
Hannah,
race
for picking out an outsider to run a really good race.
Yeah, that was a good selection from Hannah. She's had 2 of those today. She had one much earlier on in the card, I think in race 2.
She did, yeah.
The biggest outsider of the field, ran an absolute stormer for her. So that's why we have Hannah in the paddock. She's not only trying out all the latest cars and gizmos that are on offer, she's also finding us some really nice, bigger price runners.
Yes, it was La Solitaire she liked in the second race, who was second at 40-1. Woo! So anyone who had a tickle on that each way would have done very nicely.
Well done to you, Hannah. Let's talk about this race, because Farhad at this point is cruising. Durgam Aspar up there with Alex Moreno, but as has been seen before with a few of these Lucas Gaetan runners, stops very quickly.
Yeah, I mean, normally he's ridden cooled in his races, but you know, I wouldn't fancy trying to make up 20 lengths on Talal Al-Khalidiyah, to be honest. But I just don't think he's a particularly happy horse at the moment. But it must be said that Lucas Gaetan, one of the most reliable stables here, you're almost always getting a good run for your money. But he's now had a little bit of a run of defeats, and a few of his horses have travelled up well and not good home. So I think there might be something slightly amiss, maybe a low-grade virus in the yard. His horses have been running like that, just cutting out late in the day. Not unusual, obviously, for horses to get a little bit of a head cold or something like that. That just, you know,
the temperature's changing as well, isn't it?
Yeah, I mean, it doesn't take an awful lot.
Yeah.
If you're just a little bit off colour, you're not going to be able to run your race in a contest like this. But hopefully, the Gaetan horses will be back on track sooner rather than later.
I mean, watching this, Farhad just gives him some rein, doesn't he? I mean, he's not really asked too much of effort. Look through the legs there, long, leisurely, confident look. He just gives him some rein and says, all right, go and win your race then, fine.
He's personality-wise, he's a little bit different to Asfan, isn't he? Asfan's very, very laid back. This horse is, you know, keen to get on with it. He's not necessarily the prettiest to look at, and you know, he gallops in a very genuine way, but it's not always the prettiest to see. You know, the head stuck out, which I like to see, but it doesn't make for the you know, the most stylish photograph, for example. Whereas Asfan, like Naif Al-Anazi, always seems to be posing. I made the point that when we saw him a couple of times in Taif, he seems to wink as he crosses the line as well. So the whole thing seems to be done for show. Whereas this horse,
what an angle
probably
here.
Slightly better. He's not quite as pretty. But handsome is as handsome does, Callum.
Yeah, well, I remember, like, Aslan Al-Khaldir, when he's defeated, you know he's defeated quite early on because he races so lazily sometimes. And poor Abdullah Al-Orfi is throwing the kitchen sink at him, and then all of a sudden he'll find and sprint on. But in these higher graded races where you need a higher cruising speed, sometimes he can just be a bit found out.
Well, I think, it'd be interesting to see how he copes this season, Aslan, because remember, he's young, and there were very few horses who could lay a glove on him last season, so he's able to do it very easily. Then he runs in races where actually he's off the bridle, and he was poorly positioned when he was beaten in the Saudi Derby weekend. And I think he just needs to have a few runs like that where he realises he's got to find a little bit more early in his races to hold his position, and he might actually progress again. It's an interesting one. I wanted to see him off the bridle because I thought he might be beatable if he came off the bridle, and we saw him with Lucas's star horse last season, and the pair of them went hammer and tongs.
Oh, and then there was also Najib Al-Zaman.
Najib Al-Zaman was the horse I'm talking about.
Yeah.
Yeah. Najib Al-Zaman has travelled better than him, got him off the bridle. I thought, now we'll see what you're made of. But he found more. It was a terrific race, one of the best I've ever seen.
Very, very exciting. Mark, can you breathe after Talal Al-Khaldir? Because we've got to move on to our next race. It's race number 9.
Yes, what a performance that was from Talal Al-Khaldir. Just about calmed down after that, but we must progress on to this Group 1. The King Fahad Cup for the 3-year-old fillies once again over 1,600 metres. The field are headed by number 1, Daktura Salwa, 2 wins from 5, the Mount of Far was Wanas. Same record about the 2, Falak Kiyer,
You
the
like
Mount of Miguel
Nawafar
Barcelona. 3 is Hiroshima for Mohammed Al-Daham, currently a perfect 1 from 1. 4 is Kawafil for Ayad Al-Tarizi. 5 is La Aeon A's for Nawatha Mudiani. Mesamieh is number 6, the Mount of Tariq Al-Mansour. Mitalea, who had an excellent start to her Taif campaign back in July. She was 2 from 2, she's now 2 from 5. Fahid Al-Faredi jumping off Tilal, straight aboard Mitalea. Motathabata is number 8 for Camilo Ospina, and 9 is the maiden Motawalia, Abdulaziz Al-Faredi. 10 Mumtira for Ricardo Souza Ferreira is followed by number 11 Naira Wigberto Ramos. Nidelf is 12 for Abdullah Al-Lorfi, followed by the White Stables 13 Noafa for Rayan Al-Taesh, also a perfect 1 from 1. Also unbeaten 14 is Ukt Saham, now the Mount of Alex Moreno. Rawada is 15 for the Red Stable and Ross Orion. 16 Sahabat Deem for Abdullah Al-Udib, needs to contend with stall number 20. And 17 Sha'ir looking for victory number 1, Selman Al-Rashid. The bottom one on that caption is Shakra Al-Hawi, who is partnered by Naif Al-Anati. 19 is Smitkana Mohammed Al-Hubail, followed by Tasale, who is drawn next door for Khalid Al-Memodi. They are the runners and riders then for the Group 1 King Fahad Cup over 1,600 metres. It's back to our 2 experts in the studio.
Thank you very much, Mark Francis. This is a fascinating contest, the King Fahad Cup. The fillies are all lining up in this one, and the big talking horse here has been Mota Wasaba.
Yeah, and that's not a talking horse either. She's... How many of these did you beat last time out?
Oh, gosh, now you're asking me a fun question.
Well, I will give you the answer, because
Thank
it's one
you.
of those. 11.
Oh,
11
Lord.
of the runners in this race finished, and not just behind her,
In a different parish.
a minimum of 14 lengths behind her, most of them beaten well over 20. So that's obviously the most interesting piece of form in the race. You might as well dig out the actual form and read through all the runners, because most of them are
Well, there we go,
taking part here.
Yes, we are talking about Mota Sabeta. Let's have a look at her in action. Let's take a look at this beast, shall we say, beating plenty of these in action. They're still in the parade ring, so we've got a bit of time to take a look at these horses. It's just coming across the parade ring now. I think I can see a big dark bay individual there. So looking forward to seeing how she gets on. The 13 Noah Fire is also one that we'll take a look at. But here we go. This is a performance that got everybody's chin wagging and beating plenty of those that she meets again today.
Yeah, that's her in the red cap coming around the outside. Not the stable first colours in this contest. And she beats Kawafil in the red colours on the real Falat Care is the one in the first colours of the stable, and Mitaleo is the one who was up there in the yellow colours, who drifts back to 4th. Mesa Mia, who's in here, was 6th that day. Who else do we have? Chakra Al Hawi in here, 7th.
Let's focus on another one. This is Noah Farr. This is the one that you wanted to give a good mention to here, Rory. 1 from 1.
Well, she was a star of the day when she won. This was just at the time when the white stable were beginning to come out of the doldrums, and she absolutely bolted up by 20 lengths and a half, I believe, on her debut. Looking like a really, really good prospect. Obviously, she hasn't beaten the same kind of fillies that our favourite was beating here, but she broke the clock. She produced a really fast time for that performance. The filly who came 3rd was then placed the other day in a good contest, so the form has been fine to a degree. I think she's clearly very good. Now, her lack of experience is a worry in a race like this. She could get lost early on, but if she manages to hold her position in the early stages from a tricky draw on stall 12, I think she is as good as our favourite in terms of, maybe even better in terms of talent. Of course, it's not all about talent, it's about application as well, and we know that the favourite can apply herself. But 2 very, very exciting runners for the stable. Camilo Espino, obviously, I think it's fairly obvious he's going to pick Motawataba.
Hannah is in the pre-parade ring, are you, Hannah?
No, I'm not Callum. I'm joined with 2 ladies. This is Jess and Jordan, and you both have just been enjoying the racing today. But tell me what brings you here, because I know your partners work here at the racecourse, don't you? But nevertheless, you're still enjoying a day at the races.
Yeah, it's good racing tonight. There's a few good runners out, so we thought we'd come out and have a catch-up, have a chat, and watch the racing.
Yeah. Now, have you been, I mean, I assume you've been both racing before since your partners work here. So tell our viewers at home what it's like to come racing here.
It's just like everywhere else, I suppose. I don't know.
Exactly. Obviously, it's a bit colder, for sure, definitely. But I think it's different in that I think you have nights like this where members of the royal family are here. I don't think that you get that other than Royal Ascot, I suppose. So it's really cool to come out and support everyone here. And yeah, it's much like any other place on earth.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing, you know, and I sort of tried to tell everyone at home that's never been here before. Like you said, you see the royals here, but it's a big occasion here. And also the racing is really good, wouldn't you agree?
Yeah, absolutely. You know, we have the Arabians here, which are a massive selling point for the Jockey Club of Saudi Arabia. We have a few racing tonight. And so I think that really brings in the point of difference that we have here.
Oh, brilliant. Well, thank you so much. What do your partners do here? Tell me.
Mine's the head vet, so he takes care of all the horses, pre and post race, and a bunch of other behind the scenes things as well.
Oh, so you're Toby's partner. We know Toby, yeah. And what's your partner do?
He's the handicapping manager.
Okay.
Yes.
Big old job that.
Yes, he's everyone's best friend at the moment.
Well, don't worry. We're your best friends here. Well, great. Thank you so much for both talking to us. It's just great to get a point how fun it is here to come racing. I mean, listen, I'm new to racing here and I'm absolutely loving it. Thank you so much. It's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yeah, good to see Toby's partner here and the handicapper's partner, Sam, isn't it? I think the handicapper is.
Yes.
Both their partners here enjoying the racing as well. So Tamara Adahani now knows that Sam is around. So if he does want to go and have a quiet word.
If the handicapper won't speak to you, speak to his wife, perhaps. That might be the way to get things done.
Yeah, well, he'll be hoping that he gets Al Musmak to get to victory. So that good performance was strong, and they'll be hoping for plenty more going forward. Great to see so many people involved in the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel chat. Always helps to get plenty of conversations going, and it's always good to, hopefully, you found plenty of winners as well. We've been trucking along nicely so far, and we will continue on with this contest, Rory. But what we've seen so far today has suggested that it's pretty impressive racing. I mean, we've seen some really, really nice types, and I'm really looking forward to seeing us go into the future. Going around the parade ring here, let's talk about the other white stable runner, Falak Care. Finished in behind the well-fancied Mota Siba here last time out. Is there any chance the horse can turn the form around?
Not obviously unless the favourite runs below par, but we see horses run below par here all the time. If you don't get the run of the race, it can be quite difficult. But the one thing I would say about her is that she's really consistent. She's never been out of the 3 in 5 starts. I mean, you consider that a lot of the horses in the yard were maybe struggling early on. She's not always been with the White Stable, has she? Gaith Al-Gaith trains. Did they pick her up after she won her second? She won her second start by 11 lengths.
She picked up off the second start,
and she was picked up after that. She then finished third in the Taif Cup, behind her old rival. Mota Thataba was a winner by a wide margin and a winners of one, beating Hebat Al Medan, and then again has run into her old nemesis. But she's really, really consistent, and she's drawn in stall 3. Mikel Barcelona on board. She's a pretty solid one to hit the frame if you're looking to have an each-way bet in the race. She really shouldn't be, from her stall's position, she shouldn't be out of the 4, and you'd hope that she'd be in the front 3.
Yeah, Mumtera is a horse that comes here for Ricardo Sosa, looking for a treble today, I should say. This is a horse that won on debut, horse number 10 on your race card. This is a different kettle of fish altogether, competition-wise, but clearly has ability.
Now, I had a little check on the times. Obviously, she won first time out, she's unexposed, and the question is just how much she can find here. So she's interesting enough because so many of these have been beaten by the favourite. You're looking for someone with a different form line. She won quite impressively on her debut. And that was over, I think it was over this trip, wasn't it? But the time she did, over a different distance to Nwafa, but Nwafa was 18 seconds quicker. Now, what would you say a per furlong time at the end of a race here should be? I mean, it's a tough surface. We're not talking.
I mean, I'd say. 8 seconds a furlong? You'd be a fair bit more than that. But I'd say about 13, maybe even say 13 and a half for the final furlong of these races. Okay, yeah. But if you're 18 seconds faster over a furlong shorter, I mean, that's a much more impressive time than she put up. Now, just because you didn't put up a good time in your debut doesn't mean you're not a good horse. But if you have put up a good time, that's confirmation that you are a good horse. And that's why I like Nwafa here, because although she won very easily on debut, she still put up a remarkably good time, the best time of the night, all things considered. So I think she could be special. Now, we've seen often enough in the past horses coming off only one run into a cup contest. Just the sheer size of the field can get them beaten. And I can understand that Nwafa might get herself lost. She's not got the best of draws, but she showed a lot of early pace to control that race last time out. So I'd be hopeful she can get a good position. If she does, I think she's a big threat to the favourite. But we have the right favourite. I'm not suggesting they got them the wrong way round. A horse who's been there and done it multiple times, has won 2 cup races by wide margins, deserves to be a short price favourite for another cup race. Just think we might have 2 very good horses in this race rather than just one. Yeah, exciting to see. One of the ones that we mentioned briefly was Mitalea. That horse finished in behind your favourite. What about Hiroshima? A horse that we've mentioned in form lines with a few horses, another one who won on debut. This one is by commissioner and ridden by Mohammed Al-Daham. Horse number 3 on your race card. I think when we watched that race at the time, we agreed that she got a very, very good ride to win that race. The other jockeys got in a real battle for the lead, and there was a pace collapse in it, whereas her jockey, it was Adel Al-Faredi, wasn't it? It was Adele. It was Adele. And you remember it well. Adele basically said, well, you can do what you like. Yeah. I'm sitting at the back of the field. Came for a wide draw as well, Came for a wide draw, but he wasn't forced wide round the bend because the rest of them they were all herring away into that bend, and they got very tired. There was a filly in that race who'd won a maiden and got disqualified, and she was parked reasonably wide. It was Naif who rode her, and he's tried to get to the front from where she was. She ended up 6 wide on the bend. You could almost see Adele sort of chuckling to himself in the early stages of that race. We don't know how good Hiroshima is based on that run. She won it easily enough in the end. And she could have been miles better than the rest, but at the same time, she might have been the 5th or 6th best filly in that race and won it because she was given the perfect ride. So I thought she had plenty to prove in a race of this nature. Smit Kana was in that race as well. I thought she ran pretty well. She was up on the pace throughout, and she's a massive outsider. She's about a 50-1 shot, and I don't think there's an awful lot between the pair of them in terms of what they did there. Yeah, I was going to look back at the 4 Kawa Phil in this race here. Second last time out with a winner on penultimate start as well. Yeah, she won a 1,200 metre open, and then she was the horse who did best of the others when finishing second to Mota Thataba last time out. Say that quickly 3 times. I know. So she deserves respect. Is she overpriced? She's bigger than 16-1 this morning. Yeah,
She is a big. I mean, she's not particularly sexy. She just ran through horses. You know, she wasn't coming from the back of the field and running through tired horses. She was reasonably close up with the others, but she stayed on best of the others to finish second. Clearly, she's held by our favourite, but given she beat 10 of these last time out, she shouldn't be a bigger prize than 2 or 3 of them.
She surely has place claims here.
Yeah,
she
doesn't come from one of the big yards, but she's shown loads of ability in her. I mean, when she won her open race over 1200, she won that by a wide margin. So she was an impressive winner on her debut. Guess who she beat in her debut?
She beat the favourite.
She beat the favourite on debut by 5 3/4 lengths. So she's the only one to have actually beaten Mota Thabata at all. So she has that in her locker. She then flopped a little bit second time out, became right back to form and winning over 1200 metres 2 starts ago, and proved she stays 1600 with that second last time out. So she's the forgotten one in the race.
Yeah.
The negative with her is she's drawn a stall 17. Okay. Now, if they all go hell for leather into the bend, and she can avoid trouble out wide, she's got a chance. But we've seen more often than not that if you're stuck wide over this trip, you tend to get a bad run through. Adele Alfaredi showed how to do it on certain occasions. You've got to have a lot of courage to ride that way in a race like this, especially if you're not a leading jockey. So it's not easy for it's Ayar Al-Tarisi who's on board today. It's not easy to drop a filly like this out and hope the rest of them come back to him. And I suspect that he won't. I suspect he'll want to give her every chance in the race.
Hannah is in the parade ring. Hannah, it's a cracking contest. How are these fillies getting on?
They're doing good, Callum. There's so much to choose from, but we're going to start with number 2 here, Falat Care. And this horse will be ponied up by one of the outriders. And good job, too, because she's begun to get herself worked up. She was okay coming in, and now this jig jogging has started. Mikel Barcelone takes the ride on this filly. She's not sweating up just yet, but remember, like I said yesterday, it's very cold here, so if you see sweat, it's a big no-no. But so far, so good. Hopefully they're going to get boarded and she'll be out very soon. The next horse we're going to look at is horse number 3, who's just behind and a lot calmer considering Falat Care is playing up a little bit. So this is Hiroshima. Now she's beginning to have a little head shake. See, when one goes, some of the others do also. Nevertheless, the handlers have got her, and she's okay. She's in good hands, which is good to see. The next horse we're going to look at is number 8. We're just going to wait for some of the other horses to move out the way, and then we're going to go to horse number 8, which will be Mota Thabata. This was a horse I really liked the look of last time, and I'm so excited to see this horse back in action. A more chilled out filly. She's having a gentle look around, really gorgeous, kind eyes as she looks at you all in the camera. She looks great body-wise, I have to say. Hind end, beautifully muscled, not too much muscle either. So she's not overly built up where she can't walk out properly. So it's really good to see a nice shine on her coat also. Number 9 is the next horse we are going to look at, which of course is just behind a darker liver chestnut, Motawalia. Having a little shake there of the head. Again, a beautiful shine on the liver chestnut, tucked up underneath and looking nice and tight and fit. Dropping back, number 10, Mumtara. Unexposed, but has the ability for sure. She's a little bit short when she walks from her hind end there, but nevertheless her rest of her body looks very, very well put together, nice and muscled, and she's definitely tucked up underneath, looks very race fit. She's got the cross nose band on as well. Number 15 is the next horse we're going to look at. Rawada. And Russell Ryan takes the ride on this filly. Some of them are having a bit of a jig jog actually now in the parade ring. They've all kind of picked up the pace, but I will let you know if anything else occurs. And number 15, Radwa, is also doing the same. She's having a bit of a jig jog and a look around. Slight dish in the nose as well. That Arabian in the thoroughbred breed is definitely coming out. Underneath she is looking tucked up, looking nice and tight indeed. Can't comment on the walk as she is jig jogging, as you can see. At the hind end I would like to see it a little bit more toned, as the definition isn't as defined as some of the other horses in the paddock. But as I mentioned, She is jig jogging, and that's what you can see. So we'll keep an eye on that as the atmosphere here on course is really picking up. We've got loads more racegoers gathered round the parade ring to see the action ahead. It's so exciting here. We've got music, more racegoers. It is all going on. So that's your update from the paddock. Some of them actually have begun to calm down, which is a good sign. Now the bell has gone for the jockeys to board, so it's back to you guys in the studio for this exciting local Group 1.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, great work done in the parade ring, as per usual. Rory, I think it's worth putting the time that Montero ran into perspective, because you are very, very keen to follow the clock. The clock often doesn't lie, and we've now got some context for this Montero performance.
Yeah, she was an impressive winner on debut, and she had a stable companion who won the other maiden for 2-year-olds over the same distance on the same card as a filly called Amirat Al-Zaman. Amirat Al-Zaman did a time of 1:43.8, and you got to bear with me when I reverse to find the time that she did, but it was 1:45.55. I think.
Yeah, it was 2 seconds different.
It was, you know,
yeah.
it was 1.7, 1.8 seconds slower. So yes, she was impressive, but it was not a good time. As I said, you can be a very good horse and not do a good time. The time your finishing time is based on how the race is run. But we know that races tend to be run in a very similar manner here in big field maidens. They tend to go reasonably hard from the front because there's an advantage to get a good position. So the jockeys all want to get a good position. They don't crawl along and then sprint later on. So the times tend to be pretty valuable. And obviously you've got to bear other things in mind. Sometimes the track rides slower. We heard Jimmy Jergens talking about that yesterday, that the track was riding slower for a few weeks, and now I think it's riding a bit quicker again. The wind direction, the wind speed as well. But her time of 1:45 and a half was disappointing. Well, not disappointing, but it was slow. Whereas the Wafa, who won around the same time, was doing a tremendous time.
You're going to love this one, Rory. I know how much you love our wonderful viewers that come in and comment all the time. Osama Aziz has put up 3 horses. They're the 3 white stable runners, 8, 2, 13.
Any one of the 3.
Any one of the 3. Any one of the 3.
If you get the TriCast and you call the TriCast after the event, you know,
happy days,
kudos
well done.
for that.
F has also just said, who thinks Mota Sahiba is going to win? I think there'll be plenty of people who like that one. Very strong in the international market still, I imagine.
Yes, an even money shot. Let's see if that's moved at all. She still evens. We tend to find if there's movement in the market, it tends to come in the last minute or two.
There were some big market movers yesterday, weren't there?
Well, we saw a big market move in that sprint earlier on, where the market leader, the winner was 130 earlier in the day and has drifted a little bit from that. Rustam Basha was 4-1, and I was with her. I thought she was value as second favourite. She's gone off at 5-4.
Ross Orion is on Rawadar. We've just seen him going down to post. By closing bell, this filly. She's had 1 win, but was well beaten last time. Do we have a form line with that? I imagine we probably do.
Sorry, remind
that was
me.
Number 15.
Number 15. Rawada.
Yeah, it's down the field behind.
Yeah, and she's coming off a big. That wasn't the race that the rest of these were in. That was the Taif Cup, wasn't it, that she was in? Where she was 11 of 17 back in September. So beaten 25 lengths that day. Prior to that, she'd beaten a horse called White Deer.
Not Dwight Ear.
Who's listed as Dwight Ear there, but I'm delighted to say that common sense has prevailed. That horse is now listed as White Deer. That was an impressive performance at the time, but White Deer struggled a few times after that. She's a bit weak at the moment. So Rawada, you get the same sort of scenario. Maybe Rawada needed time to strengthen up, and she's been off for a few months. That might have done her good. Who knows?
I'll tell you, this show isn't thrown together. We've got a group WhatsApp where Hannah can fire in some interesting paddock notes. She's just mentioned the 11 here, which is Naira. Absolutely massive, she said here in the group chat. And I can see there she does stand well above her lad, but she looks quite light of frame.
Yeah, she wasn't. She was stepping up last time out. Again, she was another we saw in that race, beaten 26 lengths into 8th of 19 in the Princess Setup. We haven't given the race its name. We should do, shouldn't we?
Absolutely.
The Princess Setup in Fahad Al Damar Cup last time out, won by Sabata. That wasn't a bad performance. She again was behind the same filly in the Taif Cup, finished 8th that day, having won her maiden, where she beat Rakaza. And she was a good second in a in that auction race for fillies in November behind Sahabat Team.
They can be tricky, those auction races,
can,
can't
yeah.
they? They're worth an awful lot of money, but sometimes the strength and depth isn't quite there at the local breeding level.
You tend to get 2 or 3 goodish horses in them, and a lot of. Sometimes we see horses making their debut there, or coming off one run where they've been tailed off, but they qualify for the race. So obviously, there's a lot of people who are picking up horses reasonably cheap there. Have got a big pot to aim at. So for small owners, those big auction races are very tempting, but as a result, you do tend to get a mix of abilities in there.
As I've told everyone many times on this show, I was fortunate enough to attend the auction where these horses are sold, where they can run into the race, and a lot of them don't make the reserve purely because the reserve is so high, because the owners want to run them in this race. Like if you've bred it and you've consigned it, you want to run it in the race if you don't get an eye-watering sum of money for it. So a lot of those horses go through the ring, go through unsold.
And I take it they're unsold, but they're still qualified.
Oh, yeah. As soon as they enter into the ring, they qualify.
There aren't a few go through early for like that 200 SAR.
No.
So there's still a bit of that back home, isn't there?
Really interesting that you'll get the old go through the ring at Goss and then sell privately outside, can still run in the Goss Million. You're like,
Yes.
well, hang on a minute, that doesn't seem to be correct. The poor people at the sales company haven't seen a penny.
I saw one that actually went to a national hunt sale.
There you go.
It was like a sale for broodmares, and this yearling went through the ring, and first lot through,
800 euros.
800 euros, and you're qualified for all the races. There's also my favourite one is there's a very, very wealthy owner who has breeds horses and races them, but the breeding is done under one company name and the racing is done under another company name. So they go to the sales owned by the breeder and they're bought by the owner to go racing. It's the same person buying the horses.
Unbelievable. What a way this wonderful
allowed.
game works.
It
is allowed in the murky
That's a classic winning owner, by the way.
Unbelievable thing.
Yeah.
It's not Andrew Lloyd Webber, is it?
No, it's not.
Let's talk about a couple of the others that we've yet to mention further down the order. Jcsa, horse number 17, has been banging on the door without quite kicking it in.
Yes, running a slightly lesser races until last time, but was a half-decent second in the Ministry of Education Cup won by Galak Allah. That was a little bit of a messy contest, but Shea ran as well as she ever has to be second that day, only a neck behind the winner, having also been finished in the same position in an open race last time out, won by Emhal. She does need to find a fair bit more to get involved here, and I don't think that Ministry of Education Cup was nearly as strong as the Princess Setat Cup, that our favourite one.
Then we've got 2 more that I want to look at, 19 and 20, both second last time out, right towards the bottom. It's Smith Karma and Tessala, sorry.
Well, this is a reasonably interesting one, because number 19, Smith Karma, who I mentioned, was second to Hiroshima in a 1200 metre maiden last time out. I thought she actually shaped as well as the winner that day because she was up with the pace.
She was one horse that stuck there, wasn't she?
That's right, yeah. So I thought, well, she's probably better than the bare result. She was 5th to Nawafa on debut, beaten about 25 lengths. So that kind of gives a little bit of a boost to the form.
Nawafa, doesn't it? Yeah.
And, if people think that she's good enough to run in this race and Hiroshima's good enough to run in the race, the fact that Nawafa, is 25 lengths better than them on collateral form does suggest that she is potentially something very special. Number 20 you wanted to mention as well, didn't you?
Yes, number 20, Tessale.
Second to Sahafi in a 1400 metre open last week. It was a bad race, and we saw Sahafi run here yesterday, and that finished 11th. So that form hasn't worked out at all. Her previous form doesn't look particularly good. That would be, I wouldn't be surprised by a lot of things today, but I would be absolutely stunned if Tessale was good enough to win this race, or indeed finish in the first 4. So if she does, you can do what you like.
Let's get some selections from you, Rory. You're going to go with Nawafa.
I'm going to go with Nawafa because I want to be slightly different. I'm not against the favourite. I think she's the right favourite. I think she'll get every chance. I just think, and I thought from her debut, that Nawafa might be something really special.
To keep it nice and fun, I'll go for the favourites. So we at least split. So you've got one chance to catch me here at least. So Mota Sahiba is going to be my pick. The 8. Hannah, who do you like in this one?
Oh, well, Callum, I do agree with you, but I will go different just for the purpose of variety. But I really do like the number 8. Motta the Better. I liked her before. She's hugely impressive, and I'm sure she's going to take a beating today. But I also like the number 10, Mum Tara, of course, winner on debut, and definitely has the ability and unexposed, but I'm excited to see how she performs against number 8, Motta the Better. So, like I said, for variety, number 10 for me, Mum Tara. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. They are loading the stalls for the Group 1 King Fahd Cup over 1,600 metres. I thought Motta the Better would be the idea of the winner. I think she's showing tremendous improvement with every run. I respect the thoughts of Rory with Noafa when we're talking about the clock as well. I thought she was a worthy second favourite. Motta the Better, easy for me to say, was the right favourite here at even money. Did touch odds on. Red cap here for the market leader. Motta the Better. The practice before the race. Blue cap for Hiroshima. Had to step into the stalls that Taurus Salwa already loaded. 5 or 6 out the back. Even money the favourite. 113 Noafa. Falak Kier, who we haven't given too much of a mention to, is in the stalls. White cap as well. A quick adjustment to the race card. The final few are going in, including Kawafil and Rawada. Rawada. White stable and red stable representatives watching on. Rearing is Rawada with Rossa Ryan in the plates. Also rearing is Leon A's in stall 5. They're just going to trot up Rawada without the pilot. Rawada. Got an eye on Rossa Ryan at the moment. Let's hope he's okay. Still circling. Seems to be plenty of discussion behind the stalls. Still no change. Real communication as to whether Rawada will line up here. There is Rossa. He looks all right, I think. I saw him for a second. And the horse is not really helping out the starting team. So it's just Rawada. The others are waiting very patiently. There is Rossa. He's okay. White cap for Rossa. Red cap for Ricardo on Mumtara. Rossa is now getting back aboard. Wide across the track here, 20 runners for the Group 1 King Fahd Cup. 3-year-old fillies are lined up and they're off. And Rawada did break on terms with the rest of the fields. Restrained towards the back is Hiroshima and also Shakra Al-Hawi in the green jacket. Going through the first of 8 furlongs here, Kawafil, red and blue jacket, wants a piece of the early action. So too does Taurus Salwa. Both of those negotiating a wide draw here with the black and white checks, or grey and white checks, of Sahabat Dean close up in 3rd position. White blinkered head of Nidel is also handy, racing in company with Falat Kier, who is prominent. So too is Naira towards the inside. The black and orange silks of Missamia is a further 2 lengths behind in around 7th position. Races alongside Mitalea. The white cap there of Noafa is no better than 8th at the moment. Now side by side with the market leader, which is Motta the Better, who is wide around the turn as they approach the halfway stage. It is Kawafil setting the fraction sections by a length and a half. Leads now by 2, with Naira taking second from Daktora Salwa. Falak Kier is now galvanised on the outside in 4th position. Mota Thabeta is trying to pick up on the outside of Miss Samie as they turn for home. Kawafil is the first one to see the judge. Leads by 2. Naira with Wigberto Ramos in the plate is now closing. So too is Mota Thabeta down the wide outside. And here she comes. Mota Thabeta now strikes the front and begins to draw away. Mota Thabeta down the outside is in front by 2. Make it 3. It's further White Stable glory here in a Group 1. Mota Thabeta simply too good. Wins by 3 to Mitalea, who ran on well into 2nd position. Then came Utsaham, Nawafa and Kawafil. Mota Thabeta is a winner for Camilo Ospina, his 2nd of the afternoon, and wins handsomely. 3 wins in a row now for Mota Thabeta. Has come there travelling like a good thing and won like a good thing. Wins well, the White Stable with further big race success. Prince Miteb watching on well. His star filly will surely be rated in the triple digits after this. Wins in a time of 1:41.86. It was Missamie who got up for 2nd in the end. 4 1/4 lengths behind the leader. Let's wrap up the placings. Kawafil was finishing well with Nawafa. Then came Naira. Falakiya was next across the line, clear of the remainder. Mota Thabeta, easy to say. 4 1/4 lengths to Missamie in 2nd, Nawafa 3rd, and Kawafil was home in 4th.
Mota Thabeta is your winner here under Camille Ospina in a fascinating race, Rory, which I can't wait to break down with you. But again, she's confirmed that she is the go-to filly at her age group at the moment in Saudi Arabia.
She's very good. And the thing about these races where you've got fillies who've got speed, the Kawafils here and the Messamiyas, is that those speedy fillies can get away from stayers. And if you're, even if you're a better horse, the way the race looks after 4 furlongs is that there's a gap to bridge, and it asks a question even of a classy horse like her, that she has to bridge that gap on her own. No one else is going to do the hard work for her, and if you watch the race again, you think she's in trouble at one stage, but basically, she has to be asked for 2 efforts. She's got to close the gap so there's a race to be had, and then when she gets the leaders in her sight, she then needs to latch on again and pass them. And the great thing about that is it brings these fillies on, the colts on the similar races. You can't just go around with your head in your chest cruising through. You have to be able to make 2 efforts to win a race like this, and she's done it really nicely.
There's Prince Mitab there celebrating with his filly. He's getting right up close for this one as well. Camille Ospina in the saddle as well as he continues to bear down on Adel Al-Faradi. Prince Mitab, you wouldn't see him jumping around for joy with much success, but he's had to face some troubles this season with the yard and the string kind of missing some form and not quite picking up at the same way they did last season. Different strategies with their breeding, different strategies with how they're buying, having horses run in the UK as well.
Yeah.
It's all been a bit of a change and it hasn't all been smooth.
His first runners in the UK this year. Carl Burke had a nice juvenile for him. But yeah, a slight change of trainers here as well, and a change of approach in terms of when the button is pressed with these 2-year-olds. We saw them all going in first time out last season, not so this year.
Hannah will probably be joined by Camille Ospina.
I will indeed. Wow, the atmosphere here is fantastic. Quick word before he has to rush off. Congratulations, Camille, brilliant.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you to the pre-meetup in Abdullah. I just say that because I can't to meet him, Thank you very much.
Oh, thank you, Camille. Yes, it's very busy. Look at this for the atmosphere. It's brilliant. And actually, I just had one connection, a delighted connection, say, this is our favourite horse. I mean, they're absolutely loving it. And I said yesterday the atmosphere was great. Today, it is even better. And what was lovely is when the horse came in, the crowd around were all clapping. It was so lovely to have such a warm welcome for this horse. We absolutely love it here. The atmosphere is fantastic. Back to you guys in the studio.
Yes, a wonderful performance here and great scenes down in the Woodard enclosure there. Prismita, I'm sure he'll be over the moon with that. A very, very good run from her finish. She's had to come wide all the way around here, but in a race where there was plenty of pace on, there's some horses in the background that really caught your eye, Rob.
Oh, yeah, well, my selection, again, my worry was that she would get lost from stall 12 in a big field, and she did a little bit. She was actually alongside the winner at one stage, but she couldn't quite go with her. She's cut to the inside in the straight. She had a lot of horses to pass, but she's actually run on really strongly late on to get third, and that's a really creditable run on just her second start. She showed her inexperience, but she also showed the class that she has, and I think she's going to be a filly to follow. But as I said, this was the right favourite. She'd done it before on multiple occasions.
Can we just confirm the results as well? Just getting a little bit confirmation in the group chat. The 1, 2, 3
the
NSPs.
results are first number 8. Mota Thabata at even money. Second was number 6, Mesamia or Mesamia, 16-1, and Nowafa, number 13, was third, the 132nd favourite.
So 8, 6, and 13 was your 1, 2, 3 here. And Rory, at this stage, they were going like the clappers, but Cowerfield, who's ended up finishing 4th, has run the race of her life.
She ran very well to be second to the winner last time out, and she's ended up only finishing 4th today. But she was drawn in stall 17, and we said, the problem with that is you might get hung out wide, but she's decided to use her speed early to get to the front, or her jockey has decided to do that.
And look at where the winner is as well at this
on board.
stage.
Yeah, the winner's well back in the field towards the outside, and this is, it's a conundrum for jockeys how to ride a race like this, because essentially there are 2 races to ride. There's the race to get a position in the early stages, as it always is on a dirt track over this sort of trip, and then there is the race at the end, and you can't afford to drift too far back in the field, so you've always got to keep working. And Camille didn't want to be stuck too wide on the track, so he just kept working at her to have her in a position that she wanted, and he knew he had to have her in the clear. You can't get stopped in your run, you can't lose momentum. So what you'll see is jockeys coming from behind will mostly look to pull out from the bend and get widest of all, so that they can come with an uninterrupted run. And every now and again you get jockeys who take a gamble and try to go right up the inside and hope the gaps appear. But if the gaps close on you, you're beaten. Whereas if you come wide, there are always gaps wider out, aren't there? You can just keep coming a little bit wider. So it gives you options. And this filly's very smart, but she had to work just to get herself into a good position. You see, there was no great speed from the inside runners. The horses drawn in stalls 1 and 2 were 2 of the big outsiders, and you had speed from the wide stalls, so they've worked very hard to get across. Cowerfield being the main one. We also got Dr. Salwa, who was drawn in stall 19, coming forward and sitting in second place there. But they've had to do a lot of work to get there, and Cowerfield's run really well to stay there for so long, because she burned a lot of fuel just to get that good position. You can see from this point that Ayad Al-Tarisi is trying to be as streamlined as possible and just hoping that she can keep running on her own account. There's no point him getting really after her at this stage, because she's already in top gear. She's not going to go any faster than this. So he's just hoping that, if he can do nothing to stop her, she's just going to keep her momentum going as long as possible.
Could we argue that the 1, 2, 3, 4 aren't actually milers, that Cowerfield would probably do better dropping back in the trip, and the first, second and third would all probably do better? And looking at 1800-metre horses, we were talking about these feature races.
Yeah, I think the problem with that analysis is just that you assume that how the horses finish are what they want. A horse that finishes weekly wants a shorter trip. But Cowerfield stays this trip. She ran on strongly to be second over the trip last time out, but she was ridden differently here. She was ridden to use her speed early And by definition, if you use your petrol in the early stages of the race, you're going to run out of petrol later on. It doesn't mean you don't stay, it's just the way you've used your fuel.
So if you had Cara Phil, you'd be happy to stick to a
I'd be
mile.
happy and just hope she gets a better draw next time out or a smaller field.
Yeah, and remember the issue with Cara Phil as well, she's had 2 wins too in the career, so it's hard to place her now. She has to kind of be at this top table.
Yeah, she's winners of 2, obviously, but they get harder. Winners of 1 can be weak enough affairs, but winners of 2 get very competitive. But she's good enough to run in cup races, so I imagine Connections, who don't get that many opportunities of running their horses in the very best races, will look to keep her at the top table, really. Miss Samia is a really nice filly in third. I had her down as a non-stayer at this trip. She's shown her best form over 1,200 metres. It was a really impressive maiden winner earlier in the season. But up until now, she's not really looked like a stayer at this trip, but she got it well enough tonight.
Great to see winning Connections here, getting their trophy. Another for Prince Mitab and the White Stable, who will have a very, very large trophy cabinet. They have been in right form this weekend. A couple of disappointments, most notably yesterday. They had, oh goodness gracious, I want to call it Palermo, but that's not the one. That ran actually quite well. What was the disappointment that they had? The colt, who's the grey, who looked very good in the parade ring, whose name has completely escaped me. He ran a bit of a disappointing race, although he did end up finishing 5th when plugging on late. But it's good that they've got this highly regarded horse, Mota Sabeta, who has now stepped forward again and rattled off her 3rd consecutive victory.
Yes, and this is her 3rd cup win as well, and she was massively impressive in that Princess Setat Cup when she also got the run of things to a large degree as well, and showed herself to be absolutely out of the top drawer. And she has shown that she can win ugly as well. Here, although she's pretty handsome in the closing stages.
Yeah, she
ended up pulling away to win quite well, even though it looked like she had an uphill battle at one stage of the race.
Yeah, I thought Mark Francis called it perfectly, that she was under pressure on turning the bend, but so was Hakit was the horse I was thinking of. Thank you very much, my fearless producer, Hakit, who ended up finishing 5th on that day.
Okay, yeah.
But I thought ran a better race than
it didn't get going early on. Probably lost it shortly after the stalls, but actually plugged on quite gamely in the end.
Yeah, Connections will be super happy with that. A good day for them and a very good day for Camille Ospina. Hugs and kisses all around here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. Great to have so many of you in the chat and so many watching the racing as well. The viewership is absolutely spiking as we get to the races, so it's great to see that all of you want to come and enjoy the action here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And if you're watching it on the television and you want to come along and visit, myself and Rory can say one thing and one thing only: you must come. It is a superb country and a superb venue to go racing. What are you going to say?
And we know a hotel that only charges you £15 a night.
We do that. We do know a hotel.
We were living in it last year.
Do you want to sleep? If not, it's right there and available for you to get involved in.
Only 25 minutes from the track as well.
Yeah, very, very accessible to the track. There are also other hotels available. Let's move on. After the King Farhad Cup, we move straight on to our next contest, which is race number 10. And Mark Francis, you can take us through those runners and the riders.
Yes, I'll let you two calm down after that Group 1, but it's Group 1 action once again. This is the King Khalid Cup over 10 furlongs, so 2,000 metres in total, a domestic Group 1 for 4-year-olds. 800,000 Saudi Riyal in the prize fund, and as we go through, I'll give you the prices on the international markets. Azim Al Riyadh is the top horse, but Tariq Al Mansour, looking for a second winner this afternoon, is a 6-to-1 chance. 2 is Ale Wagi for Ayed Al Tarizi, much bigger price, 33-to-1. Al Kawakibi is one of the market principals for double seeking or single seeking. Alex Moreno, of course, his last winner was in a Group 1 yesterday. Al Kawakibi 130, second favourite. Taidan, Thaidan, whatever you want to call it, Stall 1, Camilla Ospina, looking for a hat-trick, is the 9-to-4 market leader. Altogether is next, was once 2 from 2. Naif Al-Anazi on top today, 10-to-1. Followed by the bottom horse on that caption, Mountain Top, looking for back-to-back victories for Mohammed Al-Dahan, 4-to-1. 2 over the page, Rida Al-Bari is a 25-to-1 chance here for Abdullah Al-Credis. And the final horse here going to post, Mikel Barcelona, partners Ostim Sek. 3 wins from 7 starts. The only filly in the lineup is a 4-to-1 player. They are the runners and riders then, all 8 of them for the Group 1 King Khalid Cup. It's back to Hannah Baker.
It is indeed. Well, I've got Jimmy Jerkins here, and I actually came over to Jimmy because I thought he was signing autographs. But it turned, you did have a crowd of people around you, didn't you?
Yeah, it was just some kids wanted to know. I got the gist that they knew I was trained for Prince Faisal, but they didn't know which horses. So I had to try to tell them which ones. So it took some doing, but I think we finally got it straightened out.
Well, it's so great, isn't it? I've been going on about to everyone that the atmosphere here is great. I mean, you must be enjoying the day. Of course, you've got a runner next. But before we talk about that, tell me about your evening. The atmosphere here is brilliant.
Yeah, it is. You know, you can feel it. It's the importance of it. You know, you go up there in the second floor where the cafe is. It's getting really crowded now, and it's nice. It's good to see.
Yeah. Well, seeing as we had children around you, do you get a lot of that? Do you get a lot of people come and ask you lots of questions, and I suppose fans of yours as well?
No, not really. I can't really say that. I just, it's just a hi, how you doing kind of thing. But I never really. There's a few people that like other trainers that I've gotten kind of close with, but overall it's just been everyone just keeping to themselves and just trying to do the best they can in these races, but everyone gets along, and not speaking much Arabic. Well, no Arabic. It's a big, I wish I could. It'd be a lot easier, it's a good feeling though. You feel a good camaraderie here.
Yeah, everyone's so friendly here, which is so nice. Well, we're going to talk about your runner, not in the next race, but a bit later on. Finest Sound.
Yeah, I mean, it's just you couldn't get a tougher race than this one. He's been running good. He won his first race this season, was a good one. He beat what's that great horse that won the last Cup race? Takfik, is it? Or Tofik or something like that. Anyway, he's a Macho Uno horse, and Finest Sound beat him. I think they decided to take that horse back, and he didn't really like that, and we ended up beating him. But then he came back and got a good rail trip, and he won the Cup pretty easy. But he's taken to the dirt pretty well. Better than I kind of thought when I first got him. I remember him running in Canada a couple of years before I came here, and he was a third in the Woodbine Mile, and all his races were turf. So, when he came, I didn't know how he was going to handle the dirt, but he's handled it. He's handled it good, but he's still better on the turf than he is the dirt. But I think he's doing very well. He had that one good comeback race. His last race he finished fourth. He ran very well. But it's a very tight. He's going to have to run the race of his life to win it. No question about that.
Yeah, I think the horse you're talking about might be Akfik.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah. It's a great horse, right? I think he's a Macho Uno horse. He's by Macho Uno, who's a good stallion back home. I think he passed away or has been pensioned since then. But I remember him when he was running back home, and he's been a good stallion. So. Yeah, and he beat him, but he did beat him. He's beaten some, when he won his race here, he had some decent horses behind him, and his time was good. But like I say, he's going to have to have his best day, and some of the tough ones are going to have a bad day.
Well, thank you so much for that update. We're looking forward to. It's always good to see you, of course, and we're looking forward to seeing your horse run. But I'll let you enjoy the rest of your evening here.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you very much, Hannah. Yes, looking forward to seeing Finest Sound in that race. Very much looking forward to seeing Amphius go for Roger Varian in the race 11, the King Faisal Cup as well. But let's focus on the King Khalid Cup. The horses are in the pre-parade ring for that. Only 8 in the field, so I reckon we can just go top to bottom here, Mr. Delagi. Are you okay with that?
I'm very okay with that. Thank you very much.
Let's start with Azem Al Riyadh, then a horse we've seen win a couple of times earlier this season, but hasn't quite been able to repeat that form recently.
No, he's got good form, Azem Al Riyadh. He's got an official rating of 93. He was second to Daydan in the King Abdulaziz Cup over 1,800 metres here in March. That was very strong contest at Group 1. He's actually third past the post, I believe. But
Winner was
promoted
disqualified.
to second. He was winner was demoted.
Winner was
rather.
demoted, yes, yes.
Rather than there was another horse disqualified. I think the third or fourth
Oh,
got disqualified.
this is the race that totally confused
But
me.
anyway, one horse got demoted on the night, and one horse who was in the frame got disqualified afterwards. But anyway, he ran well on his return, but he was behind Western City in an 1800-metre open last time out. And while Western City's a very good horse, I thought he should have finished a lot closer than that. So something clearly wasn't right with Azam Al Riyadh last time out. If you ignore that run, he's got chances. If you think that run is indicative of where he is at the moment, he's going to struggle.
Let's see how he gets on here. The number 2 horse is Alawaji, who we know plenty of. I remember this horse when he was younger.
Indeed. He sounds like such an old guy.
Oh, Hannah's down in the parade ring. We'll hear more about Alawaji later on. Hannah, who have you found?
Well, let me introduce you to Farhed Walid. He really wanted to come along on the English Broadcasting Channel and tell us about your new exciting opportunity. So your father is the owner of our horse in the next race, number 1. And this is very exciting because you are a first-time owner, right? So it's all very new. So this is Azam Al Riyadh. Tell me about your experience with this horse and owning it.
Oh, well, this horse is amazing. I mean, has amazing capabilities. It goes really fast as well, and it's really easy to make amazing inside. So, yeah.
We're very much looking forward to seeing him in action. Now, for our viewers at home, they've probably most likely never been here before. Just tell them perhaps why they should come to Saudi Arabia, to Riyadh, and come racing here.
Honestly, Saudi is the most amazing place ever. Before I was in America, and when I came to Saudi, I feel like my heart was here, and amazing. Honestly, it was just being here was probably the best decision I was probably made in my entire life. I love the mood here. Honestly, being here, I'm just really grateful to be here and enjoying the mood, enjoying the setting, enjoying the climaxes that upon here, and yeah, it's just amazing.
And I mean, it's so many great things to look at here. You've got amazing entertainment. The music is fantastic. And I have to say, everybody is very kind and welcoming here.
Yeah, they are. I mean, it's like one of the most welcoming people in the world. If you go here, you'll definitely feel like you're at home. People will treat you very right. And if you were to be here, you'd feel like you're almost Saudi. So being here, you probably feel like you're Saudi yourself, have some Saudi blood in you. So yeah.
That's brilliant. Thank you so much for sharing that. Well, we wish you the best of luck, and we will see your horse next.
Let's have a look at Zaydan in action. I should also say, well done, Hannah. That was a lovely interview as well. I don't want to skip over that. That was a really nice interview, and good luck to the connection with Azam Al Riyadh. They'll have to beat this horse, though, Zaydan.
Yes, and he looked like he was going to take an awful lot of stopping at this day. This was his seasonal reappearance, and he was second to Wakid, but he looked to travel very well through the race for a long way, and just got tired a little bit towards the end. Obviously, we say that the horses coming back off a layoff tend to need a run a little bit, and a lot of horses who've got a bit of class will look better than their opposition and then just not quite see things out. But the form he showed last season suggests that he should be hard to beat here. As I said, he won that Group 1 King Abdulaziz Cup over 1,800 metres. The way he shapes in his races, ignore that one where he looks like he's a little bit weak at the finish because he would have just needed that to put him spot on for this. The way he shaped in his races last year, particularly that King Abdulaziz Cup, going on really strongly at the finish, having been off the bridle before 1 or 2, he will stay this longer trip, and I think it gives him a big chance of staying ahead of his rivals here. Although he's not miles clear on ratings, I think he is a horse who can do better this season and is going to be hard to beat here.
Yeah, he got some interference and then rallied after getting interfered with as well on that day last season. Alawaji was the horse we were talking about.
Yes.
Horse we know plenty about, but it's not quite been in the same level of form as he showed earlier in his career.
No, it was 12.5 lengths behind Azam Al Riyadh when unplaced in the Ministry of Justice Cup last time out. That's a Group 3 contest, and it's easy to look past him again in this contest. He did win a course and distance open last season, beating Fonder, who we saw earlier
there we
on.
go. Yeah.
But I think he'd need a bit more. He's got a rating of 83. He's been slightly higher in the past, but not high enough to think he can bounce back and win this.
Now, Al Kawakabi, the 3, he was behind Zaydan last season, but this season he's been superb, hasn't he?
He won very well on his return at Taif, but he's had tougher tasks since then. I liked him a lot last year. He wasn't beaten far. He was actually 6th behind Zaydan in the King Abdulaziz Cup. He proved his stamina for 2,000 metres from winning the Taif Flower Festival Cup on his return to action. That's not always the strongest Cup race, that must be said. It was below his best behind Wakid in that race we just saw. He was out of shot, but he is the type to bounce back, and he's a generally very reliable performer.
Hannah is down in the parade ring. Are you looking at Azam Al Riyadh?
Well, we better take a look at Fahed Waleed's horse that we just spoke to. This is number 1, Azam Al Riyadh. Real gorgeous shine on the coat there. Nice muscular horse, but very big in frame, deep girth, plenty of room for the heart. Has the cheek pieces on and walking out quite well. Next horse, number 3, Alka Wakibi. We're going to have a look at has Alka Wakabi. Here we go. Has the headgear on and the noseband. Beautiful shine in the coat as well. Walking out, okay, walking quite nicely actually. Got a nice rhythm to this horse. The next horse we'll look at is number 4, Daidan. Camille Ospina takes the ride aboard this colt. Coming up now, the chestnut. Got the headgear on and the noseband, higher head carriage because he is having a good look around there. Has been breaking into a little jig jog now and again, but has settled down back into a walk. A very tall horse in frame indeed, and looks even bigger the way he's carrying his head right now. A real nice shape to him, and I'm sure he'll eat up the ground with those legs for sure. Number 6, Mountain Top. Mohammed El Daham takes the ride aboard this horse, has the noseband on, waving its tongue at us at the moment. Having a little look around. I'd like to see underneath that saddle actually and see that top line because there looks to be a dip just underneath. But in terms of body, we'll have, I think, a little bit more doing work-wise, like I said, underneath the saddle. But of course, this is a 4-year-old, so they don't really stop growing 4 to 5. Muscle-wise, though, nice hind muscle and underneath as well, tucked up indeed, grinding the teeth as well. And the final horse we're going to look at is number 8, Mosta Meskin. Mikel Barcelona takes the ride on this filly. Having a little look at the cameras there. Sweet little thing, this one. I say little actually, it's quite a big horse. Appears to have a deep girth as well. A nice shine to it, a really muscly behind. Wouldn't be overly pleased about the walk. Looks slightly stiff behind, but she is playing around with her head, so it's difficult to see. Her head is actually very big, much bigger than most of the horses in the parade ring, but she is a big girl, so she doesn't look out of place or anything like that. So the bell has gone, jockeys are boarding. Back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yeah, good to see Mostemsek just looking quite nice in the parade ring there. Big old head on her, isn't she? She's a big girl. She'll grow into that frame.
Yeah, she needs to improve to get involved here, but she did seem to take a step forward last time out. So needs to prove that wasn't a fluke, but physically there are reasons to believe that step forward. When winning a knot to 75 over course and distance, won that by a wide margin. But obviously, this is no knot to 75. This is a Group 1, so plenty more needed.
We've spoken about Daidan, so let's go straight to Maltka, the 5.
Yeah, Maltka made a very good start to his career, winning in Taif from Abu Zaid first time out, and then improved to win an Open over 1,600 metres, beating Moela. Tougher form in his next start, but he bounced back to form when 3rd to Fel in the primary champion of the racecourses. Hate the race title. There's got to be a better name for that. But basically, twice a season you have these. You have the primary championship, and then later on in the year you got the final championship. That was a good performance to finish 3rd to Fel. More needed here, but Malka's lightly raced. Got back on track last time out and could step forward again. So I wouldn't be ruling him out.
Is Mountain Top just very good, and we keep on underrating him?
Well, I don't know if we keep on underrating him. He's come a little bit from left field. You know, he's nearly as good as the best in this race, and he's done it without really being noticed. He won his last 2 last season, but didn't, wasn't running against the best horses, but won by a wide margin in a winners of 3 on his final start in February, winning by the best part of 9 lengths from Nafail, having beaten Mui Bukum in his previous start. Probably just needed the run, but still ran perfectly creditably behind Wakid in that Ministry of Justice Cup we've mentioned a couple of times. And he then went into open company last time out and won by a wide margin, won by 8 3/4 lengths, again from Mui Bukum. Now, my only concern with that was I would look back at the replay and I get the impression that Adel Al-Faredi was told, win by as far as possible because we want to get in that in the best cup races into a Group 1.
Because he did flat out destroy them, didn't he?
Yeah, so they were basically looking to maximise his rating there. So rather than winning it as closely as possible, he's been given quite a hard race to win by as wide a margin as he could. This is a much tougher race, but he's clearly progressing all the time. And he's not my selection, but he's certainly not one you can ignore. And the betting's not ignored him either. He's around a 4-1 shot, or he was when the market opened on this, sitting as sort of third favourite behind Zaidan.
Riyadh Al Bahri is the 7 here. Looks to have a tough task.
Yeah, not easy to fancy Riyadh Al Bahri. Not entirely disgraced behind Moltke last time out, finishing 4.5 lengths fourth. But, if you think Moltke's got a little bit to do here, then Riyadh Al Bahri is a lot harder to fancy. Moltke's around a 10-1 shot with a rating of 83. Riyadh Al Bahri is actually rated higher because it has an official rating of 84, but certainly didn't run to that last time out. Or if he did, the Moltke ran to a much higher level. And as I said, Moltke is certainly coming forward. Is not one to ignore, despite the official figures telling you he's got something to do. But I can't really get the same confidence with Riyadh Al Bahri.
Mustamsek is the last one we're focused on. You mentioned he won that 0-75 handicap last time. She's clearly the type that's going to improve with maturity, and she's second favourite here. Is that just a bit short?
I think that is very short because, be beaten heavily twice and not to 70 handicaps, and then win a Group 1 within a matter of months seems very, very hard to take on board. So 100 to 30
she needs to
or
improve an
thereabouts.
awful lot.
She needs to improve an awful lot. I mean, that's the thing. It looks like a good performance on paper, but she's certainly better at this trip than shorter. But I can't see her being good enough to win this. But she wouldn't be the first white stable horse to suddenly take a massive step forward. This caught me by surprise.
Does she strike you very similar to Mikel Barcelona's ride yesterday? That big horse that finished second to Alwaji.
Yeah, she had a similar rating. She was rated 81.
Yeah,
and she was the lowest rated horse in the race, maybe 82, but she was the lowest rated horse in the race. A lot of really solid high 90s, 100 horses in that race.
Big frame. Yeah, is definitely going to grow into that.
Yeah, she had the looks of one who should be better than her rating, and suddenly she showed it. I can get that with a horse who's very lightly raced, and actually they're winning races, but to have a horse who's been heavily beaten a couple of times and doing that. Now, you can understand some of her defeats, because what we've learned about the stable is that they were sort of harbouring a virus for a while, and the horses had been disappointing, and obviously even if a horse is sort of over that, if you run a horse when it's sick and it runs badly, they take time to recover fully, and sometimes you think they're better and you run them and they're still running below what they're capable of, and then suddenly when they're completely over that and over the after effects of running when you're not well, they can show different forms. So she might be in that bracket, but as I said, there are bits of her form that suggest she's not really entitled to be in this race. But if she was coming here, if that was just her second run last time out and she did that, you'd be raving about her as a massive improver.
Exactly,
but,
you certainly would be. Remember, we are live on the Jcsa YouTube channel. We are flying along here with the show. The horses circled down at the start. Great to see everyone involved in the chat, and great to see so many viewers as well. We know racing has been cancelled in other jurisdictions, so it's great to have you along for the ride here on this belting afternoon of Saudi racing. Rory, I take it you're on Zaidan here?
I'm on Zaidan, and I think dear old Al-Kawakibi could bounce back and finish second. I'm mentioning what's going to come second as well, so I'll be asking to get 2 points if I ever get a forecast, so I might be able to catch
well, I'm going to give you another chance because I'm going to go for Mountaintop. I can't stand Zaidan. I love him with the horse. He's just a horse that I just can't get behind, so it's just purely heart over head. I think Mountaintop continuing to come from left field. I thought it was very impressive last time out. It will be a big, big step up. Jeffrey loves the show. Great to have you involved, Jeffrey, and hopefully you can find some winners. Any tips Shuaib is asking for? Well, I think Rory's given the best tip here. It's Zaidan, horse number 4, for a couple of little players each way, maybe the 3 and the 6. But number 4 is the pick for our form expert, Rory Delagi. And I like horse number 6. Hannah, who's your pick?
I agree with you, Callum. I really like Mountaintop. I love the frame of this horse. It's bigger than the rest of the horse, but the frame is bigger and the muscle too. So it was a real standout in the parade ring, actually. Course and distance winner last time. I know this was 4th in a race where Zaidan came 2nd, but I do think this horse has got a very good chance. So hopefully that could be a winner on the board for us. Well, another one for you in your case. Mark Francis, it's now over to you to call us our race number 10 on this local Grade 1.
Yes, thank you, team. Looking forward to this King Khalid Cup over 10 furlongs as we see the drone shot of the back straight and all the way to the mile and a quarter start. They are loading here. A run through the international market. Zaidan is the 7-4 market leader ahead of Al-Kawakibi, denied the hat-trick last time, 130, 7-2 for Mostemsek, 4-1 bar those. I really like Feydan here, and the money is coming. 13-8 now, Feydan, 9-4 this morning. And up. Ready, and they're off. Slow to begin was Riyadh Al-Bari, but the 8 runners embark on their 2,000-meter journey with Feydan going straight to the lead. Now being joined and passed by Al-Kawakibi, and out wider the pace is really going to be set by Mostemsek, the second runner seemingly for the white stable, red cap for Mikel Barcelona, and she will lead after the opening furlong. Al-Kawakibi between white stable runners. Feydan towards the inside, settled in third. They join up with the round course with the white-faced runner Azim Al-Riyadh, wide on the racecourse in fourth position, just giving a bit of a bump to the horse on the outside, which is Mountain Top, close up in fifth position. The final trio make up of Moltke, the red and white colours, between Ale Waggi, the spotted silks, who might be the back marker, Riyadh Al-Bari passing both of those to now take sixth position on the inside. But they're tightly grouped here in the Group 1 King Khalid Cup over a mile and a quarter. And now just settling down a bit is Mostemsek with the red cap, giving a lead to stablemate Feydan, who has just squeezed along for 1 or 2 strides. May have given a bump to stablemate. Al-Kawakibi staying out of trouble in third. Riyadh Al-Bari sneaking through on the rail ahead of Mountain Top out wider. Azim Al-Riyadh is now being driven along, so too is Moltke, and the back marker continues to be Ale Waggi. The Group 1 is in the melting pot and firmly up for grabs as Mostemsek is now quickening up on the front end and shows the way by 3 or 4. Mountain Top now is trying to get to the leader. Al-Kawakibi and Feydan need to find extra, and they're not doing so at the moment. Riyadh Al-Bari comes next as we go inside the final furlong and a half. It's Mostemsek and Mikel Barcelona who are now drawing clear by 6-7 lengths. Mountain Top can't get to the leader. Likewise, Al-Kawakibi up towards the finish. 2 Group 1s for the white stable. Mostemsek and Mikel Barcelona are simply too good. In the end, it was Mountain Top up for second. Then came Al-Kawakibi, followed home by Riyadh Al-Bari and the disappointing Feydan. Possibly not the result that Prince Mitev and the white stable were expecting, but Mostemsek has in the end made all of the running for Mikel Barcelona, wins for the 4th time on start number 8, and it's a second Group 1 of the weekend for King Abdullah bin Abdulaziz and Sons. There's Prince Mitev, thankful for the victory here today with his top filly, Mostemsek, of a mark of 83. You'd have to say it's a little bit of an upset. Mostemsek for Mikel Barcelona, won by 7. Mountain Top home in second place, followed home by Al-Kawakibi and Riyadh Al-Bari. Mostemsek has won the Group 1 King Khalid Cup over 2,000 metres, wins by 7.5. Mountain Top, Al-Kawakibi, Riyadh Al-Bari, and the remainder could not get to the winner. Mostemsek, simply too good.
Mikel Barcelona, the multiple classic winning jockey, champion jockey in France in 2021, here for a couple of rides in Saudi Arabia, maybe to get his eye in ahead of the Saudi Cup, has landed a local Group 1 in the shape of the King Khalid Cup on an all-the-way winner aboard
Mustamsek.
Yeah. I got very confused. I was looking at the horse that we saw them win the last race. They all named so similarly. Mustamsek was your winner there. And Rory, this is a race that we're going to need to look back, because there was some moments there where it just felt like no one really wanted to go by the leader.
Yeah, well, she's dictated under. She's been given a very good ride by Mikel Barcelona. What I wanted to work out there was he didn't want to go to the rail, and he's kept about 2 or 3 horses off the rail, except when coming in slightly on the bend. And Veydan seemed to check up at that stage as if he was thinking about going for the gap. But it was open long enough that if he was good enough to go through, and if Camilo Espina wanted him to go through, you thought he would. And I just wonder, if they weren't stable companions, do you think that was just a very clever ride by Barcelona to basically put some temptation there and then take it away? But obviously, given that they are representing the same owner, you wouldn't like to think there's that kind of shenanigans going on. So it'd be interesting to see the head-on, particularly the overhead shot, and see how far he is off the rail and whether Veydan was given an opportunity to come through. Veydan isn't the kind of horse he wants to do his racing early. He finished strongly when he won a Group 1 last season from off the pace. But obviously, you leave a gap there, a horse can see daylight, it tends to get them a little bit fired up. But the replay will tell us more than we saw on the initial shot.
Yeah, great to see Talal and Sharaim down there, as well as some of the real heavy hitters of the White Stable team. Abdullah Al-Shwazwawa as well, the trainer. So a different trainer to Ahmed Mahmoud, who won the last big race. So that's nice to see. Spreading the wealth and spreading the love here. And great for Mikel Barcelona. Just so he would have enjoyed every second of that, I imagine.
I'm very much sure that he would. This was a really hard horse to weigh up. As I said, she seemed to have established a level of form, but she was disappointing a couple of times in ordinary races before bolting up last time.
Hannah is with our winning jockey.
Indeed, and these gone. Yeah, these had to rush off, unfortunately, but what a ride that was. He did the business in that race, so we'll head back to you guys in the studio. It's a busy day today. It's, yeah, he's gone with the wind. Back to you guys.
Hannah, what have I told you about blocking the exits? You got to make yourself big there for these jockeys. They're sneaky little men, and they will try and run away from you at any opportunity.
Did he turn around slightly apologetically there as he was whisked away? It wasn't his decision.
I think we'd like to think he turned himself around slightly apologetically there.
On a serious note, there are big ceremonies for the winners of these races, and they all have to go upstairs to the suites for that to happen. So the jockeys are being taken away early and don't have the opportunity to do post-race interviews they would do, which is a real shame for giving us these big races, but that's the way it pans out. And it wouldn't have been Mikel Barcelona trying to avoid Hannah. He was being pulled away. Now we get to see an overhead shot off the contest. We'll see exactly how this pans out.
He broke widest of all?
Yeah, but goes up. No one really wanted to go forward, I thought, in this contest.
Are they all following Veydan? Is this a situation where they're all watching what Camillo does, and then by the time it's too late to react, Mikel Barcelona has stolen 4 or 5 lengths?
I just think that you get 5 or 6 horses who are basically in here, with instructions to be held up, not necessarily looking at Veydan, but as you saw straight out of the stalls, no one wanted to go forward apart from the winner. And now he's got to the front, he's actually just eased up a little bit, so he's dictating, and they're right behind him.
Mikel, just
but he
stay
stays
there.
He's staying 2-3 horses off the rail, so there's room if either Veydan or Al-Kawakabi want to go forward and take that gap, they can. But that wasn't their plan. And so the question, if you're the jockey sitting in second here, do you take that gap? If that wasn't what you wanted to do in the first place, it's there, it's inviting you to go forward. But I think that's the jockey's plan, to put the gap there and force someone to come and try to take it, knowing that he can close the door. But if you're closing the door and your stronger fancied stable companion, or not strictly stable companion, because the first and second at this stage are trained by different people. Ahmed Mahmoud training the favourite, and Abdullah Al-Mushawa training the winner.
He never wants to go through, does he?
No,
he never wants to go through.
He just, never really looked that happy, I didn't think, at any stage of the race at Veydan. Unbeaten at this stage, but just seemed a slightly moody run from him. Which I haven't really seen from him before. He did get bumped around in his last start and maybe didn't enjoy that, but this is a terrific ride from Barcelona, because he's the only one who's put pace to the race early on. He's then slowed it up, which we see very few jockeys do here, and he's allowed them to queue up behind him, but he's controlling the pace, so he can go forward when he wants to, he can come back when he wants to, and it messes everyone else up on the race, because in dirt races around here, everyone expects the pace to be pretty solid throughout. You don't tend to get people who are playing games like fast, slow, slow, and Barcelona is able to do that, and it just puts other horses out of the rhythm because that's not the way they show their best form. So I don't know how good, still don't know how good this filly is. She's looked very, very good here, but I do think the jockey has controlled the race completely and made a mockery of the others a little bit.
Yeah, Mika Barcelona was beaten in the driving finish with Mohamed Al-Daham yesterday, but this time he's used all his guile.
And it's Mohamed Al-Daham who chases them home again on Mountaintop.
There you go. And when we talk about Mountaintop and Al-Kawakabi, we said they both had place claim. They ended up finishing second and third, so that worked out. The only thing was we didn't get the winner wrong. We did not get the winner.
Well, you know, we tried to, we put it on the line there with her. Like she's, you know, she was impressive last time out. If you're looking at all her form, it's impossible to believe that the Mostamsek we saw 2 months ago would ever be capable of winning a Group 1. But here she is running away with one.
Yeah.
But she's not the first one from the stable to have suddenly gone from looking slow to looking a superstar. We had a winner in our the first week that we were back, didn't we? And we expected one of the white stable runners to improve and win that race, and it was the one who seemed to be most exposed and least likely to improve, who ended up winning by a wide margin.
I tell you who won't be disappointed. It'll be Mr. Prince Mitab there, who will be enjoying this moment and another trophy to add to the collection. We spoke to a few of the old stable staff members and big members of the teams and the fans, and they're all saying they've been first or second in the Owners' Championship for the last 30 years.
Yes, remarkable, really, isn't it? But things are a lot more competitive now in terms of that, and you know, you've suddenly got new owners in there. I mean, to be honest, it's tended to be sons of King Abdullah, or you know, descendants of King Abdulaziz, who've had the wherewithal to have the horses to win the big races here, and therefore it's unsurprising that the red stable and the white stable, as we call them, have dominated. But there are one or two others coming in here and making a big splash at the moment, so it's getting more interesting than it used to be.
Certainly is getting more interesting, that is for sure. We just need to make an apology very quickly to Shuaib Loves, who in the comments said, any tips? And we gave her some tips, and then she commented underneath, Mika Barcelona, and we just completely ignored it. So that's totally
at least
from us.
I take it you didn't respond.
apologise.
You didn't respond negatively.
No, did not respond negatively. I didn't say don't go for Mika Barcelona, but he just didn't make our shortlist. So
yeah, well, she was
congratulations.
she was on the shortlist. In fairness, she was just an impossible horse for me to make a selection because of her overall record. But you had to have her in there as a dark horse in that race because of what she did last time out, and she's proved the darkest of dark horses in winning that.
Certainly, with that's two from her last two. A handicap to a Group 1. How impressive. Penultimate contest coming up right now on the Jcsa English-speaking YouTube channel. It's another really good race. It's the King Faisal Cup. It's race 11, and Mark Francis can take us through a corking field. Mark, running the riders. It's all yours.
Yeah, thank you, Callum. Yeah, King Faisal has a race named after him in Taif, doesn't he, in September, the Group 3, but does have a race here in Riyadh. It is a listed contest over 1,600 metres for 4-year-olds and upwards. They're headed by Akfiq, who Jimmy Jerkins gave a mention to earlier on. Alex Moreno on board, stall 18. Alman Abdullah Alofi next door in 19, the wrong way, for the Red Stable, who have 4 horses in here. 3 is Almertages for Alberto Sanna, who's a new name on the graphic there. I think that's an Italian pilot who has spent a lot of his career in Hong Kong. We'll check that out very shortly. 4 is Al Tawidi, a winner on Saudi Cup weekend last term. Ayad Al Tarizi on board. 5 is Amphius for Ross O'Brien, trained by Roger Varian, known to many, of course, from the UK. 6 is Bark for Khalid Al Mamoni. Number 7 is K-Rama for Luis Morales. Double seeking Mikel Barcelona has a great chance here of further success. He rides Carmel Road, who is rated 111. Derby, or Dahi I should say, is the 9 for Abdullah Al Ferouz, followed by Final Destination, who we all love and know so well. Ricardo Sousa Ferreira looking for another victory on this 5-year-old. 11 is Finest Sound for Jimmy Jerkins with Berto Ramos, followed by the 12, Ibn Toulon, the second of the Greys, Fahid Al-Faridi. 8-time winner Path of Thunder is next for Tariq Al-Mansour. That's the 13, Phelpsy is the mount of Noeth Amudiani, the conclusion of all 4 Red Stable runners. 15 is Power of Beauty for Abdelaziz Al-Massa. 16, Rebellious Stage, Camillo Ospina. 17 is Saudi Empire, who is the mount of William Buick. Time for a third ride here this afternoon. 18 is See the Casper for Farwas Wanas. One more over the page, and that is Uncle, not to be forgotten about, is a 9-1 chance for Mohammed Al-Daham, Thaba Al-Dahani, and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. 11-4 the field here. Rebellious Stage is the market leader. Runners in the pre-parade ring. Let's go back to Hannah Baker.
Thank you, Mark. Well, yes, we're in the pre-parade ring. They're not all in order, so we'll just show you the ones that are walking around now. This is 17 Saudi Empire, who's getting a little bit, not hot and bothered, but just a bit bothered. Looks beautiful in the coat, very shiny, ears pricked. Got worried eyes, actually, but staying quite calm and under control. The horse behind is number 3, Al-Murtajiz, a chestnut with the earplugs in. Very chilled out, this horse indeed. Has the noseband. Coat-wise, perhaps needs a little bit more definition on the hind end. Not the most defined horse that we've seen today in the paddock. However, the shoulder definitely has some definition on that. The next horse behind is going to be horse number 1. This is Afleek, and Alex Moreno takes the ride aboard Afleek. Tummy looks a bit dropped actually on Afleek, but other than that, she's got a nice toned behind indeed, walking out quite well. Also, perhaps a tad stiff on the leg closest to me, but nothing to worry about at all. Nice eyes on this horse. He's got them wide open, but he's got a lovely head on him. The horse behind is horse number 2. Owlman, a chestnut with a gorgeous shine on this one. It's got the cheek pieces, the noseband, having a bit of a shake of the head there, but nothing to worry about at all. Looking a little bit fluffy on the tummy underneath, but you can see those oblique muscles there. Looks nice, this horse. I think he just wants to crack on with the job. Now the horse behind is number 3, which we've already seen, so we're going to drop back again to the next horse as they start to get in order. So, as you can see, this is horse number 3. We're going to go to the next horse, which is horse number 4, and that'll be our final horse we're going to look at in the studio, Al Tawahidi. Looking great, this horse. Got his tongue out as he looked around at everybody. Nice shine on the coat, indeed. And I can see some quarter marks, so good job from the grooms there. They've done a fantastic job with this horse, but he looks really nice. So that's some of them here in the pre-parade ring. They are starting to organise them in order now. So it's back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Yes, plenty to get through here, so let's see some of them in action. We'll start with Carmel Road, who ran very, very well in the Saudi Cup at the back end of last season. Looked like he was going to win first time up this season and got very tired late on.
He did. It looked very, very good for Carmel Road at this stage. This would have been to put an edge on him, but he thought, oh, he's going to bolt up. But you see he gets very tired late in the day. And he gets run down by Yadar late in this. We saw Yadar running respectably. But best horse in this race.
On side as well.
Best horse in this race was Carmel Road. But he's a big, scopy horse. But when you get tired and you're his size, it does tend to be very hard to keep your momentum going. But that was a very promising return.
The next horse is Rebellious Stage with a big white face. Left Uncle in the dust last time out.
Yeah, this was over 1,400 metres. And he looked very good this day. My concern with him is that he was a 5.5, 6 furlong horse in the States.
So American, isn't he?
Do not think he is a miler. If he can stretch out to a mile, he's got the speed to blitz these, but he's got to show the stamina as well. And I don't think this race suggested he had the stamina for an extra furlong.
He's one of the few that could whip all over Sayodad here. He's a proper speed merchant. The next one we're going to have a look at Final Destination, who was so good on this occasion, winning a few weeks ago. Absolutely cruised into contention and has just been a star for the stable.
He's done it really, really well, and I like him in this contest. His only defeat this season came behind Kairama over Shorter, and he absolutely bolted up, as you said, getting his 4th consecutive win when beating Power of Beauty by 2 1/4 lengths in the Gulf Cup. And this was a career best performance, and we expect to see even better from Final Destination, we hope. I thought he was a bit of value in this contest.
Yeah, here we go. Let's run through them though. So the one is Akfiq, winner last time out.
Was second to Final Destination on his penultimate start. The third time he's finished behind Final Destination this season, and then he beat Saudi Empire 6 1/4 lengths in the European Union Cup over course and distance next time. Given a break since, and he's not ignored, but obviously he's just advertising the claims of Final Destination as much as he is his own.
Alman is the 2.
He's on a long losing run, but he ran with credit when third to Rebellious Stage in a 1400-metre open last time. He needs more to be winning this, and a wide draw does complicate matters for him.
Number 3 is Al Murtajiz. Nice jockey booking.
Yeah, well, former winner of the local 2,000 Guineas, the 2,000 Championship as they call it. He was beaten almost 15 lengths when third to Power in Numbers in November, and was disappointing in the Gulf Cup that we just saw, won by Final Destination over course and distance. He needs to bounce back, and I just wonder if he's not quite as good as he was as a 3-year-old, as far as I can see. But yes, Alberto Sana comes in for the ride, a really interesting jockey picking.
Yeah, interesting there. Al Tawhidi is the 4.
Beat Los Andes in a course and distance handicap 2 starts back before a respectable fourth to Rebellious Stage in a 1400-metre open last time out, as we saw. He's held by a couple in that line of form, and I think he's not quite good enough for this.
Here's one I'm really excited for. Roger Varian trains Amphius in this one.
Yeah, really interesting horse going forward, Amphius. Given that he only won a maiden, he cost a lot of money at the Horses in Training sales, 380,000 guineas. He makes his local debut in a tough race, but he is highly rated. I think he had a rating of 95 from the UK coming into this, so he's rated to be competitive. But it's interesting that he hasn't moved to one of Prince Faisal's local stables. He's gone to Roger Varian from Harry Charlton instead, suggesting that his future still lies in the UK, certainly for the next season.
Yeah, he's an interesting one. I had a talk to the people at Tattersalls. He was one of the most highly regarded horses at that sale. There was a huge amount of offers from Australia all the way through. There's lots of interest in him. Very unexposed, exciting type. Bruck is the 6. We saw this horse winning a few starts ago now, but it hasn't quite been the same level since.
Oh, well, yeah, he was in much, and you know, his wins come in weaker races and that. He's a nice performer, Bruck, but fourth to Waktuk in the Jockey Club Cup last time out, but was unplaced behind Final Destination prior to that, and seems to have a stiff task on the balance of his form.
K Rama is the 7.
Was an easy winner of the King Khalid University Cup over 1,400 metres last season, and was back to form when forced to Al Dassim in an open last time out over the same trip. He does seem at his best at 1,400 metres though, so although he's rated to go well here, I don't think he will see this trip out.
They're not going to hang about here either, are they? We've spoken about Carmel Rose, so we'll go straight on to Dahi, a horse that has been well known on this channel.
Number 9, I take it, yeah.
Yes.
Third in the Gulf Cup last season and returned from absence to beat Los Andes in a course and distance open last month. Los Andes popped up already in our form guide. He does need to progress again to be competitive, but you know he is going the right way, so I wouldn't completely rule him out. But he's a relative outsider in this field.
Big effort doing that after 9 months off the track. We've spoken about 10. Let's move to 11. Finest Sound. Jimmy Jerkin spoke about him
Yes, beat Akfiq over course and distance in November. The horse that Jimmy was trying to remember, and a better effort since when fourth to Final Destination in the Gulf Cup. He's got minor place claims if you're going to repeat that effort, but he's clearly held by the winner on that piece of form.
I thought Ibn Toulon was a massive eye catcher last time.
Well, he's interesting because he's taken time to refine his form, but he won the Group 1 custodian of the 2 Holy Mosques last season, a hugely important race here, both in terms of prestige, but also culturally. And then he was back to form and finishing second to Waktuk in that Group 3 Jockey Club Cup last time out, having disappointed once or twice. I think he's the kind of horse who probably needs a few runs to get himself to full fitness. And he's respected on that. He's a double-figure price here, and he's tempting enough at around 16 to 1.
He's certainly got claims. Path of Thunder may find this all a bit too tough.
Yeah, Path of Thunder is a useful horse, but would struggle probably at his best. And since finishing third to Mr. Trinket in a cup race in October, has been out of form and is set to struggle here.
Phelpsy, don't know too much about this horse.
Raced in the UK, so in the US for Chad Brown. Made a promising start here when second to Mulazem in a winners of 2 last month. Looks a nice sort, and looks the sort, you know, they might well do well here. But this does look like a big step up in class for him compared to what he's done so far. So, big question being asked of him.
Do we know much about his level that he achieved with Chad Brown? Was he not blowing anyone away?
No, his ratings in the, what is it?
He's got a rating of 85.
He's got a rating of 85, so he's useful. And that rating of 85 has come from the US essentially. So he was running to a useful level, but not quite as high as some
came
of these.
with a higher level, didn't he? So yeah, it kind of puts him into that perspective. Power of Beauty is the 15. We know plenty about this horse. He's improved with every start this season.
Yeah, and he's a bit of a course and distance specialist. His last few runs have come over a track and trip, finishing third to Akfik in the European Union Cup, and he bettered that form when second to Final Destination in the Gulf Cup last time out. We saw the VT of that a few minutes ago. He shouldn't be too far away. He's not the sexiest in the lineup, but he comes here in very good form. He's suited by course and distance. He's suited by a well-run race. He won't be fazed by the big field, and he could run it at the frame at a price.
We just saw Saudi Empire walking through shot. Big, strapping type. He's probably the apple of FMQ's eye here locally at this stage of the season.
Yes, he looks as good as ever with beating Uncle in Open. Oh no, hold on a second. No, I'm looking at the.
He beat Akfik. Sorry, yes. Saudi Empire 17.
Yes, he beat Final Destination in the North American Cup over course and distance in March, and he made a good return when second to Akfik in the European Union Cup in November. Should improve for that, and I think he's one to take seriously.
Hannah is in the parade ring.
I am indeed. Roger Varian is back. Great to have you back here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Let's talk about your horse in the next race. You've got Ross Orion on board. It's Amphius.
Yeah, he's a lovely horse. It will actually be his first run for me. He's done all his racing with Harry Charlton, but he's got some good form, back in the UK. I think it's a big challenge coming out here. This looks a very strong race, and it will be his first time on this surface. So I think he's got a tough task, but he's in good form.
How do you think he will cope? First of all, coming here first time, first run, and then coping with the dirt?
I think there's a lot of question marks. It's very hard to predict. It's not something we emulate at home. It's a foreign surface and it's a foreign style of racing. They go quick from the gates and have to sort of maintain that momentum and that speed throughout. So I think it's be very different for the horse. I think in time he'll adapt very well to the surface, and hopefully he adapts very quickly tonight. I think he's in good form. I think he's got a bright future out here. I just hope he runs a nice race tonight.
Okay, so he's got a bright future ahead. So the plan is to keep him out here?
I believe so.
Okay, fantastic. Well, just talk me about your training method. How would you prepare a horse like this for running out here?
Well, we've not had him too long, so give him time to settle into our stable, into our routine. He's done plenty of strong work. He's had a racecourse gallop at home. We've done a little bit of gate work to try and get out of the gate sharp and travel early. A little bit different to what we do, back home. But we feel he's as ready as he can be off the plane, but it's still all going to be new for him.
And of course, you've got Ross Orion on board. So talk to me about that jockey booking.
Ross is a first-class jockey. We're lucky to have him this weekend, and he had a great year last year. Won the Arc de Triomphe and many other big successes. I think he was second in the jockey's table back home. So, no, he's a very good jockey, and hopefully he'll go well tonight on Amphius.
Well, thank you so much for taking the time to talk to us. It's so great to catch up with you again and have you here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. Best of luck.
No problem. Thanks a lot. Cheers.
Really lovely to hear from Roger Varian, who saddles Amphius in this race. Interesting to hear that his future may actually be full-time out here.
Yeah, that's the thing. I thought because he hadn't moved to one of the Red Stable's standard trainers out here, that if he was going to be with Roger Varian, then maybe it was come here for a couple of races and then go back to the UK. If he doesn't take to the dirt, for example, and run in high-class turf races back in the UK. Of course, there's no point in thinking about that until April anyway, because there aren't any great races until the Doncaster Mile, I suppose.
How dare you? Yeah.
But it's really end of April, start of May before the flat season starts properly in the UK. So you might as well give him a go or two out here on the dirt. And if he takes to it, that's terrific. Then he's going to feature out here. And if he turns out not to be a turf horse, there aren't many. There are virtually no turf opportunities for a horse of his class. So then the plan then might be to let Roger take him back home and campaign him in the UK and Europe.
Our Musmak was a first-time winner from the UK, came to the dirt, absolutely thrived in it, went and won. What are the key differences? I know it's a very simple question, but lots of people at home may be wondering why aren't we giving this horse as much hype as we gave Al Musmak?
Well, he's got a bit. He's only won a maiden race. Al Musmak was a horse who had classic aspirations and was actually running in a weaker race earlier on. So he had an awful lot in hand. He had well over a stone in hand of his rivals in that race. So we made a song and dance about him because it was unusual for him to be in a race that he we expected him to be in a Group 1 race here, but he ran in an Open and won that well. So we're not giving him quite the same build-up because he's in a tougher race. He's a lower-rated horse. He's very exciting for the future, but he's not been with Connections for very long. And as you heard from Roger Varian, all you can do is do the preparation you can, give him some strong, let him settle in, give him strong work, racecourse gallop to sharpen him up, and gate work so that he can jump out the stalls, because early speed is important here, and then just hope that he can do fairly well. And then you learn from his first start what you want to do with him for the future. So he could take to it like a duck to water, but we don't really know. As Roger said, there are a lot of question marks, and this is a starting point for him.
The Casper is the 18. I remember when he was behind Pispadil in that race at Dundalk, the last time he ran in the UK. He's had a few starts in Saudi Arabia now.
Sorry, are you calling Dundalk the UK now?
Oh, sorry, yeah.
Oh,
no,
you're in so much trouble when you do your next podcast, Callum.
Yeah, that's it.
Yeah, he was a useful performer in Ireland, but he hasn't translated that form here, and he was beaten 44 lengths in the Crown Prince Cup here last month. That might have been a furlong or two too far for him that day, but he didn't show anything like the form that he used to be capable of, and he's a difficult horse to support at the moment.
Yeah, that is an awful slip there. I'll be out of a job now. Uncle is the 19. Run of seconds here, was a winner right at the beginning of the Riyadh season, but hasn't been disgraced in a few starts since.
No, he's a very reliable performer, Uncle, and he's improved gradually over the last year. He's always a horse who's caught the eye in his races, showing speed, and I think that's the issue with him, that he's capable of winning good races at 1,400 metres. There aren't many good races at that trip. You've got to try him at a mile for the big ones, and I don't think he truly stays a mile, certainly not in top company. So expect him to show up, but I'd be surprised if he's able to last home.
This is an absolute humdinger of a contest. Now, Rory, from what I'm gathering from you, you're a big fan of the 10 Final Destination. What puts him ahead of a horse like Carmel Road? Because when I looked at this, I was finding lots of nice horses, but I couldn't see anything to beat Carmel Road.
Now, Carmel Road is very hard to beat. I agree. I like Final Destination because he wasn't even second favourite this morning.
Oh,
so
okay.
It's not about simply putting them in order. Carmel Road won this race by a good margin last year. One mistake I did make last year a couple of times was with horses who were beaten on the returns or were unimpressive, said, oh, that'll improve loads for it. And a few of those high class horses didn't actually improve for what looked like promising comebacks when they were beaten. And if they come off the bridle and get beaten, you kind of think, well, that must have been badly needed. But I have seen a few horses who haven't actually improved as much as expected, so you can't take it for granted. And Final Destination comes here in the form of his life, and on a really, really good run. As I said, he's won his last 4. And that win over Power of Beauty in the Gulf Cup last time out was as good as we've ever seen him. So he's still going from strength to strength. I'm not suggesting he's a better horse. That the form figures suggest that he's got a tiny bit to find with Carmel. Only £1, though, on the official ratings. And I think given that he's proven, I think he has to go very well.
Certainly makes sense. Great to see some comments coming in on the chat. My morals are good, like number 16. That's Rebellious Stage. Interesting to see Camille Ospina on that runner and Mikel Barcelona on Carmel Road. I think that could be a little indication of what we might see come Saudi Cup time if Carmel Road goes in that direction. Yeah. We're also going to see, we've also got a comment from a podcast that nobody listens to, who are waiting for Wait to Excel. So great to see Tom Collins, the famous Tom Collins, a superb analyst as well, who I work alongside with Rory too.
He's all right, isn't
He's all right, he's all right. Did he tell you that he napped a horse with even money? Unbelievable feat.
Somebody else did.
Yeah. But yeah, so Turf and Touchdowns are also watching. They're huge fans of Wait to Excel, and you can understand that comes up in our lucky last race. But let's focus on this race for the time being. I really like it. I think there's so many different angles, and I think it's well worth talking about Rebellious Stage, who is a proper sprinting star. Like, I mean, this was a horse that had big aspirations when he first came to Saudi Arabia, but after being purchased from the USA.
Yeah, I mean, he's a very good horse, Rebellious Stage. As I said, my concern with him is that he shows so much speed that you have to be concerned about his ability to stay this trip. He was a winner early in his career over shorter in the States. His runs to date here have been either over 1,200 metres or 1,400 metres, and he was impressive last time out, beating Uncle. So he holds Uncle in that form, over 14 last time out. But I just worry about him stretching out. He's a son of Justify. In the brand says they'll run all day, but I do think some of them have their stamina limitations. For all, he's a very good sire. And Rebellious Stage, I think he's capable of going very well. And I'd like to see them use his speed and hope that he hangs on. because that's the best way of finding out, rather than sort of holding him up out the back and hope that you can sneak into the race. If he either stays or he doesn't stay, and I'd like to see him committed and ridden like a really good horse, which he clearly is. But is he a miler? That's the question.
These Justify, they're gorgeous types, but I'm getting the impression that they're turf horses. I know, obviously, he did so much great stuff over dirt, but if you look at his numbers, it was all obviously the talk about City of Troy before he went over on the dirt, but his numbers as a dirt sire are pretty tame compared to what he's doing on turf, which is quite frankly terrifying.
Yes, it's worth pointing out that this dirt is, of course, a different kind of dirt to
very
the US
worth
dirt as
mentioning,
well.
yes.
And I wouldn't be judging him based on City of Troy, who was, essentially beaten after a couple of yards at the Breeders' Cup.
The 15 is Power and Beauty that you may have just seen, just getting a little bit of attack adjustment. I imagine that stewards are probably having a dig at a tongue strap or something along those lines. The jockey is on and they're making their way down to post now. So Power and Beauty is going down, tail swishing away in the background, but cantering past us now. And then I think everybody is out because the last one coming past us, I imagine, is going to be Uncle. Is that Uncle coming through? It is indeed. Uncle is the horse just coming past us, and they're all going to make their way down to the start in total fine fashion. The 11 is absolutely gorgeous. That's Finest Sound. Look at the chest on Finest Sound. My goodness, he's not missed a meal, has he?
He hasn't, and he showed very good form beating Agfeek over course and distance in November, and that's form that's worked out since. Was behind Final Destination in the Golf Cup last time out, so he needs to not bounce back from that because it was a perfectly good run, but obviously he needs to do something to turn the tables with Final Destination. And I, for one, although I'd love to see Jimmy Jerkins get a big winner here, I very much hope the Final Destination can confirm that for him, because he's been such a likeable horse here in recent months.
I can't take my eyes off Phelpsy. Just that, I've watched the replay of that run again, and he's bang upside the eventual winner and just run and shakes like he needed the run halfway down the straight. He just eases off towards the end. Now, obviously, this is a total different kettle of fish, but again, the horse we know handles the surface will come on from that performance. Is he a player at an each-way price? Is he an each-way price? I don't know whether the market's been
He is, yeah.
He's
about 16 to 1, I think, Phelpsy. So he's worth a look at. Now, I didn't really look too much into his US form, other than to establish what kind of level he was running to. He won 1 from 6 starts in his time with Chad Brown. And I don't have the distances he was running over there, but he's by Into Mischief out of an AP Indy mare. So you'd like to think he's got a chance of staying a mile on pedigree, but I don't know if he raced over the trip before he came here. I can find that out. By the time I find it out, it might be a little bit late.
I was about to say, we'll all be digging
out
around
the old
Equibase at home.
database,
If anybody at home knows anything about Phelpsy, let us know. Oh, plenty of selections coming in through the chat. We've got love for the 11, Finest Sound. That is DFR, Lot 4 loves Finest Sound. F3 Gaming is saying 10 will break the race. He's with you, Rory. He likes Final Destination. So get that Final Destination into the winner's enclosure. Great to see so many people enjoying the racing today here. I finally found out what's going on racing-wise. He ran at some big courses, old Phelpsy. Ran all over. He was a New York-based horse. I haven't been able to get you all those details, but I've got some finishing positions. I will find you the finishing position of his last win.
You got to click on the result to find the
it's one of those. Equibase isn't the greatest website, but we keep finding, and I've got nothing, so I can't help you there at all. There you go. That's why you're the analyst, and I'm just here to steer the ship. I'm useless when you need me to find anything. One of the other horses that was certainly worth a mention for the jockey booking was the Almertages, the 3. What do we know about this rider for those at home who don't know much about him?
I don't know an awful lot about Alberto Sana, other than he is a
based in Hong Kong.
Big
Is that
name
correct?
in Hong Kong, and he's a jockey who's ridden a lot of winners and has got a lot of experience. But I've not seen much of him in the
Let's
flesh.
confirm some selections here, Rory. You're with Final Destination, aren't you?
I certainly am.
Great stuff. So Final Destination will be the pick of Rory. So everybody at home, Rory likes the 10. I am going to go for the 8, Carmel Road. I think he's got plenty of ability, and hopefully he can go forward from that last run. Hannah, you were in the parade ring. There's some stunners in this field. Who caught your eye?
Oh, there was indeed, Callum. You are not wrong. I am siding with horse number 16, Rebellious Stage, for Kamia Ospina. He obviously knows this horse very well. 4 from 4 here in the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia. And as I said, he's rode all 4 times. What's in the brain goes down the rein. So I'm sure he will drive this horse to success. Fingers crossed. I thought in the paddock, he looked very nice. Very thick horse, well built, well muscled as well. So yes, it was all ticks from me for number 16, Rebellious Stage. But as you said, very much looking forward to this competition. So many amazing horses to get our teeth stuck into. Well, we better get ahead of race 11. Mark Francis, it's over to you.
Thank you very much indeed, Hannah. Yes, we do have a new market leader. Final Destination, backed from 6s, now 11-4. Rebellious Stage has remained around the 7-2 mark for the past few minutes. Did open up at 11-4, so we do have flip-flopping favourites. Amphius 11-2, I thought was short enough. Likewise, K-Rama. Carmel Road also been the subject of some very good support over the last few hours, really. 14-1, now 8-1. Saudi Empire for William Buick is a 10-1 chance and very well drawn. 11-1 for Uncle Mohammed Al-Daham, looking to end a run of seconds on this horse. Finished second the last 3 times. Started Al-Dahani doing the training on Uncle. Akfiq 12-1. Akfiq's a very good horse. Finished a nose behind Final Destination at the end of the type season. 12-1 looked big. Ibn Toulon likewise 14-1 in the colours of Corbar, who ran a cracker yesterday. One of those races I looked at this morning and fancied about 4 or 5 and really struggled to get it down to 1. But I am going to go with Rebellious Stage. I think may just have the edge on Final Destination when it comes to class. But they are 2 horses I really, really enjoy watching. Particular Final Destination. But, you know, we're asked who we actually think will win the race, not what we want to win. And Rebellious Stage is my pick, despite the small drift. But all the money for Final Destination. Carmel Road also well supported. 2 wins from 9 in the career, and Miguel Barcelona looking for back-to-back successes here. 4 out of line, including K-Rama in the Black Silks. Yellow Cap of Finest Sound for Jimmy Jerkins, about to go into 12. Once again, binoculars are at the ready. Uncle will be the penultimate runner to go forward, and then we're just waiting on Power of Beauty to go into stall 1. Big racing here. What a pleasure and privilege it has been to bring it to you. And they're off. Slow to get going, we'll see the Caspar, who is now dropped out to be the back marker with Al Tawili, who was also not the best away, and likewise Ibn Toulon. We race for the King Faisal Cup listed contest over the mile at Carmel Road with the green cap. Is one of those that wants to move forward towards the inside. Power of Beauty has got a nice pitch from stall 1, and also up with the speed is Uncle with the white cap. Yellow cap, red jacket for Finest Sound. Final Destination moving through the gears alongside Dahi, and this is the leading 5 or 6. Covered up is Rebellious Stage just towards the far side of shot here as they approach the opening turn. Black cap on the inside of Phelpsy races just side by side now with stablemate Amphius, and then comes K-Rama, followed by Akfiq, and these 10 are now moving clear of the next wave of runners who are headed by Bark, and then comes the black and yellow silks of C, the Casper, who is trying to make some progress with Saudi Empire. Top of the home run then with 2.5 furlongs to go. The pace about to lift and the race now starting to rumble. Here we go. On the front end, Power of Beauty is now driven, being challenged all the time by Carmel Road. Rebellious Stage needs to pick up out wide. The horse with the big white face now being preceded by Uncle. Final Destination also banged there in the yellow cap on the inside of Finest Sound. Travelling inside the final furlong, and nearest to us, Uncle has come through to lead. Finest Sound right there in 3rd position. Between those is Power of Beauty, but up towards the finish, the listed King Faisal Cup will go to Thama Al-Dahani and Uncle Mohammed Al-Daham doing the steering, very close for the minor money. Al-Man was running on well, so too was the blue and white silks of Power of Beauty, and then came Bark. Bottom of the race card, it is Uncle with a mark of 96 who repels all challengers to win for Mohammed Al-Daham and Thama Al-Dahani. A high quality race has been won by a high quality horse, 140.44 the winning time. Further success this weekend for Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. None of the winning connections can do anything wrong at the moment. Al-Man, it was screaming home for Abdullah Al-Orfi, got second. The Al-Tawidi near side of the white and blue jacketed Power of Beauty, third and fourth. One or two horses absolutely rattling home. Haven't said that too often this weekend. It was indeed Al-Tawidi third, Power of Beauty in fourth. Not much between them. The finishing order then of race 11, the listed King Faisal Cup over the mile. Uncle was won by a length and a quarter, beating Al-Man in second, Al-Tawidi in third, Power of Beauty, Finest Sound and Bark next across the line. Uncle the winner of the King Faisal Cup of 2025.
And we have had a stunning result here as Uncle, who was having a run of seconds, has just kicked the door in at just the right time. And Mohammed Al-Daham, Samar Al-Dahani, again, just crushing it.
The ability for this jockey trainer pairing to improve horses in these races, who you think you know all about, is remarkable. Uncle, it wasn't a huge prize for this, but again, this is a combination who landed a group race double on yesterday's card, and you've got to be serious about them.
Hannah, who have you found?
Well, here we are. Congratulations, Sam Al-Dahani. What a day you are having. Oh, what a race.
I thank God. Yeah, Uncle is Uncle. He brings the good race for us. You know, all the horses, all the real horses is out of the base today because they are going in front.
Yeah.
Final and Carmen and all they kill each other in the front.
Yeah.
Muhammad was stand by behind and he have a good speed with his horse and he do it.
Yeah, I mean, runner-up last time, but look, he performed today. You must be delighted. Of course, with Mohammed as well. What a time you're having.
He's a good jockey. He's a good jockey.
I'll let you go and celebrate. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Well, what a time they are having. Come along, come and celebrate with everybody. It's going crazy in here. Absolutely delighted for the team and connections. We'll head back to you guys in the studio.
Thank you, Hannah. Great stuff there, getting the Samar Al-Dahani. We're going to have to call it hammer time, aren't we? I think that does work, isn't it? Samar time is absolutely well involved here, and a big success here. But Rory, you said halfway down the far side, they are going far too quick in front, aren't they?
Yeah, it's. I mean, as we said, as the stalls open, we said, what an amazing race this is, an absolutely stunning race. And then they've all gone as if it's a 5-furlong contest. Like, everyone was instructed to make sure you're seen with a chance at the bend. That's the way they seem to have ridden. And Tamar Al-Dahani said it himself. He said all the best horses have got sucked into going too fast. And that suits Uncle, who's a horse who likes to pounce. He's going to turn a foot at the end of his races. My concern with him is, he's never looked a stayer at 1,600 metres. The last time he ran over this trip, he was beaten 22 lengths by Mahalik. So...
that is a formula I was not expected to hear.
And since then, he's been very good over 1,400 metres and 1,200 metres. Never out of the places since then, but all at shorter trips. It seemed to be the key to him. And now he's stepped up and trip again. But because they've gone so hard in front, he's been able to save energy. And because they're stopping in front of him, oddly enough, it doesn't take as much stamina to come past. Whereas in the last race, we saw horses having to work to get past the leaders. When the leaders go really hard, they will fall in a hole. And he's always well placed, well placed to pounce late on Uncle without going too hard early on. Was Final Destination in the same colours in the first colours. Seemed Ricardo Sousa Ferreira, who I've always had down as kind of jockey who rides European style. He's happy to ride patiently. He doesn't throw horses into the heat of races if they're going too fast. He's done that today, which is very unlike him. Unless Thammer said we've got two horses in this race. One of you must be on the pace and one of you must be coming from off the pace to maximise the chances of winning. that's a possibility.
Let's talk about this from the very beginning. Carmel Road and Power of Beauty were out there cutting out the early running. There was plenty of pace on the outside as well from one of the Red Stable runners that was up there too. Toward the outside you had Dahi up with the speed as well. There were already distress signals for Saudi Empire, who ran no race at all.
Disappointed from Saudi Empire, and those who were drawn low who wanted to get forward sort of struggled with horses coming across. But as you can see, we have 6 horses across the track going into the opening bend, and we say this in ordinary races all the time. You're not going to win if you're going up very wide into the bend in the first place, because you get pushed wide and you lose momentum. It's okay to tuck in behind and then make a move off the bend and come wide into the straight. But only one of those who's been on this frenetic early pace has been able to keep up the gallop late in the day, and we've ended up having a bit of a boil over. I mean, horses that you wouldn't really have considered here. Now, Alman finishing at second, having been very hard to win with.
Watch Alman come through now. He's bottom of the screen, the closest Red Stable runner to the bottom of the screen. That horse, who's now just out of drone shot, finishes second.
The third horse is Alta Wahidi, who's, again, he's a real veteran. He's a 9-year-old who's at 71 starts, and he's kept himself out of the heat.
There he is,
him on
in
the
the
wide
yellow.
outside.
Yeah. You can see them both cutting through. They're not going quicker. The others are just stopping in front of them.
Stopping, and it's disappointing in a race of this national state group one, a proper listed contest with 400,000 to the winner. I'm guessing it's because these races are so valuable that jockeys feel you feel you need to be seen to be doing your best. And the problem with that is being seen to be doing your best. If everyone's got the same idea, it's destructive. And whenever you see 6 or 7 horses racing abreast going into the bend, you know that none of them are going to win.
Interesting from Mikel Barcelona, rode very similar to what he did in the last race. Wasn't keen to go anywhere near the rail, almost wanted to hit the bend at an angle with the speed that he had with Carmel Road, who almost took him into the race here, but they've not let the foot off the accelerator.
The one thing about Carmel Road of all the other horses here is he's the one whose jockey is not pushing him to go forward. He's actually travelling into the race and carrying his jockey into it, whereas you see most of the others are being pushed and shoved along because they want to be up with the pace. And we see time and time again
the winner's actually cruised into it, hasn't he?
Horses who are off the bridle at that stage, it's a long way home off the final bend. Carmel Road, he travelled very well last time, and he does so again here. But Uncle's just had a lovely setup in the green sleeves and the white cap. And as they begin to wilt in front of him, he pounces late to show that, theoretically, show that he does have the stamina for this trip. But it'd be interesting to see what the final time is, the way this is panned out. It'd be also very interesting to see what the closing sectional for this race is. Given we're looking at some of the best horses at this trip in the country, I think we get a very slow finish here.
Yeah, look at some of the horses in behind flying home. Could we give credit to the eventual fourth, which was Power of Beauty?
Yeah,
who'd run a massive race.
Right on the pace, led and disputed throughout Power of Beauty. And kept plugging away. Was drawn in stall 1, so it was easier for Power of Beauty to get to the front and get a position near the rails, so wasn't wasting ground round the bend, but was going faster than ideal, and Power of Beauty has plugged on. Very, very consistent, keeps coming second and third in races like this without quite getting his head in front, but he, again, run a very game race, but just passed late on by horses who are inferior to him, essentially, because they've been ridden more with a view to the finish.
Finest Sound ran a good race from a long way. We saw Bruck there, jumping out of stall 6. He ended up finishing in the money, I think, or maybe he might have just finished 6th, actually. But there's some really horses. Yeah, I'd love to see this again and talk us all the way through it. Carmel Road in front here, Power of Beauty on the inside. Lovely shot of everything coming through here, all the beautiful angles we get at this gorgeous racetrack. Horses who we wanted to see run better.
Like panning through the field and seeing who we see at the back.
That was the third that we just saw. Alto Hidi was the last horse we just saw coming through short here. Neither of the second and third are in shot at this point. Yeah. Just coming through here, you'll see the likes of Bruck there's in the blue. See the Caspar miss the kick. And that was Alto Hidi right there as well. So you can see Alto Hidi literally galloped past everything.
Yeah, but just simply by not making an effort until late in the day, and you can pick up the pieces. But, again, I guess there must be a lot of pressure to, if you've got a horse in a race like this, you want to be able to cheer your horse home from the bend and see it close to the lead. Whereas it may work out really well to drop your horse out and come wide and pick up second or third place, but there's something unsatisfying about that, I suppose. as a big owner, you get the impression if you do finish fast into second, you think, well, why didn't I come earlier and win the race? Whereas we know perfectly well that it didn't matter when his run started on Al Tawhidi, he was not good enough to win a race of this nature and has got maximum out of the race the way it's been run.
I tell you what, if you're Amphius, that is an absolute horrific way to start your career on dirt. Could you imagine just the kickback, the speed, everything going on a horse that's only ever won a maiden and was beaten in a conditions contest? It seems it would have been a real baptism of fire here, as we can see His Royal Highness Prince Bandar leading all our dignitaries up to the stage to give the prize for this listed King Faisal Cup. And what a time Samar Al-Dahani is having at this moment. He is just mopping up these big races. The White Stable clearly thriving as well, but Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al-Malek Al-Sabah is certainly doing his own work.
Absolutely. As we were saying, there are other owners in there who are really making an impact.
That's one of his sons as well.
Yeah, and he's an owner with design. He was the leading owner of imported horses last year, and he clearly is going to be this year, but his strength increases year on year. Obviously, he's got a big presence in the UK as well, but he loves getting winners here, and he's getting more and more serious with Tamer Al-Dahani, a man with his eye on the prize constantly. They are the new stars of the show, if you like.
Yeah, worth mentioning, Uncle never won a race in the UK. His best effort came when he finished second at Doncaster under, guess who? Rotha Ryan. Rotha Ryan got him to finish second in a race at Doncaster. It was amazing.
Richard Hannon?
He was with Richard Hannon, yes, and then he was gelded before he came out to Saudi Arabia, which seems to have been the making of him.
We've had a chat with Tamer Al-Dahani about, who he likes getting horses from, and obviously what happens is that Sheikh Abdullah Hamoud Al-Malek Al-Sabah
there you go.
Has various trainers in the UK he has horses with, but a lot of the 2-year-olds that are in training in the UK are in training there to get to benefit from the mild summers, to benefit from the ability to train on turf as well, and to have a race or two, and then come here. They're essentially bought to race here, but it's such a good place to bring young horses up in the UK compared to here, that they're given their grounding there. So a lot of people think, oh, well, yeah, obviously he's fallen out with his trainers, or these horses haven't done what he expected them to do and they're being whisked off somewhere else. But no, that's always the plan.
That's always the plan. And it's very rare that they'll end up staying in the UK, but a horse like Hartem, with a prime example, a horse who just took flight in the UK.
Oh yeah, I mean, in fairness, some of them are there with European campaigns in mind. But a lot of the horses whose future lies here will be given a little bit of early experience in the UK just to tide them over before Tamer gets his magic hands on them.
He gets his magic hands, and hopefully we'll get to see those.
And there's someone else with magic hands as well. He's talking about, he said the massage is very important. It's very important to get their muscles right, to get everything working, and then you can press ahead with them. So
that was music to Hannah's ears, wasn't it? That's usually the big old positive of the horse osteopathic care. Let's move on to race number 12. Mark Francis, it is our lucky laugh. It is time to see Weight to Excel.
Certainly is, but there are one or two rivals challenging Weight to Excel at the top of the international markets, which we'll get to in just a moment. This is the listed King Saud Cup. Once again, we race over 10 furlongs here. They're headed by the 9-year-old, which is Al Khatib, a 7-time winner, and has Khalid Al Mamoni aboard. 2 is Karachi, for that man Alberto Sanna again. Jack Red Cloud, is this short enough for him with Berto Ramos on board, now of course racing in the colours of the Red Stable. Mr. Trinket is 4 for Tariq Al Mansour, and 5 is Power in Numbers, all 11 Camilo Ospina. 6 is Weight to Excel, who is favourite at the moment at 15-8. Alex Moreno on board. Tamer Al-Dahani looking for listed success. 7 is Al Abjar for Abdullah Al Utib. 8 is Alaham for Asil Al-Sahani. I believe Porto, who won on the turf last time, gets Mikel Barcelona. 10 is Causeway, also running in the colours of Prince Saud bin Salman, Abdullah Al-Lawfi on top. Mulazem is 11 for Ricardo Ferreira. 12 is Kontar, Naif Al-Anazi. One more over the page as we go with number 13 here, and that is Western City. Do not rule out Mohammed Al-Dahab. They are the runners and riders then for the listed King Saud Cup over a mile and a quarter. International market has Weight to Excel, the 15-8 favourite. Power in numbers 11-4, 5-1 Mulazem, 6-1 Barthos. Back to the gents in the studio for one last time.
Thank you, Mr. Mark Francis. And again, as per usual, superb reading of the cards and commentary throughout the day. Let's start from the top and work our way down. Rory, Al-Khatib is the one.
Al-Khatib was second to Western City in a course and distance handicap, 2 starts back, giving that horse weight as well, but well held in the Crown Prince Cup, won by Wooden Sun last time out, and others look much stronger now.
The 2 is Karachi.
Gained his second consecutive placing when second to Tabaretta in a winners of 3 over course and distance last time out, but is on quite a long losing run, Karachi, and not the easiest to fancy in what is a stronger race.
Third is Jack Red Cloud.
Do like this horse. He's been an absolute revelation this season, Jack Red Cloud, starting off in Taif and moving here. He has won 3 cup races this season, all by wide margins. And last time out, he was an excellent second to Wooden Sun in the Crown Prince Cup over 2,400 metres. If you watch that race, he gets pulled in late in the day, and you might think the drop and trip will suit him, but he stayed 2,400 metres really well on his previous start and in Taif. And I think he went to the front to try to draw the sting out of Wooden Sun last time out and didn't quite manage to do it.
Let's have a look at some of these in action then, shall we, Rory, and find out a little bit more about it, because we've got plenty to take a look at. We'll start with Power in Numbers. Camille Ospina in the saddle here. Didn't get the ride on Carmel Road, but he'll be very happy to be paired up with this horse there. This was a hugely impressive performance on seasonal reappearance when a lot of these horses were struggling first time up.
Yes, exactly. He's torn his field apart, really. His only defeat in his last 5 races came in the Saudi Cup, and he looked as good as ever when beating Tabaretta by 7 3/4 lengths over 1,800 metres last time out. We've seen Tabaretta finish second in a group race tonight, so we know exactly how good he is, and this is a very, very good performance, and Power in Numbers is clearly one to have on your shortlist for this contest.
Certainly is. The next horse we'll talk about is Wait to Excel. This is the one that Turf and Touchdowns will be really keen to see. Another one for Sama Al-Dahani.
Yeah,
this one in his own colours.
He's running in his own colours in this contest. He now runs for the Red Stable. He was 4th to Jack Red Cloud and Mr. Trinket in the Okaz Cup in Taif, but has looked better than ever recently. Beat My Frankel 9.5 lengths in a course and distance open last time out. My Frankel, of course, won the Crown Prince Cup quite easily last year and is a very good horse on his day. Track and trip seem to suit him ideally, so you expect a big run from Wait to Excel, who's not top rated here, but he's a horse, as we said, Tom Collins, his favourite horse in Saudi, and a horse who's gone from strength to strength over the last season, now running for the Red Stable. So a slight change in personnel, but Tamara Al-Dahani's done all the hard work with him and is still in control there.
Jack Red Cloud is the other one we can have a look at in action. This is the second place effort to Wooden Sun. He's on the inside there and he's tried his heart out here, hasn't he?
Yeah, he's such a likeable horse, Jack Red Cloud. He wasn't a superstar in Ireland, but he's really got his act together here. He was ridden aggressively here to make use of his stamina and gets hauled in late by Wooden Sun, who's a very, very good horse on his day. He's won a couple of good cup races here, so no shame in finishing second and a long way clear of the rest. Take Wooden Sun out of this, and this would have been his 4th consecutive double-digit victory in high-class races. He'd prefer an extra couple of furlongs, I think, but he'll be ridden to make use of his stamina. He's a horse, I think, who could do great things up at 1.6 miles if he gets an opportunity again, but obviously on the dirt here, 2,400 metres is the maximum trip. He's won over 2,000 metres in Cup company this season, but he's maybe just a bit vulnerable, but a really likeable type.
Yeah, a real proper horse. Looking forward to seeing how he gets on through this contest, especially with no Wooden Sun to worry about. Let's continue our way through them. Mr. Trinket is the 4.
Mr. Trinket, a lovely horse. I really like him, and he'd been running very well until disappointing last time out, but he's a little bit short off this level. He's a horse who can really finish with a rattle, and when he won a cup race 2 starts back, it was a General Presidency Cup over 1,600 metres. He came for quite a long way off the pace, up the inside, and finished with a rattle to win that. But he was well behind Wooden Sun in that Crown Prince Cup that we just watched last time out, finishing 8th of 14, and obviously he's held by Jack Red Cloud on that, and also from a cup race in Taif earlier in the season as well.
We've talked about horse number 5, we've talked about horse number 6. Let's move on to Al Abjar, Irish-bred son of Profitable.
Yes, Al Abjar is an interesting contender. He won a valuable minor contest over course and distance last month. Quite a difficult race to get a handle on, because you get these occasional sort of sponsored award races that are very competitive because the prize money is higher than it would be for normal opens.
Or a Land Cruiser.
Exactly, the Land Cruiser is another one because you get a Land Cruiser if you win it. So he won that over course and distance last month, and that looks reasonable form, but he's held by Final Destination 2 starts ago, and I think he looks vulnerable on balance.
He beat Time National on that day. He then boosted the form with a win after that. So plenty to like about Al Abjad's form. Plenty to like about what Hannah's been doing all night in the parade ring. Who have you got now?
I've got the man of the night, Thama Al Dahani. Let's find out about some of your runners. Let's start with Weight to Excel. He looks fantastic in the pre-parade ring.
Yeah, he's in a good form. I hope he do a good race, you know. He come with the last win, you know, in the same distance and in a good time. Today, I'm happy with his form. I'm happy with his work. I hope he progress good for the new buyer, Prince Faisal. I hope he do a good job for him. I hope he celebrate in this race.
Okay, let's talk about some of the other runners. Western City was one that caught my eye last time, looking great again in the pre-parade ring.
Yeah, these two horses for Prince Abdullah is 3 years old, and they are just coming, you know. They are running in their life only 5 or 6 races in their life, you know, and they're going to the strong races. We hope they do a good job, you know. Each one he have a plane, you know. We try to manage our horse very good to make the race good for us.
Well, I have to tell you that our analyst, Tom Collins, absolutely loves Weight to Excel, and I know he'll be in the UK watching. He'll be very excited to see him run.
Yeah. And we hope also all our family, you know, support Weight to Excel because we sold him for Prince Faisal. He's a good horse. He have a good heart. He all the time in touch with the good races, you know. All his races running too good. Only one race, you know, but he was not good healthy when he came forth. The other races, he came in a good, you know, in a good performance. And today, I think he come in a good performance for Prince Faisal. I hope he do it today.
I think the key thing with you, isn't it, that if there is a horse that isn't doing well, you definitely are able to get them back on form for sure.
Yeah. Because I know them very well, you know. They used to be with me 1 year now, all the horses with me. I know them very well. I know their work, I know their moves, I know, you know, their act, everything I know. If you have some problem, I know. Inshallah, today, I hope today they will do a good job.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Yeah, it's wonderful to hear from the man of the moment. Had a winner in our last race. He'll be looking for a winner in this one. We'll get to his horses soon, but let's carry on down our list. We're on the 8th, Alaham.
Yes, Alaham running consistently without winning. Just one win in the last 12 months, 1 from 17 career-wise, but a creditable second to Western City in an 1800-metre open last time out. But yeah, the fact that he's just got 1 win in his career suggests that he's not going to be winning this. But obviously, if we have a burn-up like we had in a previous race, you do get shock results. But I thought he was a very unlikely winner for all. He's a pretty consistent horse in the whole.
Boldy Porto is the 9. I loved his horse's win on the turf last time out. He's going to find it very hard on dirt here today, but I just thought this horse, Neon Turf Cup, written all over him.
Yeah, he was quite impressive, beating Taft Beat. In fairness, that was a not a 95 handicap. So he's got a little bit to go to be winning at the highest level. And to be honest, the impression I get from him so far is that he is he's more of a turf than a dirt horse. He has won on the all-weather. He's won on the poly track at Chantilly in France for his previous yard. But he was well beaten on dirt on his first start here before winning that race on the turf last time out. So the early signs are that he's going to enjoy the turf here better than the dirt. But, maybe that's just a lazy assumption because he was beaten after a break of 5 months. He might just needed the run.
This could be setting him up for that trial. You just get a run into him between that race on the turf and the Neon Turf Cup trial.
The Prince Khaled Abdullah Cup?
It could be, yeah, could be.
It's 2,100 metres on
the turf?
That's the one.
That's the one.
Yes.
You know your stuff, don't you? You know your stuff. Causeway is a 10. Gorgeous Causeway. Lovely looking horse. And beginning to sort of take a right step forward and run as well as he looks.
Yeah, so he's a wee bit. He wasn't disappointing last time out, but the way he ran last time, I suggest he's going to struggle to win a race at this level because he's been competing in lesser races, running very well. He's not been out of the four, but he won a 0 to 80 handicap over 2,400 metres 2 starts ago, and then he's run at least as well when second to Swing the Ring last time out. But did he want to win it that day?
Well, that's the thing. My argument would be that I actually think he was better over 2,400, and the sharp drop back in trip was going to be my excuse for him. But then if you watch him, he's a pig, really, isn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I don't want to be quite that rude about him, but this is a tough contest. And bear in mind that the horse he beat 2 starts ago was Freshwater Cliffs.
Yeah, and that's what we saw. Usually I'd see Freshwater Cliffs being beaten and think, oh, that's great form.
Really annoyed me. I thought Freshwater Cliffs was going to win because I was with him in his previous start and he's a massive prize. And I believe you laughed at me that day for going for Freshwater Cliffs, and then he's going to run an absolute blinder in his next start. But yeah, he wouldn't belong in this company. So I think although Causeway is talented and he's sort of going the right way.
And the problem is he's just coming behind us. He looks spectacular. He's such a good-looking individual as well. He's almost one that thinks he looks like he should be running better. He should be in better company than he's been keeping recently.
Yeah, the fact that he's always in the frame shows you the ability that he has. But you know, his application has been called into question a little bit, and he's up in class now. I suppose he's the kind of horse who could outrun his odds in a race like this and actually run through horses to be placed. I'd be surprised if he wins. And to be honest, the price he's been put in at kind of assumes that he's better than he's shown so far anyway. So there's no one's been taken unawares by Causeway.
Yeah, Muller then is the 11, comes here looking for the hat-trick, and again, as Samar Al-Dahani has just explained, still quite inexperienced and taking on some real big guns for the first time in his career.
Yeah, you get the impression with Mulazem and with Western City, number 14, Tamer's got kind of long-term plans. He's got to throw them in races like this to see how they'll cope, but they're finding their way, and both of them have been sharply progressive recently. Mulazem was a horse who was beaten in handicap company and Taif, and now he's won his last 2 in a 0 to 92 starts ago, and then in a winners of 2 last time out when he beat Phelpsy, we saw in our previous contest. But this is a big step up for him, and he's got to do more.
Hannah is in the parade ring.
I am indeed. Just before the jockeys get on board, let's chat to Mikel Barcelona. Let's talk about, firstly, this ride on Belied Porto.
Yeah, actually, it's going to be the second time on the dirt. It's still a question mark. We won very well last time on the turf. We're going to learn a lot after this race.
Yeah. Well, I missed you earlier because I know you had to dash off. Let's talk about that ride on Most Mesk. I mean, the only filly in the race, and she absolutely did a tremendous job, and so did you.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, the team was very optimistic with her, and they said break well, go forward, and actually we changed. I think she deserves a win. She do everything by herself, and she's been strong until the line.
Yeah, I noticed when I was looking at her in the parade ring, she has got a bit more filling out to do, so she's definitely one to look out for sure.
Yeah, exactly. From what I heard, she have to go a little bit longer next time, and I don't think it will be an issue for her. So she's going to be a progressing filly for sure.
Yeah. Now, thank you so much for that, and best of luck. Looking forward to your ride.
Thank you.
Wonderful to hear from Mikel Barcelona, their Derby-winning jockey indeed. He still just hasn't aged today, has he? I mean,
no, he's still very fresh-faced, baby-faced. Hard to imagine he's 33 now, and he's been around for as long as he has. But he's a class act, and I don't think he stole the last race, but he made it a lot easier for his filly than it might have been. Of course, she was the only filly against Colts and Geldings in that race, and she played with them.
It'll be a wonderful book when he eventually retires, because he had a really interesting career, because it's happened in all sports. Young prodigy, hugely exciting, bursts onto the scene, Mika Richards style, and then has troubles, and then meets issues, loses big rides, famously defeated on horses that he probably should have won on in those Godolphin Silks when he was in the UK.
You suggest that he's the kind of guy who's gone from pillar to post in terms of who he's ridden for, but actually he's held a retainer for Godolphin for 12 years.
Unbelievable,
and
isn't it? Yeah.
Now he's got a retainer for the Aga Khan, and that's the kind of guy you don't... The Aga Khan doesn't go into appointing someone for a season or two. You know, if you get the job of the Aga Khan, you're there for a long time.
Absolutely.
He wants solidity. That's what that operation is all about. It's about longevity. It's about looking to the future. So it'd be remarkable if people think of him as being quite hot-headed, and yet he'd end up spending his entire career with just 2 stables.
The other thing about him joining the Aga Khan is obviously Christophe Soumillon's involvement there. Now, obviously, Christophe must be winding down. I know he's committing a lot to French pony racing and a lot more to the children of France and getting them involved in horse racing, very much the same as a few of the jockeys in the UK are doing. So it's nice to see that there's clearly a succession plan in place for when he eventually does.
How old is Sumi?
Sumi, I want to say he's late 30s now, isn't he?
He might be a bit older. He might be a bit older than that, actually. But yeah, he's.
What's in the water in France? Why do they all look so good?
Well, exactly. But yeah, he had a long association with the Aga Khan, but he's not been contracted for a few years officially now, has he?
I must admit, I wouldn't know. I don't
think there has been a contract, and that tells you an awful lot about the Aga Khan. That if you're not going to have that commitment, you sort of do it piecemeal until you get exactly what you want for the long term. And he's in a very good situation now in terms of his. When you're at his age, you're looking at the rest of your life and making sure you're setting yourself up for retirement and making sure that everything works for you, and you look to settle down really, and he's settling down in a racing style in the perfect place.
Yeah, best of luck to him, and great to see him building up these connections in Saudi Arabia as well. We were on Baldy Porter, we've done Causeway, we've done Mullazem. Kontar has been running some big races in the sea over just beyond this trip. I think intriguing would be for a place play.
Yeah, he's a
especially
horse,
if they go too fast.
My initial reaction is that Kontar's a bit out of his depth here, but then you look at the races he's been running and how well he's been running. Second to Luganini over 2,400 metres, and then a very good third on the turf behind Flying Spirit. He was flying at the time. Back on the dirt last time out and finished a very good third to Wooten Son and Jack Red Cloud last time out, and that's Crown Prince Cup. So you can't knock any of his recent runs, and he should run well again.
Yeah, looking forward to this contest. Western City is the last one we talk about. A horse that's been mentioned plenty early on by you, Rory, as a horse that's just flown through the ratings.
Love this horse, but the story of Western City is, and it's great that it's Tamer as well, who wants to get this horse running in races like this. This horse showed a lot of ability early on for Joseph O'Brien. He won on his debut at Dundalk. He then ran, that was January last year, so only a year ago he made his debut. He then ran in a handicap in his next start and started, I think, 2-9 he started for a handicap off a mark of 82. He then had one run after a few months, clearly had an issue or two, and they gave him a run before they sent him to the sales to show that he was sound. He took a couple of runs just to bed in here. But then when he made his handicap debut, the local handicapper has given him a mark of 61, as if he hadn't got a mark in Ireland already. And he was out of the handicap on that occasion, but absolutely bolted up. He won by 3 3/4 lengths. It could have been 3 times that far. And rather than taking advantage of his new handicap mark, which amazingly, he effectively ran off 71 on that race because he was 10 points out of the handicap. He was raised to 72, despite the fact that he won by half the track. But Tamer didn't have the patience, to run him in 9 more handicaps and go up a pound every time. So he stuck him in an open race last time out where he's up against horses rated in the mid-90s, and he blew them away. So clearly, he's progressing all the time. This is probably a step too far for a horse who lacks the, experience, but he keeps surprising us, Tamer. I do like this horse. I think he's got a good future, but this is maybe asking him a big question early, and then it's about regrouping and finding out where to go with him long term. That's the impression we get speaking to Tamer. But he's had 3 winners at this meeting already, who I could not have had based on the recent form they've shown, but he's bringing them here absolutely at the top of their game, and it's impossible for you to say this Tamer Al Dahani horse can't win, can it? Because they keep winning.
It's a terrifying prospect. You're just seeing Mullazem, I think, just in shot there, and it'll be well worth taking a look at Western City. So whoever that is, looks in really good shape. Great to see everyone again continuing to be involved in the YouTube comments, mainly Big George Latheritis. Good to have you all the way through today, George. It's great to have you in the comments. He likes Wait to Excel, and he also likes Jack Red Cloud too, so best of luck with both your selections. F3 Gaming, just reminding us that he's here. That's all F3 Gaming do.
Yeah.
And sometimes that's all we need. and we want to know that Mohammed, whose code name is a Rockstar, is hoping for some more success as well. Lots of fire emojis going down, clearly talking about how good Rory Delagi looks in the chair next to me right now. Just straight flames there, Mr. Delagi. And we've got plenty of viewers spiking up all the way through. What's great to see, guys, is everyone tuning in today. And remember, it's Thursday, Friday, Saturday, every week up to the Saudi Cup and then beyond the Saudi Cup as well. We're racing here in Saudi Arabia. I hope you're enjoying everything. I hope you're finding some winners as well. But even if you're not, I hope you're really appreciating the quality of action on display, the great camera work that we've got here, the wonderful racecourse that we're racing on. It really is a hidden gem, I think, in the racing world.
It is, there's no doubt about it, and people that come here say the same thing. When you consider we're in the middle of the desert here, the track is beautiful, as is the track at Taif as well. It's obviously on a slightly larger scale. You know exactly the area that it's built on. Oh no, sorry, it was Mark Francis who did that promotional video, wasn't it?
Yes, it was.
But,
I just did the glad handing.
It's a little oasis in the middle of the desert and an absolutely top-class racecourse.
Let's do some selections here, Rory, in this one. I'm going to start early. Power in numbers is the play for me.
And I am...
Who do you want?
I'm going to go with Wit to Excel for our friend Tamer Al-Dahani. Alex Moreno, an unusual jockey booking for him, but obviously now that this is racing for the Reds stable, the jockey bookings will be different.
I would ask what Hannah has selected. Oh, she's picked the 2. I'm just here. Karachi. The 2 is a pick for Hannah. Good luck to her. And Nicholas Bachelard looks really good in the coat. Mark Francis, it's all yours for the lucky last. Thank you very much for all your hard work today and enjoy this absolute cracking contest.
Well, thank you, Callum. Thank you to you and, of course, Rory and Hannah, and our excellent producer as well, for all their hard work this weekend. It's been a magnificent weekend, it really has. And now comes to a close with the listed King Saud Cup over 10 furlongs. Last of the horses have made their way down to the start then. Final checks taking place. I can see Alaham in the middle for Azil Al-Sahani. So the only horse I need to see is Karachi. And you can see the 2 now with the noseband coming past this camera. So all checked over by me here in the commentary box. But yeah, it's been a magnificent day here at King Abdulaziz Racecourse. And thank you very much all for tuning in throughout the programme, not just today, but the past 48 hours. The listed King Saud Cup then over a mile and a quarter. Wait to Excel is the market leader at 7-4. Power in numbers is my selection here for Camilo Ospina, a horse that's got a record of 7 wins from 11 starts and usually looks unbeatable. But like we saw in the previous race, these contests, these Group 1s, these listed races out here in Riyadh are so competitive. Mulazem 11-2, looking to round off a fine weekend for Thama Al-Dahani, Ricardo Ferreira and Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Jack Red Cloud, who usually wants further than this, 7-1, beaten by Wootton Sun last time. The lead Porto, Callum's already eyed up a race for this horse at Saudi Cup weekend. Western City has been well backed, 14-1 into 9-1, no surprises with the connections of Mohammed Al-Daham, Thama Al-Dahani, who's looking for a 3-timer today, and also in the colours of Sheikh Abdullah Al-Malek Al-Sabah. Back to our team, Callum, Rory and Hannah, to complete the programme on the back of this final race here. The listed King Saud Cup, completing Crown King Cup Day, and the flag has been raised. And they're off and racing. For the listed King Saud Cup over 10 furlongs towards the inside, Wait to Excel was well into stride. But going with him is Karachi in the blue cap, and also making a forward move is Western City with the white cap. The runners from the inside stalls look as though they're ahead at the moment. Karachi is taking over with Wait to Excel on the inside, and Alaham from stall 5 now settled in a share of third with with Western City. Further out to find the green cap of Power in Numbers, horse with the white headgear on the left of Shot. Is travelling well into the racing company with Mulazem, and then back towards the inside. The purple jacket of Alab Jar is towards the back end of the field with Mr. Trinket. Contour is last but one, and Al Khatib is towards the rear of the field. The only other horse yet to be mentioned, Believe Porto, is in that rear group of 5. For this listed King Saud Cup of 2025, it is Weight to Excel towards the inside, allowed to set his own fractions, is now nosing ahead of Karachi in second place. Western City in the 3 path, now just keeping Power in Numbers wide as they negotiate the left-handed turn. Alaham is pushed along between rivals is Mulazem, and then comes Jap Red Cloud. Just in behind the speed we have Causeway, who is giving a lead to Mr. Trinket. Pushed along is Believe Porto, and the other 3 or 4 have lots to do as they come halfway down the side of the course, and it's time for the music to stop. Who will be the first to crack here in the King Saud Cup? On the inside is Weight to Excel. Karachi is going better. Trying to close now from out of the pack is Jap Red Cloud. We know he stays. Between horses is Power in Numbers. Do not give up on Western City. Mr. Trinket rallying with Al Abjar as we negotiate the final furlong in the feature. It is Karachi who now goes on for Alberto Sana, leading by a length and a half. Weight to Excel can't close on the leader. Mr. Trinket it is, now moving into second, but Karachi is clear, and Karachi will win. Karachi wins the King Saud Cup. In second, Mr. Trinket. Al Abjar home in third place, followed by, in the end, Jap Red Cloud and Power in Numbers. Well, a win for Hannah Baycroft in the final race here. Karachi has won off a mark of 99 and lands the listed King Saud Cup. A magnificent performance from Karachi. Wins for Nicola Bachelard, getting the better of Weight to Excel up the straight. It was Mr. Trinket who started to fire home from an unpromising position. But it's a winner here for Prince Al bin Salman Abdulaziz as Karachi wins the listed King Saud Cup of 2025. What a day it's been, and back to our team to wrap up the programme.
Thank you, Mark Francis, for all of your hard work today. And thank you, everybody else, for tuning in and enjoying these 12 fantastic races, getting involved in the comments, finding lots and lots of winners. And one person who found a winner in the lucky last, Hannah Baycroft, high fives. Well done, that girl. Great stuff. What made you pick Karachi in the parade ring?
Purely because of how it looked. And that is the truth, because I saw Karachi in the prelims and I kept being drawn back to him, and I thought, well, look, I'm in the paddock, he looks good. Body looked great, his hind end looked very powerful as well. Obviously I did a really great impression
16.
to you when we were off air, a shimmy. What I meant was his body looked very good.
Oh, I thought you were having a fit. Thank goodness, I was going to call somebody. I thought, oh no.
I was demonstrating because obviously I was off air, so I was going, 2. So that was my shimmy. The coat looked fantastic. All in all, to be honest, it was the best looking horse in the parade ring. As I said to you, Rory, Weight to Excel also looked really great. So, but you know, when you're at this level, you're expected to see so many nice looking horses in the parade ring, and you're also ends up being spoilt for choice actually in the parade ring.
Rory, we've had a few strange results in the last 2 races in very wildly competitive races, but we didn't have all strange results. The race highlight, race 9, the most impressive performance of the evening for me, even more impressive than Talal Al Kaladir, I say, with that filly of the White Stables.
Yeah, the King Fahad Cup was race number 9. And our warm favourite for that was Mota Thabata. I would say that. And she didn't have it easy in the race. You see her in the red cap on the outside, coming from off the pace and coming wide. And that's a theme we've seen with the racing today, that they want to go really hard. And if you're either on the pace and therefore maybe going faster than ideal, or if you're off the pace, you've got to work hard to get involved in the race. And that's what she was forced to do from quite a wide position. She was drawn in stall 7 in the first place, but she had to come wide of runners to get space to run, and then came home very strongly to win in the style of a very, very good filly. We knew that anyway, because she's won 2 cup races by wide margins already this season, but she keeps getting better. She beat 11 of tonight's rivals in her last start by 14 lengths and more. One of those, Cowperfield, who was second to her, set the pace and went very fast. That's Cowperfield in the red colours in the centre. Then she just faded into 4th late on, but ran an absolute screamer up to that point, and just pipping her for 3rd was Nawafa, who was a filly I really like, and I thought she could run a big race. Her inexperience really counted against her in that race, because again, she was part of that group who were racing off the pace and wide. She got a bit lost mid-race. She ran on really strongly from a very difficult position early in the straight to grab third on the line, and she is another filly that the White Stable can look forward to running in big cup races for a while to come yet.
What I've really enjoyed about working with you, Rory, is just discussing the clock when it comes to these impressive debut performances. And sometimes you do often put out my fire when I'm very excited about a horse, but you're always right. So sometimes I just need to look a little bit closer.
But yeah, you're picking more winners than me, so you're doing something right, Callum.
I didn't want to say anything about that. Tamer Al-Dahani was the star of this weekend's action. A strong Friday, a very strong Saturday, highlighted by Uncle in our penultimate contest.
Yeah, I mean, his Uncle would have been in about a 10-1 shot. And again, he's a horse who's been running really well, but running well in both in lesser races, but also over shorter trips. So he was stepping up to 1,600 metres just for the second time in the last year. And the last time he ran, he was beaten 22 lengths by our old friend Mahalik. Mahalik over a mile as well. So again, it's one of these things that the race has panned out perfectly for him. He's given a beautiful ride by Mohammed Al-Taham, who gets my award for Rider of the Week. He's been absolutely exceptional. A few of the top jockeys maybe haven't covered themselves with glory at times this weekend by getting involved in real burn-ups in some of these races. Mohammed Al-Taham, when he has gone to the front, he's been able to stay there, particularly the way he rode against Mikel Barcelona yesterday. That was just a superb race, the race of the weekend, and a great finish. So him and Tamer Al-Dahani are a great combination. We were talking about Ricardo Sosa Ferreira as being, maybe the chosen jockey there, but it's Mohammed Al-Dahani who's really stepped up in the last couple of weeks, riding more than his share of winners and looking as good as any jockey here.
And could actually be in
could still
the
be
chance to win
champion
jockey. I think that's the crazy thing. He wasn't too far behind Camilla, who in turn isn't too far behind Adele. Adele Alfaredi suspended for a couple of meetings as well this weekend, so everyone's closed that gap a little bit more.
Yeah. So obviously not seen him today, and we won't next weekend. I do have a question though for both of you, if I may.
Absolutely, ask away.
The one that's driving the ship, if I may. So obviously, Tamer Al-Dahani, he said earlier, he said how close he is with his horses and his team. So I just wonder, do you think? I mean, it's kind of a no-brainer, I suppose, but the success that he has, I am assuming it's down to the tight-knit team he has, the close relationship he has with his horses, his riders, and obviously the people at home. What do you think?
Well, you go first.
You spoke to him earlier on, and he basically said, if you come down to my yard, it's just me and they say
his assistant and physio, isn't it?
Yeah, and so he talked. He touched on the importance of physio and talking about getting horses' muscles right and massaging and all the rest of it. He also suggested that we could go down anytime we want to see his yard. So your job is to make sure we get to go down to Tamer Al-Dahani's outfit and see exactly how everything works, because that would be the treat of all time.
So I've touched base with him.
Oh, look at this. You're hearing the live show now. You're hearing a production meeting in front of your very own eyes.
I did ask him for his number because I am absolutely delighted. What did I say to you guys? I said, I really want to go down to the stables. I want to see what it's all about. Me being horse girl, I'd happily muck out. That's absolutely fine. But the fact we're invited down there, he's so open. Of course, every time we speak to him, he goes the extra mile to inform us, the viewers, on things that we may not know. And the fact, like I said, he's invited us down. We're going to see some great stuff there, and I'm so excited.
Well, we're going to see some really great horses, but I really must say, I think it stems right the way through to the relationship with trainers in the UK.
Yes.
A lot of these horses have come from the UK. Uncle was not a world beater at where we call home, and he's absolutely sprouted wings since coming here. There's clearly a plan to develop horses mentally, physically there, but them to do their best work coming to Saudi Arabia. And I think that's something that no one else has really twigged yet, aside from His Royal Highness the Sheikh and Tamer Al-Dahani.
Yeah, exactly. But also the buying horses cleverly. I mean, most of the horses we see are horses that are purchased as yearlings and then raced in the UK. But Western City, who ran in the last race, was a horse they picked up at the Horses and Training Sales. That was a really good purchase, a horse who was potentially going nowhere. But he's turned around very quickly. I know he wasn't good enough to win tonight, but bear in mind this horse made his debut less than a year ago and was running on one of the strongest Group 1 races you could possibly see here and wasn't disgraced at all. So they're spotting talent really well. But as you said, the relationship with trainers, they're not stealing horses from other trainers. They're not throwing money around. The horses that are bought aren't going for absolute fortunes. They're very shrewdly purchased. and the horses who are racing in the UK are being built up to come here. So it's all about establishing those relationships, establishing a pattern of training, knowing exactly what you want to do, having a target way in the future and working back from that. And Tamer Al-Dahani seems to have the capacity to do that. But like Willie Mullins,
Ooh, there we go.
He always seems to know exactly what he wants to do, not the next step or the next step, but 5 or 6 steps ahead. And he's never ruffled by anything either.
Nail on the head. I've really enjoyed the international flavour of the jockeys riding today. We've had an Italian winner of our last race. We had Mikel Barcelona, a French winner. Ross Orion's been here. William Buick's been here. There's been a real international flavour. Obviously, Panamanians, Spanish, jockeys from all over the world, all descending on Saudi Arabia. It's going to be a theme that we're going to see all the way through the season, I imagine.
Yeah, I'm sure. And it's so exciting. I mean, I keep saying it, it's really exciting to be down there and meet all the people as well. But we touched upon it yesterday, how when you've got these riders coming from elsewhere, the Saudi jockeys here, they're not messing around. I mean, I know not all of them are Saudi jockeys that ride here regularly, but they know their stuff. They ride so well. So it's really great to see the competition heat up.
Yeah, it really is great to see the competition heat up, and it's great to see you all watching this channel as well. Really been very, very happy with everything that has gone on so far, and we're really looking forward to building up for the future. Rory, one more question very, very quickly. Talal Al-Kaladir, we've got to give him a mention.
Yeah, we do. He was one of the stars on show. In terms of the ratings, with a rating of 129, he was the best horse on show today. I know you've got to treat the purebred Arabians differently to the thoroughbreds. I don't want to annoy anyone with that, but yeah, he's an absolute superstar, and he was able to win essentially in a canter today against horses who were rated. The runner-up was rated 114. He beat him pretty easily. He's got 2 or 3 big races to look forward to for the rest of the season, and he's going to be exceptionally hard to beat. A real superstar.
A real superstar. Him and Afsan Al-Kaladir will hopefully be locking horns in the Obeya Classic. Looking forward to that as we go forward. Well, what a weekend of racing we've had so far. I mean, we're talking Thursday, we had some very tricky handicaps, but we found plenty of winners. On Friday, we saw some really good racing, including probably the best race of the weekend, Mohammed Al-Daham. And on Saturday, we've seen just star after star after star. It's been about 2 men, Mohammed Al-Daham and Tamer Al-Dahani, and hopefully we can all do it again next week.